If you're a fan of RPGs, or more specifically JRPGs, then you know that there are so many classics in that genre, like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Fire Emblem, Pokemon, Disgaea, Shin Megami Tensei, the Tales of series, Xenoblade, the Trails of series, and so many more that'll just take forever to list. But some of them, as you might know, were published or made by a company that for the most case specializes in JRPGs. That of course being Squaresoft and Enix, or as they're both now known as, Square Enix. Square Enix is a studio that you usually go to get most of your RPGs, as they of course release big titles such as Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, and Kingdom Hearts. Then they have their classics like Xenogears, The World Ends With You, Chrono Trigger, and The Legend of Dragoon. Then there's the ones that they released today, like Octopath Traveler, Triangle Strategy, and more that are yet to come. Basically, if you want your JRPG fix, then Square is one of the few that you can guarantee that'll get you a good one. Well, for the most part. Now, one of the reasons why I'm talking about Square Enix is because they released a JRPG gem on the 3DS that you're not able to play anymore by legal means. A gem that, although may seem like a Final Fantasy clone, and started off as a Final Fantasy spin-off, it became a game that changed the way that turn-based combat should be. So to end our 3DS journey here, I'll be talking about the gem that is Bravely Default. Now I know that most of the games that I talked about are JRPGs, but if there's one that has a soft place in my heart, then it'd be this game. And if you look through my catalog of videos, which if you have, thank you, leave a sub, then you might know or have seen that I've already talked about this game. Well, barely. And you might be wondering, why are you making another video on this game if you haven't completed talking about it? Which, you're right, it is weird of me to do this, but think of this video as a remake or extension of that video. A definitive edition, if you will, because that's more of a marketable term. But in all seriousness, I feel as though that I could have done more with that video, as I feel like there's so much to talk about with this game and series. With the bonuses the game has, the development of it, the demo that came out before release, the merch that you could have gotten that extends the lore of the game. So because of all of this, I wanted it to be included in this big retrospective video. Will I be covering everything? Most likely not, as I'll probably forget to add a few things, but you, the viewer, could share more in the comments, which I'd be interested to know. As I'm writing this, I could see this video being very long. I'm saying that like the others have been as well. But I'm sure this is going to be a video where you'll probably not be able to watch this in one sitting. So I recommend using the chapters on the video to safely guide you along and to help you remember where you left off. But that's all I really have to say for this intro, so let's get into our final journey on the 3DS, at least for now, and get into this Bravely Default retrospective. To start things off as always, I'm going to get into the development and release of this game, but because I've already talked about the development in the Bravely Default video, I'm going to try and get through this as fast as I can while adding some new stuff. So, in the beginning of the game's development, it originally wasn't meant to be a new IP. It was actually supposed to be a sequel to an already existing Final Fantasy spin-off game, that being Final Fantasy The Four Heroes of Light. The initial idea of it being a sequel didn't get far in the planning stage, as producer of the game, Tomoya Asano, early on desired to make something new. In an interview he says, well, the previous game I worked on, Hikari no Yon Senshi, was actually titled Final Fantasy Gaiden, but after we finished that, I wondered, well, what should we do now? We could have made something within SE's main series, like a Final Fantasy or a Dragon Quest, but I wanted to instead work on creating something with a new feeling and a new brand entirely. During this time, the development studio, Silicon Studio, had worked on a demo for the Final Fantasy spin-off to which Asano liked. So, because of these two things, he worked with Silicon Studio and started working on what would become Bravely Default. Now, if you played or know anything about Bravely Default, then you know that it's very similar to Final Fantasy, which kinda discredits his idea to making something new. And though that is the case, it was deliberate as he thought it'd be easier for fans of Final Fantasy to understand and get into, as a sense of familiarity. So because of that, they took some inspirations from not only Final Fantasy, but from Dragon Quest as well. Even some of their frustrations with some aspects of these games gave them ideas. They even go on to say that that's how they thought up the Brave and Default mechanic, which is something I'll go over when we get into the game itself. Then, aside from the game's mechanics and features, there were also the little features they considered using that were a part of the 3DS. The main one was utilizing the Street Pass function, which was used to supplement the Norende and Ablink features. Then there's the AR function that the 3DS had, but that was never really used. But this game surprisingly used it. All of which I'll talk about later, including one hidden addition that most might have not known was in the game. Moving on to its release, it may come as a surprise, but the game actually had two separate releases, as there are two versions of the game. The game's original release was for Japan only, with the game simply being called Bravely Default. Before its final release, Square Enix released 5 different demos for the game for people to get a grasp on not only the different aspects of the game, but to also get to know the characters. Though that's for the first 4 demos, as the final 5th one is sort of a combination of all of them together. Kinda was the Avengers of demos. Even though there's not much reason to give a huge spotlight on these demos, I kinda want to take a moment to show them off quickly, as I find them interesting for the fact that they show the early designs, or at least the UI, for the first release of the game. Now, the footage I'll be using for these is not going to be the greatest, as I don't have a way to properly capture high quality footage for these demos, as there's no way to play these on an emulator, so bear with me for this segment. The demos are broken up into volumes, with this first one starring Anya's. In each of these demos, you also get these character intro cutscenes that are the exact same ones in the final game's opening cutscene. But I would say they're kinda on the rougher side compared to like the second release of the game. As for the Anya's demo though, there isn't much to it, as it just introduces you to one of the story aspects of the game, where you pray to the crystals with Anya's. You can't leave the crystal's altar, and you can only just pray, and that's simply it. The second demo stars Tiz, and for his demo, it mainly focuses on the first town you start the game off in, Kaldisla. Just like the Anya's demo, there really isn't much to explore here. You can walk around the town, and that's basically it. The third demo stars Tiz and Adia, but it's mainly focused on Adia. This demo has more substance compared to the others so far. The demo shows off the combat for the game, and this is where we can see the early UI designs for the battle menu and things that were removed and changed. Starting the demo, it starts off with a cutscene with them both, and once it's over, you get to pick their jobs, but you're only available to 4 of them. You have the option to pick between the Knight, Monk, White, and Black Mage job. This demo sort of lets you test out the early jobs that you get in the final game. Then after selecting their class, you encounter Ominous Crow, one of the bosses in the game. But you don't fight him, instead you fight a series of enemies. Now this is where we get to see the differences. If you choose to attack, then on the bottom screen you see that when you choose who you want to attack, it's more of a scrolling menu than having a static menu. It also has little icons indicating your party and the enemies, with the enemies having their icons be represented by their bestiary race. Although I think it's cool to see this early design and would really like to see this be used in the final game, I could totally see why they removed it, as it's pretty unnecessary. It also doesn't help indicate which enemy's which, and I don't think you're able to see their debuffs or buffs. Though on the top screen when choosing to attack, we get a different camera view, with it being more of a isometrical top-down view. Another thing that would have been interesting to see them keep, but again, there's probably a reason why it wasn't kept. The last 2 little details to point out is that the color for Default and Brave are different. When using Brave, instead of it being red when you're using your BP, it's a baby blue color. Then when defaulting, it's more of a golden color instead of blue. I would have to say, the changes for the re-release for these are far better than these colors. They just don't feel right. There's probably more changes to point out in the demo, but I don't want to spend too much time on it, so I'll move on. In the 4th demo, although it shows Ring a Bell in the main menu, it stars the ones in the last demo and him. You're in a dungeon and you're meant to make your way out of it. Unlike the last demo where you're forced to choose what jobs you want for everyone, you're freely able to give whatever jobs you want to them. Well, you're limited to 4 of them along with freelancers, so 5 in total. But you get to swap their jobs at any time, and you also get to give them sub-jobs and abilities. The major difference in this demo is that the menu layout is slightly different, with the job menu being located on the top. Other than that, everything else remains the same from the last demo. Oh, and I guess the other thing they added for this was a speed up option for battles, which was very well needed. Though you have to hold the left D-pad or L button to fast forward it. Then finally, there's the last 5th demo, which I can't really say for sure what you do in it. All I know from it is that it combines all the things the demos taught you while adding new things. The reason I'm unsure about it is because the 5th demo doesn't seem to have been archived, or at least I don't believe it was. I have a feeling that the 5th demo is actually the demo the rest of the world got when they were re-releasing the game, but I have no clue since there's nothing about these demos online, and the only way to get them is by other means. A store within the 3DS that starts with a different letter than E. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, it's hard to tell if the 5th demo is the one we got, unless someone out there knows for sure. I can't really say much about it, except that it added the Norende feature, Ablink, and Summoning. With the release of this demo, the other 4 were delisted since there was no need to have them, since this was the accumulation of all 4 of them. Which makes me believe that this is the demo we got, but again, I'm unsure. Moving on from the demos, it was time for the game's release in Japan on October 11th, 2012. Along with the standard release of the game, Square Enix also released a collector's edition with it that was only available through their website, which is something that Square Enix loves to do. In the collector's edition, it comes with the game's soundtrack, which also has a cute little diorama of the characters standing in front of the wind crystal, a special protective cover for your 3DS, though I wouldn't really use it, an art book, and a poster that also has AR functionality for the 3DS. Though I can't show you what it looks like because I can't seem to find any photos or videos showing it off. Like, the video I'm using, the guy doesn't even bother to show it off because he's unable to, as he says. Which I find it to be bullshit. But there's no reason to be upset at the guy. I know for a fact that the poster had to have been made into one of the AR cards that came in the Western Collector's Edition, so if anyone can corroborate that and tell me which one it is in the comments, I'd be thankful for that. After the game's release, Square Enix would release some DLC content in the form of additional costumes for the characters. Some of them were released through promotional means, like if you bought the game's soundtrack, then you get a code which gives the characters freelancer costumes. If you bought Linked Horizon's album that they did for the game, then you'll get Ringabel's Noble costume. Oh yeah, Linked Horizon did the vocal tracks and some of the music for the game, and if you don't know who they are, then I'm sure you know his other works, which were the first few openings for Attack on Titan. But back to the costumes, the others were, I guess, DLC that you can buy or given for free. I'm not exactly sure. Now for how the game was received on the Japanese side with this version, it's safe to say that it did pretty well, and due to its favorable reception, the West would of course begin to ask when they'd get a localized version of this game. Although Asano would give statements saying that there weren't any plans to at the time, but it'd be a year later in April where they'd announce that the game would indeed get an English release. Though we weren't getting the original Bravely Default, as later that year in October, it was announced that Square was going to release an enhanced version of the game titled Bravely Default for the sequel later that same year. Which, from the title, you can guess that along working on that enhanced version, they were working on a sequel for the game as well. Moving towards the western side now, we'd of course get a demo of the game with its own original story. We have access to the whole cast, and it takes place in Ansheim, the second continent that we visit in the game. Of course, in the demo, we get introduced to all the game's mechanics and all the little features that we're able to do. I also want to reiterate that I'm pretty sure this is what the 5th demo is. Also, I'm going to move this bit along as I don't want to spend too much time on the demo. But finally, the game would release days apart from Japan, with the EU version on the 6th of December and the AU on the 7th. But for North America, on the 7th of February. What the fuck? The reason for this that I kinda see online is likely because since the company doing the localization were from Europe, they were able to get it released much earlier in Europe and the AU. While in the Americas, they needed to go through a whole process which made the game get delayed. But it did eventually release in America, sure enough, and the game did really well with getting gleaming reviews and having pretty good sales. Now, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself as they also released a collector's edition for the game as well, for the US and for the UK. Both have mostly the same contents in them, but the UK comes with one special item that the US didn't get. So, for that reason alone, let me go over the US first. It of course comes with the standard stuff, with that being an art book, soundtrack, and the game. Other than those, included in both regions were a pack of AR cards that, when used in the game, you'll be able to see that card's specific character pop out of the card, and you'll see them appear in your room, just standing there with their default animation. But there were 6 of them that actually play a unique cutscene that sort of repeat the intro cutscene. Though watching these can be kinda jank as the camera moves along with your movement as you're using the 3DS's camera to be able to watch these. And that's pretty much all that comes in the US Collector's Edition. Now for the UK version, I want to point out first that the box it comes in has a different design to it, and you can debate over which one looks better in the comments. As for the added item that doesn't come in the US version, it comes with a statue of Agnes Oblige. Oh, not that one. That's a pop-up parade figure that came out earlier this year. No, this is the statue that comes in the collector's edition. Yeah, it's very ugly. I don't know how they were able to accomplish that. I personally would love to own this just because of how much it looks like a bootleg, but I'm not gonna fork over a fortune for it, man. You know, anime figures and even just statues that come in collector's editions, they've come very far nowadays, huh? Moving on from that though, the reception for this game in the West was unsurprisingly also really well received, and for good reason. The game was able to sell over a total of 1 million copies in 2014, which is sort of surprising to see for a new RPG series on the 3DS. Then of course, because it's called for the sequel in Japan, and as I mentioned earlier, it was able to get a sequel and yada yada yada. The rest of that is for a later time. So that's pretty much what there is to say for now, as there are some other things I want to mention, but they're either revolved around what's in the game or stuff that contains spoilers, so I'll refrain mentioning them for now. Also, before I move on to the game itself, I just want to give a quick mention about the footage you'll be seeing. Yes, it doesn't look all too great, and that's because this footage is pretty old, so most of it is going to look this rough. I apologize for the rough footage, but without further ado, let's get into this retrospective and get into the world of Bravely Default, where the fairies fly.
Oh, hello. I see fire in those eyes. How do I put it? They've a strong sense of duty. Like whatever you start, you'll always see through, no matter what. If you'll permit me, there's something I'd very much like to show you. But first, I just need to hear it from you. Say that you'll stay till the very end. With that done, let's get you on your way.
The crystal's glow wanes by the hour.
Its fading light augurs a greater darkness.
Something must be done.
Leave all to me. I am Agnes Oblige, servant and vestal to the Crystal of Wind. The crystal's light is mother to all creation, to all life. Purified by the Vestal's rites, their incandescence wards the world from disaster. And so I pray, now as ever before, and onward till the years take me.
What the world? Please! Protect the Vestal, hurry! Let our bodies be her shield!
The darkness overflows!
A fine sea breeze. Foretelling its death is a hoax in poor taste. I'm Ringabel, or so they call me. I've no memory, you see. A bit cruel, eh? Still, humor's welcome when you haven't a clue to your past. None save this book. But its pages hold no history, only the future. And more importantly, a woman. We've yet to meet, and I'm in love. My angel of fate. Could she be nearby?
Master Kami Izumi, please do me this honor. One final test of skill. My name is Adia Lee, daughter of the Templar. I take pride in that fact, in my blood. Yet, my father...
You've a long road ahead. Make for Kaldisla. The Vestal of Wind has been sighted there. For your father, and for your country, you must apprehend her at all cost. Adia, wear this at your side.
This is your finest blade. Ise no Kami.
I pray it keeps you safe.
Father, I swear that I'll return to you a proven warrior.
I'm Tiz Orier. Watch you don't fall! And that's my brother Till. We're shepherds in the sleepy village of Norende. This is how things had always been, and how they'd be forever after. That's what I'd thought. Give me your other hand!
Let me go! We'll both fall at this rate!
I'm not losing you ever! Now hurry and give me your hand!
After the opening cutscene plays, the prologue starts with us waking up as Tiz, who we can imagine is in a state of shock for what happened to him. He's greeted by Owen, captain of the Kaldislan Guard, who gives Tiz unfortunate news, telling him that the village he lived in, Norende, was swallowed up and what's left is a giant chasm. He also mentions that he was the only survivor that he could find, and then he leaves for Tiz to process all that info. As Owen is leaving, we also find out that he's the son of the innkeeper who's letting Tiz stay as he recovers. After that though, we can start moving around the town of Kaldisla. Now, there isn't much to do here in the beginning, though we can look around at the shops. But we don't have any gil to buy anything, so let's move on for now. We make our way towards the castle where we talk to the king, and he welcomes Tiz and tells him to rest all he wants as for what happened to his village. Though Tiz decides to head straight towards the village instead as he thinks someone must have survived. The king would be kind to offer him some help, however, having the Eternian Knights attacking the kingdom prevents him from doing so. So off goes Tiz to see the damage that's been done to his village. Heading towards the cave that leads to Norende, we actually get our first combat encounter, so I'll take the time to explain the basics of combat for now, and leave the other parts of it for later on. Now, just like classic RPGs, the game's combat is turn-based, which, hearing that, might turn some people off. However, there's an added layer to it that makes it feel more modernized, and that's the Brave and Default system. To explain this as simply as I can, I'll use an analogy. Trying to think of it as loaning and saving money, where using the default action is saving your money, or in this case, your turns, and then the Brave action, you can loan turns, or use the turns you saved. When you're loaning turns that you didn't save, then you're unable to do anything until you've gotten your turns back. I hope I explained this as best as I can, and if I didn't, well, thankfully you have the footage to look at, which will hopefully help make sense of it. Moving on though, I want to quickly mention something before going back to the story. Once you've reached the end of the cave, you'll meet with an adventurer who typically sells you items and lets you save the game. However, this one is different. Throughout the game, all the adventurers you meet have the same outfit and everything. But this is the only adventurer in the game that's green. Not only that, but he also gives you an hourglass, which unlocks the ability to do Bravely Second. Before we move on to what Bravely Second does, I just want to say that although the adventurer is different from the rest, they don't have any importance to the story, at least for this game. I won't say much else, as if I do want to make a video on the next game, I'll save it for that video. Which it would help to know if you do want me to make a video for its sequel in the comments. Now, the Bravely Second mechanic is something that was added to this version of the game, as it has some importance, but not to this game's story. As to what it does, when you're in combat, if you press start, you'll activate this system which acts like another Brave. The more Brave actions you do, the more your SP, what's used for Bravely Second, gets used. The only way you get more SP is by either putting your 3DS in sleep mode, or by using your 3DS's street coins. You can really abuse this if you want. Back to the story now. Tiz reaches to the end of the ravine, where he witnesses the damage done to Norende, where there's nothing left aside from a giant chasm where the village should be. The camera then pans to a woman who is praying to the victims that perished from the destruction. Tiz approaches her and begins to ask her questions regarding if there's any survivors or the reasoning for the chasm, looking for any semblance of hope. However, she sadly informs him what everyone else has said, that being that he's the sole survivor. Before he can even process this unfortunate revelation, they're interrupted by the Eternian Sky Knights that the king spoke of before. The woman then warns Tiz to leave as they're after her, and as she tries to escape, the Sky Knights begin to shoot their cannons at her. He chases after her and helps her escape. As they make their escape, the Sky Knights are relentless as they throw all their soldiers at us. The two that are in charge then reveal their names, with the brute being Monk Barris Lur, and the woman in white being White Mage Holly White. From their titles, I'm sure you can guess what their specialties are, but when they're soon out of soldiers to throw at us, they let us go so that they can resupply. After the cutscene plays, we're given a little moment to walk around, and this is where we're introduced to Party Chat. And no, it's not Xbox Live Party Chat where you have some random British dude throwing insults at you.
I'll come out of my house and I'll break your fucking legs, you little prick!
It's basically a feature where your party has a moment together, and where you get to know a bit more about their personalities, as well as being able to see their interactions with one another. It's a nice little feature where, again, you just get to know more about the characters, and where you just grow a bond with the cast. Sadly, there's no voice acting for these, which kinda suck, but it's understandable since there's a lot of them. Well, I say that, but I'm pretty sure some of the Tales of games that came out around this time had party chats that also had full voice acting, so take it with a grain of salt, I guess. Also, as much as I love going through the party chat, I won't be covering each one because, as I mentioned, there's a lot of them. If I were to include them, then this video would be bloated, so hopefully you understand. Taking a few steps forward, Tiz introduces himself to the woman, his full name being Tiz Oyer, and he politely asks for her name. She reveals her name to be Agnes Oblige, and as soon as she says that, a fairy comes out of nowhere and introduces itself as Aerie. Tiz gets frightened by it, to which Aerie gets offended and explains that she's a Crystal Fairy of the 4 elemental crystals. If you couldn't tell the parallels to Final Fantasy yet, well, here you go. Aerie continues to explain that Agnes is the Vestal of Wind who cares for the Wind Crystal. Agnes goes into further detail that she's a priestess and her job is to care for the crystals, purifying them to prevent natural disasters from occurring. Tiz wondering why a Vestal of Wind would be at the chasm, she explains that a week ago when Norende fell, the Wind Crystal was shrouded in darkness. Because of this, the elements that the crystals keep in order have begun to get worse, and if it continues to be like this, then the world will be shrouded in darkness. So to find out the cause of it all, she came to the chasm in hopes for some answers, but alas, she didn't find any. Although she didn't find the explanation she was looking for, she does know of a way to fix it, and to start, she must go back to a place called Anshime. And then she walks off. Walking a bit forward, Tiz asks her if her method will also seal the hole in Norende. However, she can only assure that purifying the crystals will make nature go back to the way things were. But then Eri chimes in by saying that once Agnes does all of that, then the hole will be filled in. Hearing this convinces Tiz to help her and asks her to join, but Agnes rejects him and tells him that it's something that she alone must do. Even after pleading to her that he feels obligated to help her, since she's going to seal the chasm, she still continues to deny his wishes and they continue to make their way to the city. Once exiting the ravine, Tiz points out Agnes' necklace and asks about it, to which she says that someone special gave it to her. As unimportant this cutscene must feel, it's actually to introduce another mechanic, that being Ablink and summoning. Both of these use the Street Pass feature as it lets you connect with other players and receive something from them. For summoning, it lets you summon other players into battle who do whatever they sent you. What I mean by that is that there's an option to send other players an attack that one of your party members has done. Or if they use a healing or support skill, then you can also send that to other players. You can just sort of mess with people with this, as you could just send them a summon where you just did 1 damage, or heal with a potion, or you can even possibly do some mischievous things. Now as for Ablink, the game doesn't explain it here, but I'll just do it anyways. With Ablink, you also get help from other players in a different way, as you can pair a person you've come across with one of your characters. What this does is give your character access to all of that person's highest job levels. So if you have your White Mage job at level 2, and you pair them with someone who has them at level 10, then your character have access to everything up to that level. It's really good if you're able to walk past someone who grinded the hell out of this game. But I don't know how useful this is now with nobody carrying their 3DSs anymore. But both of these things can be very helpful, but mostly dependent if you've gotten lucky with whoever you passed. But again, you probably won't be using it much nowadays. Making it back to the city, they meet up with the king again. Tiz shares what he saw, but he tells them that he's prepared to do whatever he can to rebuild Norende. The king loves his spirit and supports him by giving him an office and appointing him as the chairman of the restoration project. This actually has some significance, and I'll explain it after this cutscene when the game brings it up. Tiz then asks the king if there's any way to get rid of the Eternian Sky Knights, but the king can't do much as he doesn't want to harm his citizens and he doesn't know anything about the Wind Vestal. That's when Agnes apologizes to the king for bringing trouble into his kingdom and promises him that she'll resolve the matter and walks off. Tiz of course follows, but before I move on to the next cutscene, let me talk about the town building mechanic. So as Tiz proclaimed, he wants to rebuild Norende, and we're able to do just that. And this is something that you want to frequently check on. How this works is that you're given a certain amount of people to start off with. It increases with every street pass you get, but RIP, and with the townsfolk, you're able to assign a number of them to work on rebuilding a store. Doing that will open the shop, which gives you access to items that can be bought from the adventurer. You're also able to level up those shops, and I'm sure you can guess, but the higher the level, the better the items you get. Also, it's not only items that you'll get available to, this is also how you get your special attacks and their effects. I'll explain more about this later, but you also get some exclusive armor and weapons in each character's costumes when leveled up to the max. The shop, that is. This is why you want to frequently check this every now and then. That way you can min-max and efficiently get the things that you need to not only strengthen yourself, but to also waste money on unique outfits. Also, one more thing. Remember what I mentioned a minute ago about getting more townsfolk through Street Pass? Well, that isn't the only thing you get, as what you can also get are unique bosses that you only have access through here. They don't really do much in terms of affecting your town from what I've seen, so honestly, you can just ignore them. But if you want to experience everything in this game and fight all the bosses, then hey, here you go. Also, I'm sure someone will probably mention this in the comments, or maybe not, but the monsters are called balls. Yes, balls. You only really get that info in Bravely Second, so it's kind of safe to say that they were added in this re-release. Catching up to Agnes, she and Eri are thinking up of a plan to get rid of the Eternian Knights, with one of the plans being to straight up just get captured by them. Tiz objects to the plan, but Agnes continues to push him away and starts to walk away. Until Tiz tells her that she's walking the wrong way. Flustered, she asks for directions, and that's when he offers to be her guide. Though she continues to object to Tiz following her, she eventually caves in as she knows that she'll just get lost. Arriving at the lake where the Sky Knights they encountered are resupplying, they see Agnes. Lure starts getting pumped for a fight, and then asks Holly to set up an arena, to which then both Tiz and Agnes get sent to a different environment, confronting both Holly and Lure. They tell Agnes to give herself up, to which she obliges. However, Tiz interjects, making them promise that they won't harm her. But they don't agree to that sentiment, as they state that they'll beat her close to death and torture her. Hearing this, Agnes begins to second-guess herself. Tiz steps in and promises her to protect her, and with that, our first boss fight starts. Now, there isn't much to note here for this boss fight, as I've already mentioned what their classes are, or jobs, but I'll still briefly go over it. So of course, Holly is going to be healing Lure every few turns or so, at least when his HP is starting to get low, as well as casting Protect, but she will also be dealing some damage. With the White Mage job, she'll have access to Wind Magic, so she'll be casting Arrow. So obviously, you want to be getting rid of her first. Now for Lure, he's going to be dealing some heavy damage, as he can use a skill that lets him power up his physical attacks, and because of that, he could just be a heavy hitter. Also, he has an attack, or I guess an ability he'll do, when he's near death, and that's basically a self-destruct. So that's kind of why you want to leave him for last, while also having your party have near full HP. Or you can even just try targeting him first, as that self-destruct damage will just hit Holly. And if you do that, I might be misremembering this, but I'm pretty sure there's a unique dialogue that plays if you kill Lure first instead of Holly. It's kind of weird for a secret dialogue to play in that order, but not when Holly dies first. I guess the devs thought that since everyone would target Holly first, might as well add something for those who go for Lure instead. Also, since I'm talking about the boss fight, I might as well talk about your beginning job with the Freelancer. With this job, you aren't really given much, though you are given an examine skill in the beginning, which helps you see the enemy's HP and their weaknesses. You also get access to some decent early skills in the beginning, and if you decide to invest into it, then you just get some really good supporting skills. Though realistically, you probably won't be getting those skills in your first playthrough, as there are just better jobs to pick and choose from than the Freelancer. Though there are some skills that can be carried over. I'll explain that later. Though you'll have to do a lot of grinding to even get those really good skills, as it takes leveling up the class to level 12, its max level, to even get them. I said class, but I meant job. So for that, it wouldn't really be worth it unless there's a specific build you want to go for. But to get back to the fight, it won't take long to defeat them and you'll get rewarded handsomely for it. Defeating them rewards you with their asterisks, and with them you unlock their jobs, in this case being the Monk and the White Mage. So some of the skills that I mentioned the bosses being able to do, you're also able to do and then some. I should also mention that each job has preferences on what weapons and armors they should equip. The game tells you what they are with this little showcase they have here to kind of let you see what the jobs are like. Not only that, but it also shows you the stats that each job prioritizes on. So if you're into that, be sure to check it out, as it could possibly give you ideas on what builds you want to go for each character. Speaking of that, I will say that for Tiz, I'd say he's more of a balanced type, meaning that you can safely give him any class and you won't have to worry much. Though there is a build I go for, which I'll tell you when I get those jobs. As for Agnes, she's more of a magic user, which is fitting with her being a Vestal of Wind. So it's a no-brainer to immediately give her the White Mage job. Then I guess you could give Tiz the Monk job, to at least give him something and to also have him acquire some skills that he can use. Now, although I'm making it seem that it's kind of important to choose what job each character has, it doesn't really matter because their stats are pretty much equally the same, which means that it doesn't really matter which job you equip to each character, as their stats will change depending on the class they equip. So really, if you wanted to, you could give Tiz the white mage job while Agnes gets the monk job. The game is really open to how you could customize your characters. After the fight, Tiz checks up on Agnes, to which she expresses her sadness as she didn't want to involve him in her whole ordeal, as she saw it as her duty to face this conflict alone, but she couldn't do it when the situation came. But even if she was to commit to her plan, then she wouldn't have been able to restore the crystals back to the way they were. She thanks Tiz for sticking with her, and finally asks him if he would like to join her, to which Tiz of course agrees, as that was what he wanted to do the whole time. With that matter resolved, now they had to think of a new way of getting to Anchime. That's when Ares suggested they steal their airship, so to find out where it went, they go back to the city. Once in the overworld, the game will explain the job system, so let me do that for you. For the basics, you'll see this wheel, and this is all the jobs you'll be able to pick from, but you have to unlock them first, of course. From here, you can choose any jobs you want your character to be, pretty straightforward. When you hover over any job, on the bottom screen you will get to see the skills they have unlocked, or will unlock, as well as a special skill that they'll have once equipping the job. It sucks that you can't see the later skills, as being able to see them can help you determine your build. In future games they sort of fix that, but for this game you sadly have to look them up online. But once you have your job selected, you can then move over to the ability screen, where you can then equip a sub-job. Now, although you can have a secondary job, it won't be gaining any job points to level it up. No, that only goes to your current job. So there'll be times where you want to switch it back and forth to level both up, or focus on leveling up one job so that you can have as many options available when you put it as your secondary. That's kind of what you're going to be doing in this case, since you only have 2 new jobs, and I doubt you want to have Freelancer equipped right now. As well, in the abilities menu, there'll be something called support abilities, which lets you equip certain abilities that each job will have. This is where your builds can get crazy, as mixing some abilities with certain jobs and sub-jobs can help you essentially break the game. And I, of course, do this near the end of the game, so be sure to stick around and see one of the many crazy bullshit you can pull off. But going back to the king, they both report to him that they've driven off the Sky Knights, and the king is thankful for them for doing so. They then ask if he knows the whereabouts of the airship, to which Owen shares that it went back to their hold at Latano Villa. With that new info in mind, they decide to head there. But they're then told that the bridge that leads to the hold was destroyed by the Sky Knights. But with cannons no longer being shot at them for now, they're able to repair it, so for the meantime, we go to the inn to rest. Also, I never mentioned this, but when you're first able to control Tiz, near the end, there's an important character that you can see and talk to early on. It's kinda cool that you're able to see him walking around the town as an NPC right before he joins your party. Very minor spoiler for that, I guess, even though the game shows you that he's the main character. Once at the inn, they begin resting for the day. However, in the middle of the night, Tiz is suddenly awakened by Agnes. Confused as to why, she then points him to look outside, to which then they witness a building on fire. The person responsible for the fire stands there in amusement, and that's when a woman calls his name out and questions his method. He lashes out on her for questioning his authority, and from that, we can clearly assume that he's the leader of this group of the Sky Knights. Back with Tiz and Agnes, they both begin to get worried that things will escalate, and that's when Agnes again thinks about giving herself up to save the people. But again, Tiz and the innkeeper don't think it's a good idea for her to do that, as again, they'll just kill her. Back outside, the woman calls out to the Black Mage and tells him that they've given their message and that they should fall back. Again, he's annoyed at her and refuses to, but when she starts threatening him, he submits and agrees to leave for now. Though he warns the people that he'll continue to do this until they give up Agnes. When morning comes, Owen shares with our party that no one was hurt and that the Black Mage was an officer and they're currently holed up at Central Keep. While think of a plan to get rid of him, that's when someone speaks up and shows themselves. That being the man I mentioned earlier and the guy in the opening cutscene. Owen recognizes him and calls him Mr. Amnesia, and mentions that the building that got burned was the place he was staying. He explains he calls him Mr. Amnesia because he showed up a week ago around the same time around when Norende got destroyed, and he showed up with no memories of his past. The man rushes to the point and begins asking Tiz and Agnes if those are their names, to which they are both confused as this is their first time meeting him. He explains that their names were written in his journal, which was the only thing he had with him. He goes into further detail on what's written on the book, saying that it even mentions their end goal of sealing up the hole on Norende, then goes on to mention that it says that they'll encounter a woman, and by that he seems it's talking about the woman that was with the Black Mage. Tiz then questions him on what his part in all of this is, to which he responds that the woman they encountered left an impression on his mind, as though he's met her before. But the more he goes on, you can tell that he just wants to meet her because he's into her and he wants to rizz her up. Anya's disgusted by what he's saying, turns him down on joining them. This upsets the man as all he wants is to meet the potential love of his life. Though Tiz chimes in saying the more of them, the better, and Owen backs him up, saying that the man does have some fighting skills. This leaves Anya to reluctantly let him join them, and they ask for his name, to which he shares that it's Ringabel, who is one of my, and I'm sure many others, favorite character. So now with a third party member in the group, that Anya's and Tiz are unsure if it's a good idea for him to join, they head towards the keep. When he joins, you get access to his journal called Dee's Journal. If you explore inside of it, then you just get a lot of tidbits of lore to a lot of things in this game. Like when it comes to the monsters you've encountered, the bosses you fought, info for the weapons and items you collected, the locations, and certain terms that the game uses. You can also see past cutscenes and all that shebang, but there's also one part in it that's called the Enigmatic Writings, where you get a lot of info that doesn't make sense, but well when you get further in the game. I personally would avoid reading it for now, as it could be a bit spoilerish, and I know me saying that would make it obvious that it's a spoiler, but yeah, I would avoid it for now. Though if you do decide to go through with reading it, then it'll help you understand further, or later plot points in the story. As when you read it for now, it doesn't really make sense, but for later, you'll then start to fit all the pieces together, and it's just a really cool moment when that happens. But I would say for now to avoid reading it, and then when you get to that part, then you want to read it, as you just get a lot more info. Now when it comes to how in-depth the lore is, I probably wouldn't go so far as to say it's on the same level of Final Fantasy XVI's lore, but it still has a good amount of lore in it. Once arriving at the keep, the group is able to listen in on the girl and the mage officer arguing. The woman continues to berate on the man's methods. Also, I'll just call the guy Crow from now on, since she's already said his name. Crow continues to ignore her criticisms, and even gets a bit sexist. Base alert? Why did I write that? Why did I write that? He then tells her that she should just listen to him, and he even throws a comment in about how he doesn't care that she's the daughter of the Grand Marshal. She gets more infuriated and tells him that she doesn't even respect him in the slightest, or isn't even willing to follow his orders. So much so that if he's willing to continue his methods, then she'll stop him. Then Ringabel makes a comment on her voice, calling it the voice of an angel.
You insist on pursuing this coward's agenda. I swear upon my name that I will stop you.
Which, I guess you can call it that, but all I hear is the voice of a cat and a dragon lolly goddess. I feel like very few are gonna get that joke. We eventually make our way to the keep and reach where Crow and the woman are. Crow, angered that we're here, begins to threaten us by burning us alive, to which the woman interrupts, saying that they're to take Anya's alive. But he doesn't listen to her and ends up killing his men. This sends her in a rage and decides to go against him. She then drags us to help her, which Ringabel has no problem with and even drops her name, Edea. Although she's confused as to how he knows, he puts her focus back onto Crow and then the fight begins. So now we have our full party. Not that the other three know yet. So, Ominous Crow, if you couldn't tell already, is a black mage. So he'll of course be dealing magic damage, specifically casting fire. But that isn't the only spell he'll be using, as he'll also be using status element spells, those being poison and silence. You can say that this fight is sort of meant to introduce this to you as a way to say, hey, be sure to stock up on recovery items. Though if you bought the spells from the town and also level up your healer's job, then you'd have no problem removing poison from your party. But silence would be a different case if said healer is inflicted by it. But if you have the proper items, then it shouldn't take long to beat him. Defeating him unlocks the Black Mage job, and this is sort of the job that I give to Ringabel to prioritize on for now. Once the fight is over, Edea begins to take in what she's done, but doesn't regret it whatsoever. She then asks if she's able to join us, but Anya's refuses to let her join, with good reason since she was with the people who wanted to kill her. Edea then comments on how Anya's isn't as evil as everyone told her she was, and that the Sky Knights she was with, specifically Ominous in this matter, was more wicked or black as she puts it. She's then more interested in joining to see the truth for herself, to see what's black and white in terms of evil and good. Anyas is still hesitant about not only Edea joining but also Ringabel, and asks Tez for his thoughts. While he doesn't see them as bad people and is willing to let them join, that's when Ringabel interrupts by reading what's in his journal. His journal predicts that not only will the three of them take the Eternian ship, but along with Edea as well. As Anyas is questioning the book, Edea points out the ship they plan on stealing is flying right above them. At first they begin to believe that it's after them, but realize that it's heading towards the city, so they quickly hurry there. Exiting the keep, we see what's going on at the castle, and inside we see another man leading the Sky Knights. They again come threatening the king to give up Anyas, but that's when Owen rushes in, facing the man. They give their names to one another, with the man being named Argent Heinkel. Having heard Owen's name, he challenges him to a duel. It then cuts away and back to the party where we continue to make our way back to Caldisla. Upon reaching the throne room, they see the guards cut down with one of them only barely able to mention Heinkel's involvement. Edea is able to recognize who the knight was talking about, but that's when they suddenly find Owen.
I'm unmanned. Pathetic.
Someone help!
Don't bother. Leave me. The king, they took his majesty. That man, Heinkel. My sword didn't so much as scratch him. 'Tis. I ask this knowing it's an unreasonable demand. Please, help my king. Save this place. You're the only one I can...
I'll bring the king back. I swear it. Be at peace, Owen.
Thank you. Thank you.
With Owen dead, they go to tell the innkeep of his unfortunate passing. They share the unfortunate news with him, and he's thankful for them, but having his only son killed, he walks off so that he can mourn. Edea, angered at how low the duchy would stoop, readies herself and orders the party to head towards the villa to confront Heinkel. Tez and Anyas respond by standing silently, looking at each other. Confused, Edea asks of their silence, to which Anyas responds by telling her that she was with the Eternian forces, and because of that, they can't trust her. So due to that, only the two of them will go stop Heinkel. Edea gets further frustrated and rushes off. Playing as her, we make our way towards the graveyard where she continues to call Anyas names, but that's when she notices the innkeep there. She apologizes for disturbing him, but he isn't bothered, but asks her if she's willing to listen to him. The innkeep recounts Owen's youth, saying that he used to always be sick as a child, but yet he would train himself in order to protect the country that he loved. He would of course eventually join the royal guard, and it wouldn't take long for him to become captain. And although he was proud of his achievements, a part of him wonders if he should have stopped him, as if he had done so, then he would still be alive. After sharing his thoughts, it makes Edea reflect on the things she was taught. It wonders what's real and isn't. Back to the others, Ringabel questions Anyas as to why she's suspicious of him, or rather, why she's not allowing him to tag along with them. She explains that since Edea isn't going with them, then what reason does he have to tag along? Although Eri expresses her concern for the two of them, they're committed to their plan. That's when Edea barges in and forcibly lets herself in on the plan. And although Anyas insists on not letting her join, Edea tells her that she wants to get back at the Sky Knights for what they've done. Not only that, but she also shares that since the villa will be heavily guarded, they would have no chance in slipping in. With her though, they'd be able to sneak in with no trouble since they'll still think she's on their side. But unsurprisingly, Anyas is still insistent on not letting them join, as she feels responsible for all that's happened so far. That's when Ringabel reassures her, stating that the journal says that they'll all travel together. Though it mentions nowhere about Ringabel also being with them in the journal, he still plans on joining them. With everyone finally in agreement that they'll work together, they proceed to head towards the villa to save the king. Now that we finally have the whole party together, once you exit to the overworld, we finally unlock the ability to do special attacks. How special attacks work is sort of different than most RPGs, as there isn't a special bar that you have to wait to fill up, or even one unique condition that you need to fulfill to activate it. No, there are many different conditions that can be used to use their special attacks, and they're all dependent on the weapon you use, and each weapon have their own specials that do different things. For instance, Staves, a weapon that's best used by the White Mage job, to unlock its special, you'll need the character wielding it to heal someone a certain number of times to unlock a specific level of special. Yes, each weapon has 3 level specials to choose from, and describing the specials, I'm just gonna call each level a super because, well, I'm addicted to Street Fighter 6 right now. So for a Staff's level 1 super, it will heal your party for a massive amount of HP and MP. And not only that, but it also gives the character who used the super a healing strength buff. For a level 2 super, it gives your party a boost to their physical and magic defense. Then finally, for the level 3 super, it'll cast a powerful light-based magic attack against the enemy. I won't be going over all the specials because that would just be too much, but I went over the staves just to give you an idea on how they kind of work. Now here's where you can get sort of crazy and get into some experimenting, as you can customize each super by adding an extra buff or element to strengthen it. You get these added effects by continuing to rebuild Norende, so I'm assuming now you see why it is important to check on it. There's a good amount of effects and customizing you could do, and again, I won't be going over them. Instead, I'll let you experiment with that if you decide to play the game. There's one last thing I want to mention before I move on, and it's something that makes me love the specials. Not only do I love them because they're pretty good and helpful in certain situations, but because they also add characterization to the characters themselves. Not in terms of the animations themselves, as they're pretty much the same depending on the weapon, but the default dialogue that's used for the specials, and mainly the music that goes along with them. The dialogue is specific for each character and the level super, but it gives you a further glimpse into their personalities. Though you are able to change what they say by putting in whatever you want, which means you can make them say the most completely cursed thing, but what really shows off their personality and characteristic the most is the special attack music, as they're also unique to each character. Each special's music is played with a unique instrument, and each one is fitting for each character, as the way they're played is, again, fitting for them. And listening to them, you can just guess which character they represent. Here, I'll even play each one, and I'll let you guess which one belongs to who. And here are the answers. You can see the effort and attention to detail that the people who worked on this did, and I just love it. But moving on with the story, they arrive at the keep and Nadia goes over the plan, telling them that their original plan of storming the villa is a horrible one. Instead, she proposes that everyone else act like they're her prisoners, that way they have an easier chance of getting in. Agnes is a bit hesitant of the plan, but goes along with it since there's no better alternative. With the plan all laid out, they continue forward to the villa, and once arriving there, Idia is able to pass the speech check with the guard, since she has the added bonus of having Agnes with her. Although the guard asks about Crow's whereabouts, she again passes the check telling him that Agnes killed him and with that, they're able to sneak themselves in. Though news about Idia's defection seems to have spreaded fast, as it doesn't even take long for the Sky Knights to start acting hostile towards them. With their plans now in shambles, they have no other choice but to keep going. After going up a few floors, they eventually run into Heinkel and the kidnapped king. Heinkel then asks Idia as to why she defected, but isn't pleased with her response. Tiz butts in by demanding for the king back, but he's unwilling to unless they give up Anya's to him, which she's almost willing to, but the king refuses to let her give up her life for his. Heinkel then threatens the king if he doesn't shut up, which makes Idia berate him, and tells him that he doesn't earn the title of knight. Angered by her comments, he orders his men to kill the 4 of them, but once dealing with them, Heinkel walks off with the king, only saying that he'd hope for things to end peacefully. We chase after him outside, and upon catching up to him, Idia continues to ridicule him, saying that unlike her father, he doesn't have the true pride of a knight. She goes on to tell him to release the king and to fight them fair and square, like a true knight, but he just deflects what she says and continues his way towards the airship. Even though the party realizes that Heinkel is trying to bait them on the ship, they have no other option and get on board. Heinkel is then amused at their bravery for taking the bait head on, but Tiz and Idia let him know that they're not afraid and are ready to take him down, with Idia even saying that she'll strip him of his title. Heinkel, even further angered, brings out his blade and yells that he'll kill them all, aside from Anya's, and thus, the fight begins. Immediately getting into the fight, you'll see that he has 2 Sky Knights with him, which brings the difficulty up a tad bit, but it shouldn't be something to worry about, as they're pretty easy to get rid of. If you've been using the Examine skill or been using elemental skills on the Sky Knights, then you know or find out that they're weak to thunder. I bring this up because it so happens that Heinkel himself is also weak to thunder, so you can have your Black Mage target everyone and deal thunder damage to them all. Now for Heinkel himself, he wields the Knight Job, and with it, he'll be upping his defense, but with that defense increase, he can also deal a big attack with it. What he'll do is use Protect to increase his defense bit by bit, and then eventually use Shield Bash, which lowers his defense, but the higher it is, the more damage it does. So that's kinda his strategy for this fight, and once you realize that, you just need to default to increase your BP, since you'll be dealing minimal damage when his defense is up. Though you can also just spam Thunder with your Black Mage, and that'll be very effective, since his magic defense shouldn't be that high. And then you'll eventually beat him. Defeating him unlocks the Knight Job, and I've pretty much explained what you're able to do with it, at least early on, but there are some decent abilities to unlock from it. Also, I give this job to Idia because it's just fitting for her. Once the fight is over, the airship begins to lose its altitude, and everyone starts to panic as no one is able to pilot it. That is, until Ringable asks Idia on the name of the ship, and once confirming it's named the Echelot, as it's said in his journal, he takes the helm and is able to steer the ship. He makes for an impromptu landing at the lake where we fought Holly and Lur. Then upon landing, they head back to Kaldisla to safely return the king. At the throne room, the king thanks the party for not only saving him, but the people as well. He especially thanks Tiz as even though his home was destroyed, he still took it upon himself to save the people of Kaldisla, and he even offers him Owen's position. But Tiz kindly turns down his offer, as he has already promised Anya's to help her on her journey to purify the crystals. The king understands and wishes us a safe journey, and so the party goes back to the airship. On board, Ringable proclaims his new reason for being with them, as he's the only one in the group capable of flying the airship, and also, he isn't going to give up the chance to rizz up some ladies. Ignoring him, Tiz then asks Anya's for the reasoning for the Eternians going after her, to which she explains that the Duchy of Eternia has sprung up a new ideology in the form of anti-crystalism. Idia then chimes in, explaining that the country no longer needed to use for crystals, and that the Crystal Orthodoxy, the church that values the crystals, are labeled as heretics. Not only that, but once the chasm showed up, they sent forces to capture Anya's and the other Vestals, as they believe they're the cause of it. The rest of the party, having been with her, find it strange that the Duchy will label her as evil when she's been trying to help solve the problem, with even Ringable suggesting that they probably know the true cause of it. Knowing what they're about to face, Anya's gives them one final chance to walk away from her journey, but unsurprisingly, everyone has their own reasons for joining her. For Tiz, it's to help Anya's find a way to seal the chasm on Narende. For Idia, to learn the full truth and to see who's in the right. And for Ringabel, well, he's the only one able to fly the airship, so Anya's kinda needs them. And so, we're able to fly around on the airship to wherever we want on the map. If there's clear water to land on at least. But most importantly, we're able to head off to our next destination, that being Ansheim, the land of sand and time, and where the first crystal, the Crystal of Wind, is located. Upon landing on the waters near Ansheim, ends the prologue. Once making it to Ansheim, Anya's comments on how the wind is still gone, which makes Tiz ask about the wind. She explains that the wind is the lifeblood, since it's the home of the wind crystal. With that explained, they make their way to the temple where the crystal is held. But Anya doesn't know the way to it, but thankfully Ring a Bell's journal has a passage that details the land of Ansheim and where the temple is located. Now that they know where to go, the cutscene cuts to a different location, where we see an unknown group of people. One of the men refers to the man with his back towards the camera as Lord Marshall, or Idia's father as we know, and they begin their meeting. The Black Knight reports to him that the Sky Knights that were sent to Caldisla were defeated not only by Anya's, but the others as well. As for Idia, he mentions that her whereabouts are unknown, though the Grand Marshal doesn't show any disregard with the matter with his daughter, and also reveals the Black Knight's name, Alternus. The floating girl then complains about how pathetic the Sky Knights were, being unable to kill Anya's and to let her steal the airship, though the man in the coat reminds her, Victoria, that they need Anya's alive, to which she responds to him, Victor, that if that's the case, that they just need to follow her to Ansheim. Alternus, realizing that's the case, then wonders why exactly she's returning to the Wind Crystal, thinking she's up to something. Victor then mentions that the Calmer and the Profiteer are both in Ansheim, to which the Grand Marshal orders Victor to tell the Profiteer to stop Anya's. We then come back to the party arriving at Ansheim. The game cuts to a sleazy looking rat man? And another man whose back can only be seen. We could assume that the rat guy is the Profiteer since he's reading the message that the Marshal sent for him. As for the other man, he seems to be a hitman of sorts as he's asking for his payment. They talk a bit about the message and the business side of it. Back to the party, they walk to the center of the city where the King of Ansheim, Calmer VIII, is holding a speech for the people. His speech is about the state of things with the wind still gone, and how he's proud of his citizens for operating the turbines of the city to keep things moving. But he complains that their current efforts aren't still enough, and that they'll be working longer through the day to make up for it. Of course, the people are shocked and upset by this, as they're being worked to death, and as the Calmer is about to continue his speech, he's interrupted by a messenger. Whatever has been sent to him makes him start blaming the Crystal Orthodoxy, but mainly Anya's, for being the ones responsible for the wind being gone. He even goes as far as to accuse Anya's of abandoning her country to save only herself, and this statement angers Idia, but the party doesn't do anything for now. We go inside the castle to talk to Calmer, but he isn't all too amused to see us as he speedruns his complaints by asking Anya's why she didn't immediately ask for an audience with him upon her arrival. He even lies to her face by saying that he was worried for her safety, and asks for what she saw at the chasm. Sharing what she knows, he then shames her by bringing up the state of Ansheim with the wind still gone, and how the people are working tirelessly to keep the city running. He then begins to give her backhanded comments, telling her that it's her job and only purpose is to get the wind blowing again, otherwise she'll be letting her people down. Even further, he implies that Anya's originally ran away from the problem, and even asks her if she'll be doing the same. And this dude wins the biggest dickhead award, bar none. Even though Anya should be enraged by these awful accusations and insults that were just thrown at her, she instead keeps her composure and gives a nicely done backhanded response, and leaves. Gotta love her. And of course the king starts crying on how Anya's responded. As they're leaving, Tiz comments on how south the talk went, but Anya's responded by saying that she wasn't so much as mad, but rather scared of him. Not only him, but the people as well, as she feels like they don't see her as her, and instead as only the Vestal. The others try to cheer her up by mentioning how angered the king was by Anya's response, and with that, they make their way to the Temple of Wind. Exiting the cutscene, the game introduces us to sub-scenarios, or sub-quests. Now, although the game somewhat presents them as unimportant and something that you could just kinda ignore, you're gonna want to do them. That's because doing these quests is how you unlock other jobs. Jobs that potentially have abilities and skills that'll help you cheese the game. The subquests aren't that hard to complete or even unlock, as unlocking them only requires you to progress with the story. Though there are a few that do have some requirements, but again, there are only a few, as you can count the amount of them with one hand. Now, although the side quests have nothing to do with the main story, I could just simply gloss over them, but I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to this game by doing so. So, I'll be going over them as well, even though there's a lot of them and it'll make this video even longer. The first quest you'll see upon exiting the cutscene is located at the Profiteer's office, or at the far right of Ansheim. Visiting him, he kindly introduces himself to us, then proceeds to brag about being the sole provider of water licenses, and how their water is the cleanest and freshest. Then he just kicks us out because he's busy, or I guess he kindly asks his guards to walk us out. But I think my phrasing earlier is more fitting. To continue the quest, you walk to the well next to his office, and interact with it, and upon doing so, you get a cutscene. Tiz is a bit parched, and walks to the well to get some water, but a soldier stops him, yelling that the water is the property of the Calmer and Profiteer. Tiz is baffled by that statement, but then the soldier tells him that if he wants free water, then he needs to go to the oasis. So to proceed with the quest just to get a drink of water, we head to the oasis. Arriving there, the party is greeted with someone yelling for help, and when asking what happened, he tells the group that he was robbed clean by thieves. Asking where they went, he points out that they are right behind them. Luckily, this was at least before the awful, they're right behind me, aren't they, line. Although their numbers are large, they confront the thieves in hopes of getting the man's things back. Walking up to the leader, they tell him to give the stolen goods back, but since he's a thief, he's obviously not going to easily give back the things he stole. As he's walking away, he also makes a comment about how thirsty he is, and how it feels like there are needles in his throat. And not thirsty in the way I am for Nia. With their numbers being far too high for us to handle, we let them go for now, but as soon as we're in the overworld, we follow to their hideout at the Harena ruins. I just want to mention that this dungeon is one of the very few that have environmental traps that give you a status element. For this one, walking past these holes that are protruding out of the walls will make you shoot out some sand. And if you're to let the sand hit you, then your party will be afflicted with blindness. So this dungeon is one of those instances where you want to stock up on some eye drops, but really, you should be stocking up on every ailment recovery item for when you need it. Once getting to the bottom to their actual hideout, they confront the thieves' leader and tell him once again to return the things that they stole. He quickly gets angered and randomly starts talking about how the country is filled with nothing but sand and hypocrites, then starts mentioning his thirst. Idia then turns that on him, saying that the same people he robbed were also thirsty. He still doesn't listen and then goes on about how it's a dog-eat-dog world, and goes on about how his parents, although struggling to provide themselves with them getting robbed by the city, they still try to have an uplifting spirit. That is until they've reached their breaking point, to where they couldn't feed the three of them, so they decided to abandon him. Although Tiz tries to give an alternative reason as to why they left him, he clearly doesn't want to listen and believes his parents left him to die. But Tiz doesn't accept his answer, as instead of becoming a thief, he could have spent his time getting better and hunting them down to find his answer, but instead he did nothing. Angered further, he calls out for someone named Kent, who is revealed to be the mysterious man from the cutscene from when we entered the city. He asks Jackal, the thief, if he has the money to hire him, and once the contract has been made, the fight against them begins. Remember how I mentioned about how stocking up on ailment recovery items would be a good idea? Well, this fight would prove that point again, as Kent's job is special, as he can imbue his weapon with magic, and for this fight he'll add fire and silence onto it. I'll explain more about the job later. So what it'll do is whenever he hits one of your party members, there'll be a high chance he'll inflict silence onto them, which isn't good if he hits your healer. As for Jackal though, he isn't much of a challenge as his job, which you can easily guess is the thief. So he'll be really weak and all he'll do is try to steal an item from you and do basic attacks, so not too worrying. Who you'll mainly want to be focusing on this fight is Kent, as he doesn't really stay for the fight for too long, as when his health reaches a certain point, he'll leave. After that, it's easy pickings as, again, Jackal's weak, so the fight will pretty much be over before you know it.
Everything taken away. So thirsty.
For this fight, you'll acquire the Thief Asterisk, giving you the thief job, which I don't know how people mainly feel about this class/job in other games, but I'm personally not a big fan of it, or rather, it's not my first choice. I always think of it being as the weakest class and not really providing much, and I thought the same thing for this game when I first played it, only giving it to Tiz for a short while. However, I would eventually learn what this job can do, and I will show you the bullshittery that it can do, but I'll save it for far later in the game. Regrouping ourselves after the fight, they begin rummaging through the stolen goods, and Ringabel comes across something important. It appears to be a note that belonged to Jackal, and upon reading it, they discover that the Profiteer has been working with them on a scheme. Their scheme involves them raising the prices of the city's water, and for the people who can't afford it, get sent to the Oasis. That's when Jackal swoops in and robs them, thus making them change their mind and pay the outrageous fee to safely get clean water. Disgusted at their greedy deeds, they plan on storming back to the Profiteer's office and exposing him of his dirty crime. Back at the office, we see the person who got robbed being made to pay back for the stolen goods, and even trying to explain that he isn't able to pay for the damages, the Profiteer doesn't care in the slightest. He goes too far by threatening to take money from the man's family, but that's when the party shows up to expose him of his schemes. He at first tries to deny the accusations, however, Edea pulls out the contract with Jackal, finally bringing the truth to light. Even with his lies being exposed, he doesn't give much of a reaction, with simply just calling it business. His response agitates Edea, and she gets ready to take him down. But before she does, he calls for Kent, who, just like with Jackal, is paid to protect him. When their contract is made, the fight between the Profiteer and Kent begins. Now, the structure for this fight is going to be the same as the one with Jackal, for the most part at least, where you're going to want to be focusing on Kent first. Though for this fight, you'll actually want to be focusing on the Profiteer, and I'll explain why in a bit. Also, Kent doesn't have any new movesets for this fight, it's actually the same, so there's nothing new for me to explain with him. However, for the Profiteer, the entire gimmick with his job revolves around using money, and let me tell you, his money hurts. In this fight, he'll only use a move called Takeover, where he throws his money at you, and it does a lot of damage if your characters don't have a lot of defense. So because of how strong his money is, I'd say you want to mainly focus on him. And it all works out well. When you get the Profiteer's health to a certain point, it'll also trigger Kent to exit the fight, so you don't really have to attack him at all. Sure, his silence will be a bit of an annoyance, but once you get over that and he leaves, the fight will be over in no time.
Matt, no!
Defeating the Profiteer, you unlock the Merchant job, which, as I said, its main gimmick revolves around money. You're able to raise your crit chances by using money, and with that, you'll just be able to deal a good chunk of damage. I'd say this job isn't good at this point in the game, as you'll probably have little money to use. It's only good when you become the Jeff Bezos in this game. That's where this job shines the best. But I guess you can help yourself get more money early on with this job because one of its abilities increases the amount of money you get from battles. So that'll help you, I guess. You're essentially just collecting blood money. And even though that's good and all, I never found this job to be all too interesting. Like, the money increase is tempting and doing big damage with money sounds fun and all, but I never cared as I didn't want to waste my money. Which is the polar opposite of me in real life when it comes to Xenoblade merch. Especially if it's Nia. Once exiting the fight, Edea is still livid, thinking about the horrible things that the Profiteer had done. But that's when Ringabel finds another hidden paper. It appears to be a note telling the receiver that their meeting place will be in a different location, and to meet them at night. Though this time, the letter doesn't have a name on it. Seeing that there are more people involved in this scheme, they decide to go to the meeting to put an end to it. Though you aren't able to progress with the subquest for now, as you need to progress with the story first. So for now, let's do just that and check back on this quest later. So this time we finally head to the Temple of Wind to restore the Wind Crystal. Once arriving at the temple, Tiz, Edea, and Ringabel are surprised to see the place infested with monsters. Agnes explains that when the darkness engulfed the crystal, it most likely drew the monsters to it, and with that explained, they proceed with navigating towards the crystal. However, as they're making their way towards the altar, they take their time looking around the temple and see the horrors of what's been left behind. At the dining hall, Anya's is reminded of the women who helped raise her, but now all that's left are flipped over tables and torn fabrics that belonged to the acolytes. The library that was full of the crystal scriptures, some of which Tiz heard of before from his village, but for Edea, she's never heard of them. Though now the books lie scattered on the floor, as though someone was desperately trying to recover them. But as Ringabel points out, only dried blood remains. Nearing the room where the crystal is, Edea is distraught, having to imagine the horrible things that have happened. Anyas then shares that everyone in the temple sacrificed themselves to protect her, and as much as she wants to grieve for them, she isn't given the moment to. So instead, she and the others make their way to the crystal's altar to restore the Crystal of Wind. In the room, the party aside from Anyas are in awe with how big the crystal is. However, Anyas is concerned with the color of it, as it seems to have gotten worse. Eri, who's also concerned, asks Anyas if she knows what to do, and of course, she does, as she was taught when she was little. Though they're missing one thing before they can start the Rite of Awakening, that being the crystal garb. So they go look for it in the temple. However, once they do find it, they're upset to see that it's been torn and damaged. They begin trying to think of another solution when Tiz suggests making a new one. As Edea is making a sarcastic comment on Tiz's suggestion, Anyas remembers of an old sage at a place called the Yuliana Woods, further explaining that he's helped make the garbs and other tools for them, though the last time she's visited him was when she was a child and is unsure if he's even still alive now. With no other option, they decide to head there, but first check with Ringabel's journal to see if they're even able to land in the waters there. Seeing that they're able to, they now know where to head to next and make their way there quickly. Before I move on though, I quickly want to mention something that I've been brushing past since we first entered here. So in the temple, there will be an NPC that you can interact with. A owl person / creature with a staff? You're able to talk to him, but nothing really happens, and I want to say that if you're at this point of the game, then you'll want to remember his location, because he'll be important for something later on. That's all I really want to mention for now, so let's move on. The party eventually arrive at the Yuliana Woods, and there, they find a tailor-like place to which Anya suddenly remembers being here before. They start calling out for the sage, and lo and behold, he's surprisingly still alive. Then he begins to ask to whom he has the pleasure of speaking to. Once Anyas introduces herself, his memories of her start flooding in, and he also makes a suggestive comment on her looks. It's creepy coming from him, especially since he knew her when she was a child. After reminiscing for a bit and Anyas touching the surface on her situation, they get invited inside for her to further share herself. Explaining what's happened so far to her in the outside world, the sage begins to mention something called the harrowing, and believes it to be what's happening. Questioning what the harrowing is, the sage briefly explains that all the events that are happening are a part of it. Anyas chimes in saying that it's her duty to purge the darkness by awakening the crystals, though as she says this, the sage responds in a questionable tone as if confused regarding the awakening of the crystals. Though before anyone else can give an answer or something, Ringabel interrupts them by praising the sage's skill on making women's clothing. They then get very buddy-buddy with each other as they're both very enamored with women. After their talk, I guess, or Tiz trying to rope the conversation back on topic, Ringabel then fills the sage in that they need a new Vestal garb for Anyas. The sage seems more than willing to, however, to make it, he needs something called a rainbow thread. He adds that to get it, Anyas must go procure it as it is tradition for the Vestal to do so. But for now, the party decides to rest up for the night. The next morning, the sage asks for a sexist favor as he wants Edea to make him breakfast as it'll taste better if she were to make it. Declining the offer, Anyas then asks for the location of the rainbow thread, and he points to them to a cave west of where they are. Knowing where it is, they go to retrieve it, and once arriving at Vestman Cave, Edea begins to have a bit of doubt on whether the rainbow thread is actually in the cave. But Anyas reassures her that the sage has helped the Vestals over the years, and they should trust him for now, and so they proceed. They eventually get to the bottom and find the thread. Edea is amazed by its beauty, but before they can even collect it, Ringabel hears something coming towards them, and suddenly a fight begins. That's right, a fucking dragon shows up out of nowhere and attacks us. Now I could say that this boss is surprisingly hard and all of that, but really, it's not if you're well equipped. So for that, there's nothing much to say as it uses an all-targeting attack and a single targeting attack, and other than that, you'll finish in no time at all. After surviving the encounter, Eri gets angry at the Sage for not even warning them ahead of time, but Anya brushes it off as suggesting it being a trial for them. They continue along and take the thread back to the Sage. They deliver the thread to him, and after giving a complaint to him, he immediately starts working on the garb, while the rest spend the day relaxing. The day passes by and everyone's asleep when Tiz suddenly awakens and sees that Anya isn't sleeping in her bed, and so he goes to check up on her. Stepping out, he sees her talking to the Sage, asking him if he remembers her pendant. She tells him that ever since he's given it to her, she's been keeping it as a good luck charm, to which the Sage tells her to keep holding onto it as it might help her out in the future. Then she proceeds to ask him if he remembers a girl that was with her when she first met him, to which he happens to remember that girl, Olivia. Anya shares with him that she too became a Vestal for the water crystal, but what she really wants to know if he's heard anything of her, since the water crystal is also consumed by the darkness. Though unfortunately, he's heard nothing, nor seen her as she has not visited him since the harrowing started. Seeing her look more distraught, he tries to comfort her by asking what else is on her mind. She begins to share with him that she feels uncertain about everything, as before all this, she never explored anywhere else in the world, and was only surrounded by women. Because of her lack of knowledge of the world, she feels like she'll be unable to face the trials that are ahead of her. The Sage then goes on saying that over the years people have stopped worshipping the crystals, and due to that, they've forgotten their teachings and practices. But even then, they still regard both the crystals and Vestal, and so because of that, Anya shouldn't have any doubt as it's a Vestal's duty to show the path. Even with all that explained to her, she still has doubt as she feels powerless, as when the harrowing began, she couldn't stop the crystal from being swallowed in darkness, or even save the women who helped raise her. And not only that, but she feels like everybody has high expectations of her, and she's afraid of letting them down. Not being able to take that step and carving a path for the people, but the Sage reassures her, telling her that although she feels that way, she still took that step. Even with the world hurting her and blaming her, she still fought hard for the sake of everyone, and so she should have nothing to doubt as she's the one fit for creating that path, and that her words from a Vestal shall be taken to heart by everyone, and she'll light a path for them. When the Sage is done sharing his thoughts, Anya tells him that his words sound like Tiz. The Sage laughs as he takes it as Anya's having a crush on him, but he continues to assure her that if she speaks her mind to the people, then her words will surely reach them. With Tiz seeing that their conversation is about to end, he goes back to bed, closing the night. The next day, Anya tries on the new Vestal garb, and sure enough, everyone is amazed by it. She thanks the Sage, but of course he has to make a comment, saying that she should give him a kiss on the cheek as a reward. But now that we have the garb, it's time to head back to the Temple of Wind to reawaken the Wind Crystal. When they make it back to the altar, they comment on how the air has gotten worse, and that's when Ringabel points out that something is with them. Looking at the crystal, they see a figure of a monster, Orthros, the bringer of doom, and with not much choice, they get ready to fend it off. Now, Orthros is the first of the 4 monsters we'll be facing when reawakening the crystals, and of course, he's not going to be the strongest. But that doesn't mean you should take him lightly, as he has 2 different options of attacking, and since it's 2-headed, it has 2 turns as well, and they both have separate health bars. As you can probably assume from its design, it has both ice and fire attacks, but as I'm also sure you're able to gather, it's also weak to those elements as well. As it's throwing physical and elemental attacks at you, you'll be wanting to hit their elemental weaknesses with your Black Mage. Also, if you've been keeping up with your rebuilding of Narende, then at this point, you'd have unlocked effects to add to your special attacks. That mainly being the elemental ones, but there's also ones that increase damage depending on the monster species, Orthros being the beast kind. So if you have that, it'll help you get through this fight quicker. But hitting its weaknesses and making the right plays, you easily deal with Orthros in no time. After the fight, Tiz questions how long the monster has been inside of it, but instead of getting an answer, Eri rushes things along and tells Anya to immediately start the Rite of Awakening. When she's ready, Eri goes over what Anya needs to do for the Rite of Awakening, explaining that once her breathing gets in sync with the crystal's rhythm, she must continue to pray. However, she does warn her to stop when she says so, because if she continues, then the crystal will shatter. As for the others, she tells them that they're to remain distant and not distract Anya no matter what. Tiz gets a bit worried about Eri's warnings, but she reassures them and they begin the Rite of Awakening. I'll just quickly explain to you that all you really need to do here is just tap B until it stops you.
Is it done? Not yet! Just a little longer! More! Keep going! Still not enough! You can do this! Stop! That's it! I said stop! No! It's too much! It's going to break!
When the crystal is back to its former glory, Eri is ecstatic while the rest of the party are in awe at the crystal's light, with Tiz commenting that the people in Ansheim should have seen it by now. Ringabel also makes a comment, but saying that he feels as if he's seen the crystal's light before, though he's unable to remember much aside from a woman's hand reaching out to him from the light. Though because of that added tidbit, Edea and the others brush it off as Ringbell just being himself, and they continue the conversation along. Tiz then checks up on Anya's, seeing that she's exhausted, but after she reassures him that she's fine, Eri points out that her brooch, the one you can see in the menu, is now shining. And upon closer inspection, a part of the brooch now has a green shine on it that's representative of the wind crystal. Now knowing that there are 3 crystals left, they head back to the city to see their results. I want to take a quick second to explain why the brooch was sort of mentioned and why it's displayed in your menu. Well, aside from it representing your progress through the game, awakening each crystal actually unlocks something for you. That is, you being able to equip more support abilities. At the start of the game, you are only able to equip one support ability, but as you progress through the story, the more slots you unlock and the more you can experiment with. So for now, your options open up a little bit more, but you're still very limited and very weak. Going back to Ansheim, the party hears a lot of noise coming from somewhere, and they notice the king and a crowd of people surrounding him, so they go check it out. The king continues to make slanderous claims to the crowd, telling them about Anya's coming back and asking for forgiveness for abandoning them, giving her a second chance only for her to just abandon them again and do nothing to bring the wind back. But just as he's trying to convince the people to abandon their beliefs on the crystal orthodoxy, Anya interrupts him and walks up to him to face the people. She announces to the people that she's awakened the crystal. However, the calmer in the people doubt her as the wind is still still. Unable to handle the pressure, Tiz speaks out to her, repeating what the sage said. She collects herself and tells the people of the happenings outside of Ansheim, telling them that the king is the one who sent her out to investigate the problem. She then goes to tell them about what happened when they went to go awaken the crystal, but after sharing her side and explaining everything, the king still tries to make the people doubt her. So to prove them wrong, she pulls out a chain that belonged to Orthros, proving that she defeated the beast and reawakened the crystal. Though of course the king tries to deny it, but as Anya is repeating her sentiment that the wind will come back, the wind starts blowing again, leaving the people ecstatic as they're now free from their grueling labor. Anya walks back to the group and expresses how glad she was able to reach the people, and the others rightly praise her for stepping up in front of the people and giving her speech. Anya then again faces the crowd, where now they begin to praise and thank her. They even begin to say that they want her to lead them. However, she tells them that she needs to leave as the other continents are also suffering and the other crystals need to be awakened. The people are understandable, and they now also see her as a caring and selfless person. Though as for the king, he stands idly by in pure malice and jealousy. So now that the winds are back, the party head off to their next destination. But before they leave the city, they're stopped by the Prime Minister. He stops them to tell her that he was moved by her speech, and that he believes it also took a blow on the king's ego. But then he asks her where they plan on going next, to which she shares that she plans on going to Florum, the city of flowers, and home of the water crystal. Hearing this, he gets a bit worried for her, as there isn't a port for them to dock, and the woods that lead them there is filled with a nauseous fog. So with no idea on how to get there, they decide to visit the sage again and ask him for advice. So they decide to head back to the airship. But before we actually move on with the story, we actually get to progress with a subquest here. So let's do that first. To progress with the quest, we actually have to wait until it turns to nighttime. And to do that, you just have to simply walk around the overworld for a bit. Then when it's nighttime, re-enter Ansheim and you'll see in the map the subquest icon on a building next to the spell shop. Enter it, and go further in, to which you'll get a cutscene where Tiz and Ringabel talk about what was on the memo being true. You'll just have to navigate through this dungeon, then at the end, you'll end up inside the palace. Tiz makes a note of that, but Edea grabs everyone's attention and tells them to be quiet as someone is approaching the throne. The camera then pans to the throne, where we can see the Calmer and Kent talking. The king is furious with Agnes for ruining his plans, and just like every villain, they go on to explain what their plan was, that being to raise the water's prices and to upset the citizens with heavy labor, so that he can then turn all their anger towards Agnes, to which it would then make them abandon the Orthodoxy's teachings and turn to anti-crystalism, all for the sake of making true progress. While Kent just points out the flaw in his plan, the king angrily brushes it off and now plans on killing Agnes and taking the crystal for himself. As Kent is questioning if the plan will even go well, Agnes speaks up and the party steps out to confront them both. Calmer questions them on how much they've heard, and after telling him they heard it all, he tries to deny the accusations by demanding for proof. Though of course we have the receipts, and knowing he's caught red-handed, he makes a contract with Kent, offering however much he wants from the treasury, and the fight begins. Now this will be a different fight with Kent, not because he does anything new, but because he'll stick through the fight till the end. There's a small cutscene when he's around half HP or so, where the party comments on that, and he replies saying that it'll be worth it if he lives. But yeah, since he's pretty much the same, again, there's nothing much to note aside from that tidbit. As for Calmer, the Time Mage, he'll be using spells that'll increase his and Kent's speed, allowing them to act faster. Who could have seen that coming from the Time Mage? Not only does he increase his speed, but he'll also try to cast a stop on one of your party members, which stops that character from being able to do anything at all. He also has an offensive spell, that being Quara, an Earth Elemental attack. At least I'm pretty sure I'm saying that right. And that's pretty much it really, and you should be able to handle them easily. Finally defeating Kent grants you the Spellfencer job. Don't mind Agnes and Edea. But since we fought him 3 times now, you should have a basic understanding on how his job works. Though, I will say that this job is alright at most. Although it's nice to be able to imbue your weapons with an element and with ailments, poison being the best one since there's a chance to afflict the boss with it, it's very situational. In the poison one, there's a very low chance of you actually hitting it, so it's sometimes a waste of time. Next, you have the Calmer's job, the Time Mage, which, from the fight, you can pretty much guess what spells you'll have, but there are other spells as well. You'll have access to earth spells, non-elemental spells, which are good, but a pretty decent one is being able to cast Regen. The White Mage job doesn't have it, so if you really want to have that skill, then you'll have to level up the job and have it as a secondary. But I never gave this to Agnes as a sub-job for reasons you'll see far later. But I will say that if you stick with this job and max it out, then you'll have access to something really good that'll even cheese the game. But again, I'll show that far later in the video. What I will share though is that the Time Mage does have an ability where if your entire party gets knocked out, basically game over, the battle will just restart, giving you a second chance. Not really useful in my mind because it really doesn't help you out in the end as nothing really changes, but thanks I guess. I know I overly explained these jobs, but the Spellfencer is the one I used for my playthrough, and the Time Mage was something I never experimented with until this playthrough, and what I saw you can do with it was crazy. But actually getting back on track, the party tells the Prime Minister the next day of Calmer's true colors. He thanks them for their deeds and tells them that he'll be taking the mantle and govern the people for the time being. But he does promise that he'll try to bring a good about change, and wishes Agnes off. So with all that done now, we could finally head back to the airship and once again visit the Sage. Getting back on the airship, Agnes starts feeling uneasy with doing nothing, but Ringabel tries to comfort her, saying that a little rest doesn't harm anyone. Then he proceeds to tell her that if she continues to worry, then it'll ruin her skin. Classic Ringabel stuff, but I swear guys, he's a good character. He then walks off as the seasickness is getting to him, and with him gone, Tiz begins to ask Agnes if she's met the other Vestals before, but she answers that she hasn't, though she is friends with the Water Vestals since they're closer to each other, and seeing that the water is in bad shape, she wants to go check on the water crystal. Just as their conversation is over, the door heading inside the airship opens, and Tiz assumes it to be Ringabel. That is, until he's knocked down. That person is revealed to be Alternus, one of the council members from Eternia. He orders everyone to surrender unless they want Tiz to die. Edea calls out to him, and that's when he finally notices that she's there, and begins to tell her how worried he was. He at first believes that Edea was held captive by Agnes, but she then tells him that he's wrong, and to let Tiz go, or else she'll stop him by force. Alternus can only be confused as to why Edea would betray not only her country, but her father as well. And that's when Edea explains that, ever since leaving them, she's seen things clearer now. Alternus then gives her an ultimatum, to capture Agnes and to overlook her betrayal, or to continue to stick with her and die by his hands. She decides to stick to her resolve, and tells him that although he's strong, she'll not go down easily. No matter how many times he threatens her and gives her many opportunities to change her mind, she stands her ground, which makes Alternus withdraw. Though before he leaves, he warns her of their actions, that what they're doing will only halt the progression of humanity. Then he destroys their Sky Stone, preventing them from flying, and he escapes. After Agnes checks on Tiz, seeing that he's fine, they then ask Edea who exactly he was. She starts explaining that he's one of the members of the Council of Six, and that Alternus was someone who she grew up with. Just as she's done explaining, Ringabel walks in, blissfully unaware of what just happened. They check to see if they're even able to fly, but confirming that they're unable to, they're left with no other option but to go through the forest that the Prime Minister warned them about. They arrive at the forest, and just as they were warned, they have trouble breathing as the air is bad. But again, with no other options, they press forward, ending the first chapter. The chapter starts at the council room, where Victoria wants to hear from Alternus a report on what happened in Ansheim, with Victor hearing that the crystal was awakened. Alternus corroborates that and adds that the crystal has a barrier that only Agnes is able to go past. Even with that, Victoria asks him, knowing that he encountered her, why he didn't bother capturing her, to which he drops the news to them that Edea was on her side. They're left speechless with how to go on now that Edea is with Agnes, but unwilling to back down, the Marshal is willing to let his daughter die as long as they capture Agnes. Alternus tries to reason with him as he doesn't want her to die, even going so far as to speak with her again, but he gets stopped by Victoria as she's willing to go hunt down Agnes. So together with Victor, they go off to Florum as well. Alternus asks the Marshal once more if he's sure of his decision, but he doesn't reply. Instead, we cut back to our party. But once we make it to the end of the Miasma Woods, we get a cutscene of Alternus meeting up with a woman who is surprised to see him. The woman is revealed to be named Einherja, who's the captain of the group called the Blood Rose Legion. Alternus asks her for a request, to which she says she'll comply if it doesn't interfere with her mission on capturing the Vestal. He proceeds to tell her about Edea's betrayal and how he tried talking her out of going with Agnes, and that's why he came to her, hoping that since they're almost like sisters, she'd be able to convince Edea to come back to them. She agrees upon his request, but warns him that if her sisters are to encounter Edea first, then there's a high probability of her being killed. Alternus reluctantly agrees, and then Einherja turns to her sisters and tells them to continue their missions while looking out for Agnes as well. We cut back again to our party where this time, we head to the city of Florum. Upon entering, Tiz and Ringabel take notice of the lack of men, and when asking about it, not only does Edea confirm that, but Agnes also explains that the city is predominantly populated by women, but men are also able to come and visit. Ringabel then pulls out his journal, which has a more detailed description of the city, detailing that they're devoted to the crystals and prefer peace rather than war. He then begins to fantasize the girls, thinking that they're angelic, but then is sure to point out two girls that are captivated by each other's looks. He's then dropped back into reality with some disappointment that they don't live up to what their journal says. That's when out of nowhere, Agnes gets thrown water at her. The girl responsible gives a poor excuse, saying that her hand slipped because of Agnes's hair. Then she just walks off. You know what? I'm gonna say it. What a fucking bitch. Also, Edea says something much harsher, and rightly deserved, I'd say. She also sees that she dropped something, a flyer for the 47th annual Sacred Flower Festival, to see who's the most beautiful flower. From that, Agnes is confused as she remembers the flower festival being something completely different, and not only that, but Florum has completely changed as well. With all the new surprising changes, the more she worries for Olivia. So she tells everyone that they should visit the matriarch to get an explanation. Once there, Agnes introduces herself, and the matriarch remembers who she is, but Agnes cuts to the chase and asks about the changes in Florum. The matriarch goes into detail about how the people of Florum used to care about the beauty of nature, but suddenly the women started only caring about their own beauty, and because of that, the lands have suffered. Try as she might to change things back to how they were, it was already too late, and now she's powerless to do anything about it. Then Agnes moves on to the subject of the Vestal and asks if Olivia is at the Temple of Water. However, she sadly doesn't know where she is as she's in hiding. Having no leads as to where she could be, Tiz suggests checking out the temple, so we go check it out. Arriving at the temple and looking around, they see that it's in a completely different state than the Wind Temple, as there's no sign of damage anywhere. Instead, it looks more so abandoned, like no one's been around for years. Also, I want to point out something really quickly, as you wouldn't really know unless you have the treasure tracker support ability equipped from the freelancer job, but the game will hide chests behind secret walls, something that Dark Souls will go on to shamelessly steal. But to find these hidden walls, you just have to hug the walls and hope you just find it. They're mainly hidden from the camera's view, so that's a bit helpful of knowing, but also not helpful. The party then go check out the crystal's altar, and what they see is that it's in the same state as the Wind Crystal. However, this one is protected with a barrier. Idia's first thought looking at the crystal was that it was already awakened, but Eri corrects her, saying that the shield was put up to protect it from the darkness. The way to remove it though, is for the person who created it, in this case Olivia, to come and remove it themselves. Because of the barrier, Agnes assumes that Olivia must have known what was going to happen before she went into hiding. They also figure out that due to the barrier still being active, that Olivia is presumably still alive. Thinking that they need to find Olivia to dispel the barrier, Eri explains that while that's one way of doing it, in actuality, Agnes is able to remove it herself as well, and go ahead with the awakening. She then tries to reason with Agnes, telling her that she should do it since they're in a hurry, but Agnes refuses to, as since Olivia is the Vestal of Water, it should be her duty to do it. There's also the fact that she wants to find out if she's safe or not. So to look for any leads as to where she is, they head back to Florum to speak with the matriarch again. Once exiting the temple, the game switches back over to Einherja again, ordering her troops to kill anyone who's a believer of crystalism. Then it pans over to two women, with one of them you can likely guess is Olivia, as she's wearing the Vestal garb, but they're cowering in fear, hiding from the Legion. Back to the party in Florum, they report to the matriarch on what they saw at the temple, and she's saddened by the news. The group then try to think as to why she went into hiding, when Idia remembers that the Legion were the ones sent here to look for Olivia. But instead of throwing their lives away by going straight at them, Ringabel pulls out his journal in search of a clue. Looking at the journal, there's a passage saying that Agnes enters a beauty contest, which shocks her, but thinking it over, she decides to go along with what the journal says, even if she doesn't like the idea. She reasons it by saying that the festival should still hold its original meaning, which would make Olivia attend it, and that alone is worth it, even if it exposes her to the enemies. Eri is a bit reluctant on doing the whole thing, as she'd rather just have Agnes do the awakening herself. But Agnes is still committed with the idea that the proper Vestal should be the ones to do it. So since they're gung-ho with their idea, Idia and Ringabel suggest to Agnes that she's gonna need a makeover to even win the contest. Agnes is opposed to the idea at first, but the both of them are able to persuade her into it, and so they go around the city to see what the current beauty trends are. After talking to all the women in the city to see what the trends are, they get nowhere with it as they're all secretive on where to get the items, and said items also being sold out. So they eventually end up deciding for Agnes to go with a sexy look, and they hear that an old man sometimes comes around town selling sexy clothing. They then go to the matriarch asking her about the old man, as the people say he knows her and the Vestal. She's instantly able to recognize who they're talking about, and tells them that it's the sage. Who could have seen that coming with that description? She also informs them that there's a path that leads to the woods, so in an effort to get some sexy clothing for Agnes, they make their way to visit the sage again. But before we move on, it's time to do some more subquests, as two of them are now available after the cutscene. To start the first one, go to the armory store and interact with it. You'll get a cutscene where the clerk asks for help for searching for two girls who went west of the city looking for something called the Spirit Hairpins. That's the one I'll be going towards first, but I'll share the beginning of the other one as well for now. There's another person in the plaza that you can interact with, And in the cutscene, they're selling hair dye for 1,000,000 peg? Ugh, that doesn't sound right. Flabbergasted at the outrageous price, they go talk to another woman who at first Ringabel tries hitting on, but she ignores them and goes off looking for a hairpin to buy. They're weirded out by the as if crazy state she was in, and then go interact with the item store where the clerk there will talk about the rumors surrounding the hair dye. That rumor being that applying it to your hair makes it take hold of your soul and eats it. But what makes it weirder is that no one knows what it's made from. Because of that rumor, she doesn't sell it, but she does tell us where the merchant who sells it comes from. With both subquests directing us on where to go, it's time to go complete them. And as for which one I'll go for first, it's to look for the lost children in the west. Getting near the garden, we immediately find the children who are being attacked by monsters. So we step in to get rid of them. Killing the monsters and confirming that these are the lost children, Ringabel tries to take them back to the city. However, the children are being reluctant. They're dead set on getting those spirit hairpins as they want to look cute, so they venture further to get them, leaving us to follow them to make sure that they're safe. Actually entering the Florum Gardens, the party catches up to the children once more, as one of them is getting scared of going in, while the other is trying to convince the other to keep going. The girl then mentions something called a florey, and upon asking what it is, they explain that it's a fairy that maintains the flowers in Florum. They also assume that the floreys are the one that make the hairpins. Then, they continue searching for one. Also, I just want to mention that this area has patches of flowers that inflict poison on you when you walk over them, so be careful of that. Making it towards the end of the garden, they eventually find the floreys that the children were talking about, and they stand there in awe of their beauty. As the children walk up to have a closer look, an explosion comes out of nowhere, killing the floreys. The party then runs up to the children to protect them, and in the distance, they see a woman standing there who Edea is able to recognize. That woman being Mephilia, one of Einherja's sisters. Edea probes her for answers as to what she's doing, and in a gleeful attitude, she responds saying that she's killing the floreys for their wings. The children begin to cry as they wanted the hairpins from them, but Mephilia gives them the shocking revelation that the hairpins that they seek for are actually made from their wings. Edea is then disgusted by her and the Bloodrose Legion's greed, but Mephilia has a different perspective on things, as she sees everyone as corrupted, and she even points to the girls. When the camera pans over to them, they see the girls who were once friends starting to fight each other for the wings. Mephilia can only laugh as she's amused by it. Then, she focuses back to Edea, and wanting to break her, the fight begins. Mephilia wields the Summoner's Job, which, from that title alone, you should be able to know that she's able to cast summons, but for this fight, she only has access to one summon. But don't underestimate her, as if you're not defaulting, then it can pack a serious punch if your magic defenses aren't good. But other than that, she'll be using basic attacks to hit you, which don't deal that much damage. Because of that, she's able to summon Legion of Soldiers by her side. They're of course weak, just like the Sky Knights, however, unlike them, where they were all weak to thunder, only the Lancer is. But like I said, they're not tough to handle, and if you're constantly defaulting, casting Protect and or Shell with your White Mage, then you should be fine for the rest of the fight. Defeating her grants you the Summoner Job, which lets you cast summons. As I said earlier, when you first equip the job, you only have access to one summon in the beginning, which of course makes sense. But you don't get the other summons through leveling up the job, as doing so only lets you be able to use it. Remember that owl monster in the Wind Temple that I said you should keep in mind? Well, those NPCs will be scattered across Luxemdark, and interacting with them now will let you take a test to acquire the summons. Though these tests feel like they're sort of level gated, as the test just involves you having to tank a summon thrown at you, and have your party, or at least one of them, survive. It's really dependent on your magic defense, I'm pretty sure, and you can try to find good equipment to help you, but for some of them, you just won't be able to tank them unless you're just at a good level where your stats are good. So bear all that in mind when you find these owl monsters. Oh, and be sure to save before attempting them, because the game will take you back to the title screen if you get wiped out. So once the fight is over, Mephilia is ecstatic to have put blood on Edea's hands. But before she rolls over dead, she tells Tez that he has something beautiful in him, that being a soul that doesn't belong to him, and with that, she dies. But they don't have time to think about what she meant by that, as they turn their focus back over to the girls. However, when they check on them, they're both on the ground, and checking on their conditions, they find that they're both dead. We then go back to the armory clerk in the city and tell her the unfortunate news. And that ends the subquest. Sad, but hey, at least we got a new job, right? I'm just gonna move on to the other subquest. That felt very Marvel coded. As we head east of Florum, we end up encountering the merchants selling the hair dye. Seeing us, they believe that we're trying to steal the ingredients for the hair dye to make money off of it. But Ringabel says some suave words to her, which makes her feel all flustered, and when asked about how the dye is made, she more than gladly spills the beans. She explains that it's extracted from giant snakes called Orochi, which are revered as gods by the people of Florum. The extract is a hallucinogen, and adding it to the dye, the women get into a frenzy, needing to get more of the dye. After giving an explanation, she gets ready to walk off as she has to meet with someone named Artemia. But Edea steps in to stop her, and a fight begins as a few of the Blood Legions come out. Getting rid of them, we venture forth and make it to the Twisted Treetop, where all they see are the remains of the hunted Orochis. Just as the party is mortified at the death of them, a voice yells at them to halt, and it's revealed to be Artemia. Edea questions her as to if they truly did kill the Orochi to simply get money, and Artemia responds by saying that she only does what her sister, Einherja, tells her to do. Edea is then upset at how low Einherja has stooped to do something like this, and even for her sister to not do anything about it. But Artemia doesn't listen to her, or is even willing to change her or her sister's mind. She then gets into a feral state, and only sees Edea as prey, which causes the fight to begin. For the fight, it starts off like any other of the Eternian captains and officers, where they have some soldiers with them, which is the same case with Artemia. So, like always, they're easy to get rid of. As for Artemia herself, she'll be using 2 abilities that can deal some decent damage to you, and she'll also be defaulting a good bit to use one of them. She'll use a move called Target that'll just pierce through your character if they're defaulting. Then the other, which costs PP, is Multiburst, which can attack your whole party, but it mainly just deals damage to your party at random, so one character could get hit more than once. These 2 moves are something you'll have to be a bit wary of, but other than that, she doesn't really do anything too crazy or isn't able to summon more allies to her side like Mephilia, so it'll just be a walk in the park with her. Defeating her unlocks the Ranger job. It would have made more sense if it was called the Hunter instead of Ranger, because all I think of is Power Rangers, but hey, what do I know? But this job is decently good and works well when you're fighting enemies in the overworld or dungeons, because of its accessibility of hitting their weaknesses. The abilities you get for this job are attacks that are able to hit the weaknesses of every beast except for humans. And I guess the only good ability to come out of this job is the target move, and as for its support abilities, they're not really the best. It's only when you get far into its level that you can get some fairly good ones, but it's not something to write home about. Going back to the city, we tell the clerk what the dye is made of, and in turn, she will spread the info to everyone. Now that the subquests are completed for now, it's finally time to visit the Sage again, and go through the path that the matriarch told us about, Mount Fragmentum. Going through the path and defeating a land turtle, that's a mini-boss, be cautious of it because it'll wreck your shit. We make it back to the Yuliano Woods, and meet the Sage again, thanking him for his help, and we begin to tell him of our predicament. The Sage is of course more than happy to help with giving Agnes a sexy outfit, as he begins offering all the dresses he has. And sure enough, both Ringabel and, surprisingly, Edea begin to go a bit overboard. They go through many dresses, but there isn't one that Agnes likes. Then, that's when Ringabel asks the Sage for something hotter. He calls him brave for suggesting something as such, but of course, he has an outfit that he cooked up called the Bravo Bikini. If you ask me, I think it was an infamous outfit when the game was getting localized for reasons I'll explain later. I'll just say for now that we'll unlock it as an outfit for a character. But back to the Sage explaining the outfit, he goes on to say that it's so extreme that every woman who had tried it out, they would begin to hate him. Ringabel is amazed once he sees it, and Edea is worried about having Agnes trying it, but Agnes says that she'll make any sacrifices to see Olivia. However, when she does try it out, she immediately goes back on what she says. As much as Ringabel and the Sage try to convince Agnes to wear it, Tiz and Edea step in to stop them both from pressuring her. Agnes is then sure that she doesn't care about winning the contest, and she's further convinced to not wear any sexy outfits when Tiz tells her that it's not a required thing to do. They go through the rest of the day not finding a single outfit for her to wear, and out of options, Tiz recommends that she should just be herself and wear the Vestal garb. As much as Adia is opposed to it as it would make her a target, Tiz argues that only them, the Sage, and Olivia would know about the garb, and he answers she looks cute in it, which I agree with. With that, they all finally come to an agreement, and it's time to head back to Florum for the contest. As we're making our way back, the game cuts back to the city where we see Victoria confronting a woman who's rumored to be the likely winner of the contest. She confirms that it's her and proceeds to kill her. She laughs at how weak they are, and with Victor, they continue to seek out the other contestants to do the same. The party eventually make it back to the city, just in time to still enter the contest. Agnes is then beginning to get a bit of nervousness, and both Adia and Ringabel one last time ask if she's sure about not using the Bravo bikini, because that'll calm her nerves somehow. But Tez, being the sensible one, assures her that they'll have her back if anything goes wrong. So with that, Agnes gets a bit of confidence back and gets ready. As the festival starts, Ringabel becomes a bit worried for Agnes, but not due to her stage fright, but because of the mysterious disappearance of the other contestants. But they don't have time to think about that, as it's Agnes' turn to be on stage, and at first, her nervousness is apparent as she takes a second to come out. Then when she does, everyone starts to mock her appearance, but she doesn't let it get to her, and she begins to call out to Olivia, and reminisce old memories of their time together. Then, she ends off her speech asking her to give her a sign of where she is, so that they can be reunited again, and then she exits the stage. Once the whole festival is over, Adia is outraged that Agnes didn't get a single vote, and everyone including Agnes, except Tiz, are starting to regret not having used the bikini. However, Tiz reminds Agnes that she only needed to give her speech, and assures that surely Olivia must have seen her. Then suddenly, a letter falls out of nowhere towards Agnes, and opening it, she sees that it's from Olivia. The letter reads that she's glad to see her alive, and that she can't move around so easily, so she gives her directions onto where to find her. But Olivia does warn her that she must not show the letter to anyone, including the matriarch. Now knowing the general direction of where she is, they make their way to her, but as they're leaving, the camera pans over to Victor and Victoria. They overheard Agnes reading the letter, and at first Victoria suggests killing her now, but Victor stops her and instead plans to follow Agnes and kill two birds with one stone. Once you're in control again, there are 2 more subquests available to you, so let's get started with the first one. Walking around a forum, a random person bumps into Tiz, and they continue to run away, but Agnes notices that they dropped something. Ringabel is intrigued by the letter, so he takes it and reads what's inside at the dismay of Agnes. Inside is a message to someone saying that the roses will strike the hideaway, and to warn the people. Adia is able to figure out that it's talking about the Blood Rose Legion, and not wanting innocent lives to die, they quickly head over up north. Arriving there, they find the woman who dropped the letter, and they warn her about what's to happen. The woman takes heed of their warning, but then starts laughing, and it's soon revealed that it was a trap as the woman was part of the Blood Rose Legion. Then, Einherja reveals herself to them, and Agnes begins to ask if they killed the people. However, Einherja denies doing so, instead saying that it was abandoned when they got there. She then tells Agnes to surrender herself, but Adia steps in and tries to stop her. However, she isn't willing to listen. She then shares about how Ultranus begged her to convince Adia of coming back, and she goes on about how she's disappointed in her, as they were taught by the same master and shared the same dream. But Adia continues to express her sentiment, saying that what she's seen the Eternian forces do was despicable, and that they're in the wrong. Einherja gives Adia one last warning, but of course, she isn't going to change her mind, and sharing what her father's orders were, the fight begins. Now the battle against Einherja can be sort of a mess if you're not playing right and not defaulting at the right moments. She has 2 moves that she'll primarily use, and those are Jump and Crescent Moon. Jump is sort of self-explanatory, and if you gone against Dragoon Knights in Final Fantasy or any other RPGs with this sort of mechanic, then you will know that your moves won't reach them. That's why whenever she uses it, just default as, if you aren't, then it can deal a decent amount of damage to whoever she targets. Crescent Moon is something you'll be able to somewhat predict when she'll use it, as the move costs 1 BP. So if you pay attention to her BP and see that it's 0, then she'll more than likely be using it. Well, that or Jump, but be sure to default when she does, cause it'll hit your entire party hard. She's not to be messed with if unprepared, so be sure to be, and you'll beat her in no time at all. Defeating her unlocks you the Valkyrie job. This is another one of those jobs that if you commit to it and have the right support abilities, then it could be busted. Although that can be the case, there is a bit of a drawback as most of the strong abilities that you'll be wanting to use for this job requires a lot of BP to use. Don't get me wrong, although there is a good amount of risk for using its good moves, I mean, being able to jump and being able to avoid an attack, a potentially strong one if that, is pretty good. Also, I'd like to mention before I move on, the cutscene right before the fight begins, there's actually an alternative version depending on the sequence of events you're at. If you decide to do this subquest before going to Olivia, then you'll get this scene. But, if you do it after another cutscene plays, I'm not gonna show it because I don't have it, but it's also a bit spoilerish. So if you want to see it, you can look it up or experience it yourself. But it's a nice little attention to detail that keeps things consistent depending on how you approach things. After the fight is over, Einherja lies there near death, and Edea is distraught having to watch someone who they cared for slowly die in front of them. Though Einherja tells her to not cry as she's defeated her, and as a final favor, she asks Edea to meet with her father, and by doing so, she'll be able to understand what he's trying to accomplish. Then as she's beginning to drift off, she sees her sisters guiding her. Then her life fades away, ending the subquest. Heading back to Florum, we can see that there's a new NPC there with a subquest icon that you can interact with. Also, I'm mentioning him now, but you can start it when you come back from visiting the Sage, but you aren't able to complete the quest before the contest, so that's kind of why I'm bringing it up now. Interacting with him, he comments on the group thinking that they're on a double date, and he begins reminiscing of his youthful days. He then primarily focuses on Ringabel, asking him how far he's gotten with Edea, only to be surprised by his answer. He then gives him some advice on how to get close to the ladies, with one piquing Ringabel's interest, that being having a certain technique. When the man leaves, Ringabel then questions Edea on what sort of technique she loves from a man, and she responds by punching him. Though Ringabel continues to think about the man's advice, but coming back to the city at night, they stumble across a girl who he tries to hit on at first, but she isn't listening to him. Instead, she goes on about how she wants to look prettier and got everything from the hairpin to the hair dye, but she needed more. That was until a man with red hair gave her a beauty potion, and once she drank it, she found herself in a basement. She then awakens, but even still, it wasn't enough as she needed something more to be more prettier, and then she runs off. Both Tiz and Ringabel are left confused as to what she was saying, so they just proceed along. Close to that girl, they see the man again, and trying to find out what his technique is, Ringabel decides to tell him and drags Tiz along with him. They follow him for a while, to which Tiz decides to head back to the others, while Ringabel stays determined to find his secret, so he continues on. He continues to be on his tail, until the man suddenly disappears out of nowhere. So with that, he decides to call it quits for now. To actually progress with this quest, you have to do the same thing again. So wait till it's night again, go back to where he was, interact with them, and let the cutscene play again. Then it'll let you progress. So the next day, Edea asks about his obsessiveness on the man's technique, but at this point, Ringabel tells her about his shady nature after following him all night. Wanting to get this resolved, she takes it upon herself to help him out and get to the bottom of it. He's reluctant at first, but doesn't have any other option as Edea would be the only one to be able to do it. So they set their plan into motion. They wait for the man to come across Edea, where she'll grab his attention by wearing the Bravo bikini. Chatting him up, the man leaves the other girl for Edea, and the rest of the party begin to follow them. They continue to pursue him until, just like the other night, he suddenly disappears with Edea. The group begins to get worried and starts searching where they might have gone, until Agnes notices something caught between some stones, that being a piece of the bikini. Finding out that there's a hidden passage, they go through to see what the man is hiding. Continuing through the hidden passage, they find a secret lab and a couple of vials containing something. They then find Edea and other unconscious women behind a cage, and they hurry along to get them out. As they're checking up on Edea, the man comes out confronting them. Ringabel asking what he's done to them, the man reveals that it's part of his technique to getting women, as all he needs to do is spray them with a little bit of his toxin and to begin to swoon over him. But he confesses to using them for more than just that, as he uses them to advance his status. But not only that, as when he's done with them, he feeds them to the machine to make more of his toxin. He then further reveals that he knew the identity of both Agnes and Edea, and tells them that he'll take this opportunity to take them and use them both. Ringabel is then angered at his words, as he finds no greater shame than for a man to call a woman a tool, and so the fight begins. When the fight begins, the man reveals his identity to the party, that being the captain of the Blood Rose Legion, Red Mage Fior de Rosa. When the fight starts, a Dia will be inflicted with charm, so if you have a remedy or have a Suna, then use it immediately. Not only to regain control of her, but also because Fior will also start to inflict effects on your party. He'll be casting Charm to essentially have control of whoever he charms to deal damage to your party. Not only that, but he'll also try to cast Dread of one of your party members. That way, that party member afflicted by it isn't able to do anything except for like one action, which means they aren't able to use Brave either. As I've said many times, this is another fight where having recovery items is essential and will save you from agony. Besides those status moves, he also casts Thunder as his primary attack. But not only that, but if he feels like it, he'll even heal himself. Yes, he's one of those assholes of a boss. But keep chipping away at him, and this old man will be gone for good. Defeating him unlocks the Red Mage job, which I won't go too in-depth on since it's basically a combination of the White and Black Mage. A combination of the two that's pretty okay since you won't have access to later stronger spells from both jobs. Although that's the case, this job actually has pretty good support abilities to better help with either jobs. So it would be helpful to focus on this job for a bit. When Fior croaks, the party makes some snide remarks about him, but more importantly, they find his journal on his experiments. After the cutscene plays, you're actually able to read the notes in Ringabel's journal. Idia then thanks Ringabel for his help, and adds him to her morally white list. Well, that is until he tells her how the bikini doesn't fit her. You really needed to make that comment, huh? But after this quest, all the subquests in this chapter will be done, so it's time to get back to the main story. Making her way to the village that Olivia is hiding in, Agnes and her finally reunite with each other. She then begins to explain to Agnes her reasoning for going into hiding, even saying that she's been on the run for years before the darkness began taking the crystals. Going further to explain that the Blood Rose have been rounding up any who worship the crystals and killing them. But aside from that, she's glad to see that Agnes is alive and safe, as she was beginning to lose hope because she heard that the Fire Vestal was killed by the Eternians. Eri is shocked at the news that only 2 Vestals are left to awaken the crystals. Olivia is confused about the awakening and what Eri is, but Agnes goes into detail that if they're to get rid of the darkness and seal the chasm, then they must awaken all 4 crystals. Understanding their objective, Olivia decides that she'll join us in the reawakening of the crystals. However, it doesn't take long for things to turn south as Victoria interrupts them. Taking a look at her, Idia is able to recognize that Victoria is one of the members of the Council of 6. Victoria doesn't even waste any time trying to get rid of Agnes as she uses a spell to kill her. But at the last second, Olivia jumps in front of her, shielding her from the blast, which she then falls to the ground. Victor then walks in and is annoyed that Victoria went a bit overboard, killing Olivia, as they're meant to capture them. Then, it doesn't take long for the fight against them to begin. Now for this fight, this will be more of a fight for your survival, because they're going to be strong as hell, and that's mainly because of Victoria. She'll be casting strong magic at you, and even if you're defaulting, it'll still deal really heavy damage to you. So to even survive, you'll need to be casting Shell onto your party members that have a low magic defense to even keep them alive, and not only them, but your healer as well. There's also some dialogue between the characters during the fight where Victoria asks Victor how many of the Vestals do they need to be alive. When told that only 1 does, she goes feral and is ready to kill Agnes. Then, when Idia asks if her father really did order them to do this, she just tells her straight up that her father gave the okay to kill her. What I said earlier about this being a fight for your survival is true, as when they're ready to end this all, Victoria suddenly agonizes in pain. Because of this, Victor and her retreat for now, leaving us to live another day. But things aren't over yet, as Agnes rushes to Olivia's side, not wanting her to go away again. As her life is beginning to fade away, she tells Agnes that she must take the responsibility of awakening the water crystal. However, Agnes continues to plead for her to stay alive as she feels like she'll be unable to carry this task without her. But Olivia is only able to reassure her, telling her that she can do it, with those being her last words before she passes on. With her childhood friend now gone, Tiz and Eri are unsure what to say to comfort her. Eri can only advise that with her gone, she must be the one who awakens all the crystals now. But all that Anya can think is about how everyone who was with her is now dead, and she blames herself because of it.
Why do they all hurry to leave me so? Why is it always me left behind? They're all leaving. Everyone I ever knew. Vanishing forever. Why am I even...
Agnes, I don't know the words to comfort you. But I want to say this at least. You have us. Always.
I will do it. There's no one else left.
Knowing what she must do, the party continues on and head towards the water temple to awaken the water crystal. Also, I just wanted to note that when the cutscene ends, you're just left in this empty space. No music or anything, just the sounds of the wind passing by. It's pretty eerie, leaving you with this dread of knowing what happened and being unable to prevent it. It works really well when the cutscene ends. Making our way back to the altar, the party notices that the air has gotten different, and that's when Adia points out the crystal. Another monster has taken over the crystal, this time being Rusalka, purveyor of doom. So to awaken the crystal, they prepare to fight it. Unlike Orthros, there's only one boss to focus on, and spoilers, it'll be the same for the rest. But looking at Rusalka, you'd be able to tell that it's most definitely going to be weak against Thunder, and you'd be right to assume so. So with your Black Mage and or Red Mage, you'll be wanting to cast Thunder or Thundara since you'll have this spell at this point. There is one thing to look out for when fighting it, and that's that it can inflict charm on you. So have those remedies in the Suna at the ready. Aside from that, it has a water move that'll basically do chip damage to you. So you'll think at first that it's weak, but that's where you're mistaken. You see, it'll eventually decide to hide underground from you, basically dig from Pokemon, but when it reappears, it'll deal massive damage to you, and not only that, but it'll also make 3 other copies of itself as well. Now for this, I'm not sure if there's actually a way to tell which one is the actual one by looking at them. Maybe there is a way, but you'd probably need to have Examine to help you, but at this point in the game, you're probably not using Freelancer, so you won't have Examine to see. That's why you want to have as many abilities you can to exploit its weaknesses. That way, you can get rid of the copies easily. Because one alone is easily manageable, but when there's 4 of them, it could get pretty hectic. They're still weak, don't get me wrong, but it could go downhill if you're not paying attention. But eventually, you'll get rid of Rosaka in no time. Defeating the monster, Eri tells Agnes to prepare for the awakening. Then when she's ready to perform it, Eri explains the process of the Rite of Awakening for her again, but Agnes gives her a cold response back. Tiz notices her change of mood, but Ringamo then asks Eri if they get a second chance if it goes berserk. Telling him that they don't, Agnes begins the awakening. Seeing that she's exhausted, Tiz checks up on her, but even when she says that she's fine, he tells her to take a rest, but she pushes his wishes away, as she tells him that she has to do things alone now, and this comment makes the others feel concerned. Leaving the temple, they report back to the matriarch, who is thankful for Agnes for awakening the crystal. She then asks if Olivia is with her, but Agnes gives her the sad news of her death. She's upset by the news and begins to worry about what to do now. But nonetheless, she continues to thank us for also getting rid of the Blood Rose Legion, and assures that although things won't go back to how they were immediately, once a new water vestal is chosen, then things will get better. Then asking where we plan on going next, and sharing with her the news that the fire vestal is also dead, the matriarch is able to realize where our next destination is. Eisenberg, home of the Temple of Fire. She tells us that we must go far west to reach there, and then wishes us a safe journey. And now, we head all the way back to our airship to sail there, now that the water is safe. Making it to the ship, they sail off, but the mood is an awkward one at that. Once making it to the ocean, Ringabel comments on the mood, and that's when Adia begins to apologize to Agnes for what happened to Olivia. Although Agnes doesn't have any ill will towards her, even if she was a former enemy, Adia explains that she knew of Victoria. Tiz then begins to ask who Adia actually is, since she knew of everyone who they've encountered so far. That's when she finally reveals to them that she's the daughter of the Grand Marshal of Eternia. Hearing this, Agnes begins to throw her anger at Adia, thinking that she had a part in revealing Olivia's location to the enemy, and thus having part in her death. Before she goes any further, Tiz tries to calm her down, reasoning with her that she wouldn't have been fighting with them this far if she was an enemy. Agnes, overridden with so many thoughts and feelings, walks away to clear her mind. After sailing for a while with the mood still down, and more awkward than ever, Ringabel points everyone's attention to something straight ahead. The party is in awe at what they see, and the chapter then closes to an end. With 2 crystals now awakened, our journey is at its halfway point, nearing the end. Because of that, I want to say to you now that we're reaching the spoiler section of the game, so if you haven't played the game and you want to experience the other half, then go for it. Now for the others, you might have looked at the time stamp and seen that we're probably not even halfway done with the video. You might be wondering why I'm adding the spoiler section here if we're not actually halfway done. And that's because I'm not really sure where to actually give this warning. If you stick through the video or have played the game, then you know what I mean. So I decided to put this here to not spoil the later parts where the story takes a turn. Also, if you made it this far, I mean, if you watched this far, you kind of have to at this point. It really helps out. But let's get on with the next chapter. What they see in front of them is a giant unmoving ship. Intrigued, Ringabel suggests that they check out the ship. However, Agnes is reluctant to, as she'd rather go to awaken the crystal immediately. But being the one steering the airship, he ignores her and heads straight towards it. Boarding the ship, they're in awe that there's an entire town in it. But Ringabel is disappointed that there aren't any women in bikinis walking around. They then run into a woman who is surprised to see new people around and assumes that the water has been cleared. She then proceeds to ask the party if we're able to look for someone named Zatz and bring him back since he's injured. Exploring further in the ship, or town, we see someone who fits the description that the proprietress gave us, and we can see him begging for any help, but he's simply ignored. Confirming that it is him, we tell him how the proprietress is looking for him, and we walk back to the tavern. Once at the tavern, she scolds Zatz for walking around while he's injured, but he simply brushes it off. Tiz then begins to ask Zatz what exactly he was looking for, and that's when he explains that he was looking for aid as he's from Eisenberg, and that there's currently a civil war happening. The side that he's on, the shield bearers, are slowly losing the fight against the sword bearers, even though their numbers are little. The party finds that comment odd, but Zatz continues to explain that they can handle them fine, but it's the foreign mercenaries that they've hired that are giving them trouble. Adia then asks them if the mercenaries that they've hired are called the Black Blades, to which he confirms that they are indeed. She then shares that the Black Blades are led by her master. Moving the conversation along, Agnes asks Zatz what exactly happened to the Fire Vestal, to which he explains that the Swordbearers got hold of her 3 years ago, and that she was assassinated when they raided the Fire Temple. Although there was someone to take the title of Vestal, she too was killed. Agnes, without a moment's notice, is ready to head towards the Fire Temple, but Zatz stops her, warning her that the Fire Temple has been consumed by lava, though she doesn't get dissuaded. Seeing that we're headed towards Eisenberg, Zats asks if he could tag along with us since his friends are waiting for him, and he wants to immediately start fighting again before things get worse. So we decide to bring him along with us, and once docking at a small shack, Zats reunites with his friend Dats. Zats then checks up on his injuries. Dats, just like him, brushes it off, but mentions that he got lucky after facing the Swordmaster. That comment grabs Adia's attention as she quietly repeats it to herself, but doesn't say anything to the others. The two thank us for our help, and venturing with us for a bit, Zats asks if he could meet with their leader, as well as help them out in the war. The party is surprised at the sudden request, but he reasons that because the Swordbearers betrayed them and they killed the Fire Vestal, then they'll stop at nothing to go after other regions if they win the war. However, as much as he pleads, Agnes turns him down, telling them that they cannot get into any other conflict and that they must immediately awaken the Fire Crystal. Eri then joins in and asks if they know of any other way to enter the Fire Temple. However, they don't, but suggest that their leader might know of a way since he's looking into it. With not much choice and the dismay of Agnes, they decide to go ahead and talk to the leader of the Shield Bearers. On their way though, Adia suddenly feels a sense of danger and she rushes towards Agnes to save her. That's when a man comes out missing Agnes thanks to Adia. He gives Adia a compliment, and after doing so, it's revealed that the man is her master, the Swordmaster, who's also the leader of the Black Blades. She then begins sharing her disappointment in him for doing something so dishonorable, asking why he's supporting the Swordbearers, but he reflects the same question back to her in aiding Agnes. He also calls her childish and naive for still thinking of things as either black or white. Then, as upsetting as it is for him to have to kill not only his disciple, but also his friend's daughter, he gets ready to slay the party. However, he's then interrupted by one of his men, reporting that the Swordbearers are withdrawing. Due to this, he's forced to withdraw his troops and support the Swordbearers. Just as he's about to head off, Adia calls out to him, but he leaves asking her if she's ready to face the decision she's made. Also telling her that if she still sticks to being with the Vestal, then he won't hesitate to put her down, as those are the circumstances they're unfortunately in. Then he walks off. It then cuts to Kami Izumi in a meeting with the other commanders, and one of them, Barbarossa, reports about the party having been near the Grand Ship. But he tells them that while he did encounter her, he wasn't able to capture her since they were forced to retreat because of the Swordbearers. As he shares this, another one of the commanders, Kata, berates him for not prioritizing on capturing Agnes. But Kami Izumi isn't worried, as the way to the temple is sealed off. Rather, his priorities lie in keeping casualties low for now. He then moves on to asking a different commander, Kikyo, if they found another way into the temple, but she remains silent. Annoyed at her constant silence, Kata takes issue with her as he blames her for having blocked the temple for killing the Vestal, even putting her leadership into question. She then changes her appearance and starts talking at a breakneck speed, reporting that she's looked through all the entrances that they know of, but they're also blocked by the lava. Desperate to find an entrance before Agnes, he tells them that should be their priority for now, and dismisses them all. Back to the party, we arrive at the Eisen Bridge where the Shield Bearers leader, Daniel Goodman, is holding out. He introduces himself to them, as well as not only thanking them for bringing Zats back to him safely, but praises their skills when going against Kami Izumi. But Agnes downplays it by telling him what actually happened, and tells him directly that she's not interested in joining the war. Saddened by her disinterest in helping out, he moves the conversation along and asks for the purpose of their meeting. She tells him her reason for coming to Eisenberg, and asks if he knows of another entrance to the temple, though he currently hasn't found one. But he assures her that he'll do all he can to help her find one, even if she doesn't help out with the war. The party then begins to feel guilty for their hospitality, as he gets Dats to guide them towards the city, Heart's Child, to go and rest. They then arrive at the city and are surprised at how hot it is, as well as being worried about the town being swallowed by lava. But Dats can only say that if it gets worse, they'll have to evacuate. But for the meantime, he's going to the commander's house and tells us to join him after checking things out. Visiting the home, Dats introduces us to Goodman's wife, Eleanor, who is more than welcoming to them, and she steps out to prepare something for them to eat. As nice as she is, Dats shares that because of the war, Goodman isn't able to see his wife, and hearing this, Agnes asks them why not surrender to end the fighting. The question offends Dats, as he knows that if the Swordbearers were to win, then they'll move on to another continent, causing another war. Eleanor comes back to tell him that dinner is ready, but suddenly, Ringabel turns and runs off without saying anything. The others sort of just simply brush it off as they think he simply found an attractive woman. It then cuts to the council in Eternia, where Victoria is upset by the events of the last chapter, where she had Anya's in her grasp, but failed to capture her. Alternus worryingly asks about her condition, but she downplays it by saying that she isn't as weak as him. They move on with Victor reporting on Anya's location, and his assumption on her reasoning for being there. Victoria angrily comments on how they wouldn't need to worry about the crystal if the Black Blades didn't kill the Fire Vestal. But the Marshal reasons that they're probably trying to avoid the crystal getting caught in the crossfire, as their goal is to claim control of the crystals. To do that, they must get rid of the shield bearers first, and he places his utmost faith on the Black Blades, since he trusts Kami Azumi. Victoria then insults the Black Blades by putting their skill into question, saying that she can do what they can't far quicker. Alternus drags her ego back down by telling her to not get too carried away since she's been defeated once. This angers her enough for her to give him a taste of what she can do. This causes him to take out his blade and begin threatening her, which also causes Victor to step in and warn him to not hurt her, otherwise he won't hesitate to end him. The Marshal then steps in, putting an end to their fight. It ends the meeting by leaving the matters in Eisenberg to Kami Azumi. With the meeting over, it cuts back to Tiz, who seemed to be waiting for Ringabel, who comes back injured. Asking where he's been, Ringabel tells him what everyone pretty much assumed, that he found a cute girl and followed her. But he goes on to say that she was not pleased with him, so she gave him a whack. And the night ends. The next morning, after asking where Ringabel's been at night, they then question on what their next move should be. Anya suggests looking for another entrance, but Dats tells her that they've pretty much looked everywhere they could, but nothing came up. Then Anya thinks about going to awakening the Earth Crystal for now instead, but Edea advises against doing so, as there wouldn't be a way to get there in their current condition. But Anya badgers her if she's not hiding anything else from them, though Tiz calls out on her rudeness. With nothing much they can do, Tiz suggests helping out the shield bearers, but Anya continues to refuse to take part in the war, though Tiz argues that they don't have any other ideas on what to do, and that he wants to end the war to end the suffering of the people. Edea seconds that notion even if she has to face her master, and Ringabel also doesn't have a problem with it. With Anya's being the only one refusing to, Tiz wishes for her to join them in helping, and in the process they'll hopefully find a lead. We head back to the bridge to talk with Goodman, and sharing that we're willing to help, he gives us a heartfelt thanks. Dats then walks off to check on Zat, and asking Goodman what we can do to help. He asks if we can scout the enemy's stronghold, grab Keep. He informs them that years ago, a toxic mist was released there, and they killed many of the shield bearers stationed there. He wants us to investigate it and see if we can find out what the toxin was made out of. That way, they could hopefully create a cure for it. So, we make our way over there, but looking at the overworld, there's a new subquest that's available. Going to the shack, Dats and Zats are talking about a ship. Inquiring about it, they share that ever since the war started, there's been an old mysterious ship sailing by. They also say that they hear muttering coming from it, and that the last time it appeared was 2 weeks ago in the east. Now I could continue this quest and get it over with, but when I was replaying it, I completely forgot how to advance this quest. I do come back to it, but at a later time, so the mystery of the ship will have to be put on hold for now. Instead, we make our way and enter Grab Keep, when a ghost suddenly appears right before the party. They're able to make out that it's saying something, and listening closer, the ghost is recounting their memories before their death, saying how they were about to defeat the sword bearers, but suddenly, a green mist was unleashed on them, then he fades away. Going further into the keep, another ghost appears and continues to describe how torturous the mist was, even saying that not only his allies, but even the enemies were succumbed to it, and they all died. The party encounters the last ghost, who recounts that the ones that survived the fight were then taken to be used as test subjects by Kata, only for those test subjects to be killed through his experiment, as he was trying to make the best poison. Once the party starts nearing the end, they begin to hear a set of voices that don't belong to the ghost. Listening in on them, they hear Kami Azumi asking Kata about his work on cleansing the toxic mist from the keep, to which he answers him that he's finished doing so. Kami Azumi criticizes him for taking such a long time to do so, especially with how deadly the toxin was, as he didn't want meaningless deaths. Then he checks with Kata if the toxin sample is safely locked away, and hearing this, the party is able to recognize that it's the sample they're looking for. Back to Kami Azumi, he questions Kata further, asking if he understands the impact of having using the toxin, but he just gloats about the successfulness of it with how many people it killed, and how it brought them to victory in the end. But Kami Izumi isn't amused with his answer, calling it a massacre. He lectures them that their objective isn't to slaughter as many people, but to take control of the crystal and spread anti-crystalism. Then after criticizing him further on his methods, as well as warning him to not disobey orders again or else, he exits. Only when he leaves, Kata starts throwing a fit and mocks Kami Izumi's ideals. Having heard everything, and especially how dangerous the toxin is, we rush over to get the sample. Sneaking our way into the office, an alarm suddenly goes off, and once we've dealt with the security, we quickly grab the toxin and exit the keep. We head back to the bridge and give the toxin to Goodman for him to look into a cure. But before he sends it off, Anya's pleads that he instead get rid of it so that no one would have a chance of using it ever again. After giving it some thought, he listens to her and makes the decision to throw it in the lava so that he never be tempted to use it. With the toxin dealt with, one of his men reports that the enemy are launching an assault. Tiss begins asking why the tides have been changing, with Goodman explaining that things have changed ever since the Swordbearers captured the Mithril mines, and they've been unable to claim it back as they don't want to harm the children that have been forced to work there. Outraged at how low they'd stoop, Tiz and the others end up deciding to head to the mines and rescue the children while Goodman fights to reclaim it. Though before we actually do decide to save the children, there's a new subquest that becomes available to us. Gotta know where our priorities lie. To progress with it, we talk to Goodman and pick the dialogue where we get info about the Black Blades officers. Choosing it, Tiz asks about someone on the bridge, and realizing who he's talking about, Goodman goes into detail about the strange woman. He describes her as a formidable officer, mainly because she uses the power of her songs to strengthen her troops and weaken theirs. Seeing that they're having trouble dealing with her, the party decides to go to the bridge and attempt to stop her. They pull up to the bridge, and once the woman notices them, she begins introducing herself and starts singing, boosting her troops. The party witnesses firsthand their boost in strength when they try to get through them, but fail. Realizing they're in trouble, they pull back for now to think of another plan. One where they can shut her up. Now, for you to progress this subquest, you have to jump through many hoops, as you'll be needing to go around the places you visited before to interact with specific NPCs. I'm not really sure how the party would even think about visiting all these NPCs, or even think about going to this next place, but I'm just gonna have to ignore that. So where you go next is towards the Grand Ship, and talk to the proprietress where she tells them about the Siren's song. Going on about how their songs were deadly, but one day a bard was able to drown out their singing, which saved the people on the ship. They then ask about the whereabouts of the bard, but she points them towards some old people as she doesn't know herself. The old man is only able to remember that the bard had some pupils around the world, and that one of them was an Ansheim. So we go there to visit the pupil. Talking to him though, he says that his master left each pupil a different secret to his singing, with this one being to always sing with their mouth open. Then he gives us a location of the next pupil who's in Kaldisla, and really, it's just gonna be a repeat for this one and the next one, so I'm just gonna move on. Gathering all of the bard's secrets, and his actual secret, as well as being told that his stuff was at the Grand Ship, we go back over there to grab them. Visiting the proprietress again, she brings up to them that she found a baton, which the party is able to assume it belonged to the bard. They ask to borrow it, and with it, they now head back to the bridge to finally face off against Praline. Facing her again, she begins to get cocky and she starts singing to boost her troops. But that's when the party gets the shield bearers to sing over her, or play music over her as the music just gets louder. No matter how much Praline tries, her singing doesn't drown out the shield bearers, and she begins to get irritated. So, she decides to get physical instead, and the fight begins. So I'll just get this out of the way now, but Praline herself isn't going to be much of a problem as she doesn't have any attacking abilities, so she only has weak physical attacks to hurt your party with. It's actually what this whole quest has been about, her singing. That's gonna be the main issue. Since she'll have Black Blade troops with her, what she'll do is strengthen their attacks, and with some of them, it's not bad as they don't deal much damage. It's only when the Axe Fighter is summoned where it gets bad because they have an attack where they can lower your defenses, so in combination with their boost in strength, it can be a recipe for disaster. Though as per usual, they aren't that strong, so it's easy to get rid of them. So getting rid of the Axe Fighter whenever you see him, and mainly attacking Praline, it should ensure your victory. Defeating her grants you the Performer's job, which isn't actually good secondary job to give to one of your party members. That's because not only can you just get buffs for your attacks and defenses, but there's also an ability where you can spend magic to give one party member BP, or spend BP to give your whole party BP. Those two abilities are really useful whenever you're in a pinch, so I personally think that this job is worth investing in. So invest, invest, invest! Unless, you hear about it going on SNL, then, pull out. Once the fight is over, she then begins to throw a fit and just leaves saying that she's gonna go back to her ordinary life. Damn, girl really fell off. Next thing you know, she'll start an OnlyFans. Anyways, Goodman thanks us for her help, and now we can start heading towards the mines. Entering the mine, they immediately run into a child who corroborates with what's been said to them about the children being forced to work. Asking how many of them there are, we begin going around saving the children, while also getting rid of the Black Blades. Once saving all the children, we make our way back to the exit. But as we're exiting, one of the kids asks about a kid named Eggle, who was taken to the Swordbearer's stronghold. The reasoning for him being taken was because he was caught sneaking around checking out a secret passageway that led him out of the mine. Pleading for us to save him, Tiz promises him that we'll save Eggle. That's when Anya steps in, telling him that they should leave it to the shield bearers as it'd be risky for them to go. Not only that, but she tells him that he's been acting differently. But he doesn't listen, as he's already made up his mind. Arriving at the stronghold, Stark Fort, they stare at the building in awe, but gathering themselves, they start their plan of approach. But Tiz throws caution in the wind, and decides to go through the front door at the dismay of the others. With no leads as to where Eggle could be, Tiz is ready to check the entire building, but Ringabel tries to reason with them and checks his journal to see if there's a clue. By the surprise of everyone, his journal details the layout of the stronghold, with the north being the war room and the west for poison. With the north and west being the unlikely places, they opt for checking the east side. And although we can do that, checking the west side actually leads us to another subquest, which means another asterisk to obtain. So if we decide to go to the left staircase instead of the right, it leads us to the poison room, where checking it out gives us a cutscene of Kata. In the room, Kata is still throwing a fit, but this time, because he's been put to heal the injured, and he continues to insult Kami Azumi's for his methods. His mind then drifts off into thinking of a new deadly toxin that he'd love to test out on the injured that he's meant to look after. That's when Adia walks up to him and tells him that her father would have killed him if he heard what he said. Surprised to see Adia in front of him, and her not being a big fan of Kata, we fight him to prevent him from making any more toxic weapons. Now, if I were to sum up this fight into one word, it'd be... This has to be the most annoying fights ever in this game, because Kata is such a bitch. Since he's an expert at making all sorts of concoctions, what he'll do is first give himself regen, which is already annoying, but then he'll combine a high potion and some poison and throw it at you, which not only does damage equivalent to how much a high potion will heal you, but it also leaves whoever got attacked by it poisoned. So not only do you have to deal with his BS regen, but you also have to focus on removing poison from your party. How you're meant to go about this is when he starts casting his regen on himself, you're meant to use the spell on him. Then for the poison, well, you just have to be paying attention to your party's health, and spam healing, and also poisona to remove the poison. Oh, and I've also forgotten to mention, but there's another move that Kata will rarely use, and for good reason. So there's this one item he'll make, and what it does is it takes the user's, Kata in this case, health that they've lost, and that's how much damage it'll do. That means that it could just become an insta-kill attack if he's at low HP. Again, he rarely uses it, but man, if you have one or two party members remaining and he throws that bullshit at you, that could just become the deciding factor to whether or not you lose. But if you manage to pull through all that BS, then you can enjoy his defeat. Also, this fight for some reason took me 40 minutes. Holy shit, that's like the equivalent to a final boss fight in any other JRPG. Anyways, defeating him gives you the Salve Maker job. I'm sure it could be a good job to use, but I never experimented with it. I feel like this is one of those jobs where you just need to have a spreadsheet with you at all times. That or a PhD just to be able to make the most busted and absurd combinations to deal the most amount of damage, or to heal strength in your party. So because of all that, I would put it in F tier if this was a tier list video. You know, that would have been a good idea for this video. Just steal Pyrocynical's Cruelty Squad video tier list idea? I'm too far into this script to change it. Moving on. As the fight is over, Kara in his dying breath keeps talking about making a toxin that will kill many, including Anya's. But then he dies. Now once you leave the stronghold, or floor, I just left a stronghold, but I'm pretty sure that's how you activate this cutscene, but yeah. Another cutscene plays where Kara is alive again. He goes on about how glad he is to have drank something to fake his death. Then he starts talking about how he's going to flee, and suddenly, a voice repeats what he said in the form of a question. Kara doesn't pay any mind to it, and gloats how he can create the most deadly weapons that will kill thousands, and he'll even use it to kill not only Anya's and the shield bearers, but also his allies. Before he can continue though, Kami-Izumi comes out and cuts him down, stopping his reign of terror, and the subquest ends. Okay, now it's time to go back to searching for Eggle. This time going up the staircase on the right, they eventually find Eggle, but he oddly tells them he was going to see the Fire Vestal. Though they're confused as to what he means, they think about getting out of the stronghold first, then asking later. Escaping and making it back to Heartschild, the party is glad to have made it back safely, even with Tiz's recklessness. They begin wanting to ask Eggle what he knows about the secret passageway, but he fell asleep on the way, so they head to Goodman's home to rest up. There, Eleanor recognizes Eggle and explains to the party that he was the child of their guards, but they sadly passed away 3 years ago, and ever since then, they haven't heard from Eggle. As they're asking her if they can leave him with her, he wakes up and frantically starts wanting to go find the Fire Vestal, and then he storms off. We do catch up to him where he starts thanking us for helping him, but he also says that he wants to go back to the mines to look for the Fire Vestal. Questioning him, he explains that he sees her in his dreams, and she tells him to venture to the deepest parts of the mines and to lead the wind with him. Anya's realizing that his dreams are pointing towards the Temple of Fire. She asks Eggle if he can guide them to the tunnel, to which he obliges. Though Tiz opposes taking him along as it'd be dangerous for him, and the party decides to rest up for the time being. Later that night, Ringabel talks to Tiz while he's alone, and points out to him that ever since they found Eggle, his nightmares have stopped. Tiz is surprised by that, and the night ends with that newfound knowledge. The next day, the party gets ready to head back to the mines, and they end up deciding to not take Eggle with them. So, having all the needed info about the tunnel from him, we head back to the mines. I swear, Eggle yearns for the mines. I only say that because when we approach the entrance, they find Eggle being chased by a soldier of the Black Blades. Saving him once more, Tiz begins to scold Eggle, but his reasons for going with them was because he's the only one who knows how to open the door. Explaining that there's a small hole you have to crawl through to then open the door, and he's the only one out of them to be able to fit through it. Seeing that there's no other way, Anyas allows him to come along, but Tiz continues to object, not wanting him to be in danger. Tiz and Anyas start getting into a heated argument, as Tiz doesn't want Eggle to get hurt, while Anyas, also having the same sentiment, doesn't want the enemy finding the passageway before they do. Edea then steps in to stop their fighting, and that's when Tiz opens up and shares that he doesn't want Eggle to be harmed because he reminds him of his late brother. And not only that, but after seeing Olivia die in Anyas' arm, he doesn't want to see anyone else die, so he'll do anything to prevent Eggle from dying. Ringabel then rebuttals by asking why he doesn't stop Anyas, to which his answer is that she'll go no matter what, and that he made a promise to protect her. Ringabel then reflects Tiz's answer right back at him, telling him that together they'll protect Eggle. That's when Tiz is finally able to realize that this time he has allies with him, and with them, he won't have to ever experience the same loss as he did with Till. The party having grown closer with each other, they now head into the mines to find the secret passageway into the temple. They eventually find the door that Eggle was talking about, and once he crosses through the hole, he unlocks it for them and they continue on their way as Eggle points them to where he saw the temple in his dreams. As they venture forth, they take a small break as the heat is slowly exhausting them, and on their break, Tiz asks Eggle what he plans to do after the war. He's a bit unsure at first, but shares that he wants to go to military academy so that he could become a shield bearer like his parents. Later, when taking another break, Anyas comments on how Eggle holds the Fire Vestal in such high regards, and asks if he's a believer of the crystals. But for him, the teachings of crystalism goes over his head, but he knows that his parents were believers. As for why he's set on fulfilling the Fire Vestal's wishes, He simply says that he made a promise to her, and that's it. Eventually, they reach the final stretch as Eggle makes sure to point out, but as they're getting closer, there are earthquakes that are progressively getting worse. Then as they're crossing a natural bridge over the lava, they get hit with a severe earthquake and Eggle loses his footing, causing him to fall over, but he manages to grab onto the ledge. Though the ground begins to break apart, Tiz and the others quickly rush over to save Eggle. As Agnes is about to go and help, Eri stops her from doing so as to not put her in danger, since she's the last remaining Vestal. She listens to Eri at first, but as she's beginning to see things progressively get worse, as Tiz is losing his grip, she springs into action and catches Tiz at the last second. As he begins to only think about saving Eggle, Agnes doesn't give up as she continues to hold onto the both of them, and with the others coming in to save them, they manage to get out in one piece. As they begin to catch their breath, Eri starts scolding Agnes for pulling that dangerous stunt, but everyone ignores her and Tiz checks up on Eggle. He thanks them for saving them, and in turn, Agnes then starts scolding Tiz for jumping in alone to save Eggle when they promised they'd all protect them. But he just laughs it off and everyone starts joking about how surprised they were of Agnes' hidden strength. Though when they're done, she then apologizes to everyone for the way she's been acting recently, and asks if they'll continue to stay with her. But everyone starts laughing, because of course, the thought of leaving her side never crossed their minds once. They then finally make it inside the Temple of Fire, where exploring the area, they see all the damages that have been done to it, with tables having cuts left by swords, scriptures having been shredded, and lastly, the remains of the Fire Vestal's garbs, never to be worn again. They then move onto the crystal's altar, where like the other two times, a monster has infested the crystal, this time being the monster known as Chogmar, the Mark of Doom. So without hesitation, the fight begins. Chogmar is going to be a bit of a staller, as at the start of the fight, he'll have this barrier up, and if you try attacking it, then you'll only deal 1 damage no matter what. So what you're meant to do here is just build up some BP and do basic attacks until the barrier goes away. But it's not just gonna let you do that. No, it'll also be absorbing your HP and heal itself. But once it's out of it, then that's when it'll start dealing some heavy damage, cause its main attack is not only the absorbing move, but also an explosion move that will hurt you, so be wary of that. It then has one final move that it can use, but it's not a damaging one. Instead, it'll suck 2 of any character's BP and add it to its own. So this is definitely one of those bosses where you just gotta look out for its tricks, but once you've got it handled, it'll be over in no time. Now that the monster has been defeated, Agnes wastes no time and gets started with the awakening.
Not yet! Just a little longer! More! Keep going! Still not enough! You can do this! Stop! That's it! I said stop! No! It's too much! It's going to break!
With the fire crystal now awakened, they thank Eggle for guiding him to the temple, as well as tell him that the Fire Vestal would be proud of him. Heading back to the mines from where they came, Eggle notices that all the ores in the mine have disappeared. Wondering what this means, the party questions Eri about it, but all she can say is that since there isn't a Fire Vestal to control the fire, it could partially be due to that. But with only that to go off on, they start making their way back to Goodman to give him a report of what's happened. However, once you exit the mines, a new subquest opens up for you at Stark Fort. If you remember, Ringbell's journal said that if you go north of the building, then it'd lead us to the war room. And, well, that's where we want to go. So going up the northern set of stairs, we eventually arrive near the war room, where we see Kami Izumi talking to the commander of the Swordbearers, who's lashing out on him for leading them on that they could win the war. Seeing that they're going to lose, the commander decides to flee and leave his men to die. Then he storms off, and Kami Izumi stands there, frustrated at all that's happened. Then once entering the war room, he stands there reflecting on all the things that went wrong, until he turns around and faces us. Edea then starts retelling her teachings from him, and she ends with asking him if they were all lies, for all that he's done in Eisenberg has gone against his teachings. Though, he judges her for having a narrow-minded view on things, but even with that being the case, he sees her father in her. He continues to give Edea his wisdom, telling her that things in life will always be complicated, but she only sees it as being excuses. He even compares himself and her father to Anya's, saying that they're similar to one another as they carry heavy responsibilities. But again, Edea refutes him and tells him that she'll continue to help Anya's no matter what. Once he accepts that's her answer, without hesitation, he draws his sword and fights. For this fight, Kami Izumi can be a pain in the ass for you if you aren't cautious. That's because he's a heavily defensive character as his moveset only consists of counters, just like that one friend you probably have who plays a Fire Emblem character in Smash Bros. And only spams counter. But Kami Izumi can not only counter physical moves, but also magic attacks, and these counters will have any damage done to him, and he'll strike with an attack that deals twice what he would normally deal. But these counters aren't what you should be wary of, as there is one last counter ability that he has, and this is the one to watch out for. The ability is called Know Thine Enemy, and what it does is if anyone hits him with any kind of attack, then he would counter with an attack 4 times the damage he normally deals. This attack will absolutely demolish any character that unfortunately hits him, leaving them dead in most cases. So whenever you see him use this, just hit him with whoever has the most defense, or just use someone as fodder to just get rid of it. But even with how strong he can be, he has a weakness that he can exploit, and that's to use Thunder. So whenever you can use your high Thunder spell to hurt him, good. Oh, and also try to inflict him with poison since, as you can see, it works on him. Defeating him, you get the Swordmaster job, and this is a pretty high tier class for not only the counter abilities, but also the support abilities that you can get along with it. So I would definitely say that this is a job that you want to put some investment on for future builds. Once the fight is over, Kami Izumi lays in Edea's arms, in his dying breath, advising her to talk with her father, and quietly, his life fades away, ending the subquest. Now, although I'm finished with that subquest, there's still a subquest that I left unattended, so now it's time to actually finish it. I know it's been a while, but if you remember, Dats and Zats talked about a mysterious ship sailing around, and I couldn't find it. Well, this time I actually did remember how to access it, and to do so, you have to wait until nighttime and sail around where the grand ship is. It's sort of random where it appears, but eventually you'll find a foggy area, and interacting with it, you'll find the ship, the SS Funky Francisca. Aboard the ship, you can see that it's completely haunted by ghosts, and then suddenly, a voice calls out to us, and the camera pans to the person, who it's revealed to be Barbarossa. Approaching him, he's instantly able to recognize who we are, and this right here is another piece of dialogue that's different depending on what you've done. As here, he mentions us defeating Kami Izumi, but if he'd done this quest much earlier, then he would have said something different. The party is shocked to see him actually be a living human being, since all they've seen so far are ghosts. But after Barbarossa tells them that he's looking for an adventure, he then turns his axe towards us and the fight begins. Because I'm fighting him a bit later than you're supposed to, this fight isn't going to be much of a challenge. Well, none of them have really been so far for me at least. Kato was just full of bullshittery. But Barbarossa does have an attack that will lower your defenses, and he'll combo it with a double damage dealing attack. I don't think there's much to say other than he's also weak to thunder spells, and yeah, that's pretty much it. You unlock the pirate job for defeating him, and this is also a job I don't have much info on since it's another job that I've never experimented with, so you'd have to look that up yourself or experiment with it, but I don't feel like it's necessary to do so. As for after the fight, he just flops over dead, and that's it. But now that we're done with those subquests, it's time to head back to Goodman and report to him about the crystal's awakening. The party tells him all that's happened in the mines, as well as mentioning to him about the ores disappearing. He thanks us for what we've done, and he doesn't mind the ores' disappearance, as the swordbearers won't be able to use them anymore, allowing them to finally end the war. As for the children, he assures Tiz that the townspeople of Heartschild will take care of them. And seeing that they're tired, he tells the party to rest up, and so we go back to the city to do so. Arriving at the city, they see Egil upset, and asking about it, he tells them that he doesn't want to live in a city. Rather, he wants to tag along with us. Even though everyone is reluctant to the idea, Egil persists, even saying that he'll follow us no matter what. Not knowing what to do, they head to Goodman's home for now. They talk to Eleanor, and she tells him the news that she and Goodman decided to take in Egil, but he looks visibly upset by it. But they say their farewells and head off. But after this, there isn't a cutscene or anything telling you where to go, or the party's decision. There's just a main quest mark telling you to go back to the Grand Ship. So heading there and entering the bar to talk to a random NPC, they talk about how the innkeep from Kaldisla has succumbed to something, and he's planning to shut down the inn. Worried about his health, we go check out the inn, but entering, we get welcomed by a completely different person. I just want to say that this is the only time you're going to see this unique NPC. Like, only once after this. So, draw your fan art of her or whatever. I'm sure someone loves her as she is kinda cute, from what you're able to make out. But she tells us that she's related to the innkeep, and mentions that she's been helping out since he's bedridden. But it's nothing too serious. They go check on him nonetheless, but they find him sleeping. Though, they're able to see that he's having a nightmare, and in his sleep he mutters Owen's name. They step away and try to think of a way to help the innkeep, especially since the woman who's temporarily helping out isn't staying for long. Ringabel checks his journal to see if there's anything, and he does see a passage saying to bring the orphan to him. Then conclude it's talking about Egil, and at first, Agnes is reluctant to bring him since the Goodmans are now taking care of him, but knowing that Egil and the innkeep have some similarities with their families, they believe that Egil being with them will help him out, but they first have to see if Egil's okay with it. So going all the way back to Eisenberg, they reunite with Egil and Eleanor, who tells us that he was excited to see us again as he's been moody ever since we left. He explains that he's been acting like that because he still wants to go with us, but Tiz mentions the innkeep and his situation. Then he goes on to ask Egil if he's willing to stay with them and help him out. To which he agrees, so we head all the way back to Kaldisla again, but instead of going to the inn immediately, they first visit the king, where they explain the situation to him. The king also believes it to be a good idea, and that's when Egil shares with the king that he wants to be a strong soldier. Hearing this, he welcomes him, even allowing him to train in the castle, and he even gives him a badge that marks him as an apprentice. They then finally visit the innkeep, who notices Egil with the badge, reminding him of Owen, and then they start talking with each other. But the game then transitions over to the council room, where Alternus urgently reports to the Marshal that we've awakened the Fire Crystal, but even then, the Black Blades still continue to fight. Seeing that we only have one crystal left to awaken, the Marshal concludes that they abandon Eisenberg and heavily fortify the Earth Crystal. Although Alternus is shocked at the idea, the Marshal is willing to do anything to prevent the crystal's awakening, as if it were to be, then everything will end for them. They then prepare to plan for anything that the party can throw at them, until they're suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice, but we don't get to see who it is as it cuts back to the party. Also, you, the viewer, not being able to hear the audio really helps with hiding the identity, and this was totally planned out. But now that the party have sorted out the Innkeeper's problem, they then try to think of a way to enter Eternia, as they don't currently have a way to enter the country with their airship due to its terrain. So just like how they've been able to solve most of their problems, they look into the journal for guidance, and the only thing that Ringabel sees are the words Grand Ship, Earth Crystal, and Engine Room. With only that to go off of, they go to the Grand Ship to find any clues. But going to the overworld, we can see that there's another subquest available, and the last one for this chapter. So, let's get this over with. Again, for the nth amount of time, we visit Guman's residence, and there, we see the commander who thanks us not only for helping him, but for also holding a banquet in his honor. Though he is confused about the invitation of his officers, as he doesn't remember introducing them to us. Informing him that Agnes never wrote a letter to him, they begin to ponder about it, but quickly get over it, as it's rare for Goodman to be at home with his wife. We then get introduced to the officers, and just as they're about to get ready for dinner, Eleanor rushes to them in a panicked state to tell Goodman about a letter they received. The letter reads that Goodman will die, but seeing as they're fully capable of defending themselves, they ignore it for now. Eleanor goes to get the food, but as she's in the next room, she gives a blood-curdling scream, and rushing over to see what happened, she tells them that their maid is dead. They place her body on a bed for now, and they attempt to exit the building, but they find that the doors won't open, and seeing that there's no windows on the ground floor, they find themselves trapped inside. So yeah, this subquest is pretty much a whodunit murder mystery, and if you've been paying attention from a while ago, like around the beginning of this chapter, then you pretty much know who it is. Now I could go over the cutscenes for this murder mystery, but I don't find it necessary to do so. Sorry, not sorry. Plus, I'm probably saving you like an extra 2 or 3 minutes of me just talking. Though I will mention that Ringabel does say a very funny and epic line.
That said, the murderer must be among us.
Nice. But after the deaths of the officers, and finding out that Eleanor was actually in the basement the whole time, they come in just in time to save Goodman from being killed from the culprit, who's revealed to be the maid. Or so you think, as it's actually Kikyo, the assassin for the Black Blades. It's also revealed that she's also the woman who Ringabel chased after that one night when they first got introduced to Eleanor. But now that her jig is up, she comes at us, which I wouldn't mind her doing, but we have no choice but to kill her, unfortunately. For this fight, she's somewhat similar to Kami Izumi, at least for one certain attack she has, but instead of taking damage to counter, if you try to hit her, she'll get a guaranteed dodge, and she'll strike back with a counter. That'll do massive damage. So again, you'll be wanting to bait it using someone with high defense. Other than that attack though, she isn't really tough since she's an assassin. So because of that, she'll be pretty weak and this fight shouldn't be that hard to get through. Defeating her will get you the ninja job. And I'm gonna tell you straight up, this is one of the best jobs in the game just for the cheese you're able to pull. That one dodge counter you're able to do is one of the best abilities in the game, and is the best tool to have in your arsenal. Though when it comes to the weapon that the job is proficient at, I'm not a complete fan of. Daggers are fine, it's just the process of being able to use your special with the weapon sucks, as you need to be using items to activate them. But aside from that, this job is an easy S tier with the Angry Joe badass seal of approval. I can't believe I made that joke. Upon her defeat, Kikyo says a few words before kicking the bucket, about how glad she is to have killed 2 of the officers, and even mentioning the Fire Vestal's death. But before she can even say more on that, she dies. Checking on the Goodmans, they're again grateful for us saving their lives, but what's more important for Mr. Goodman is that his wife is still alive, and that ends the subquest. Now that all the subquests are done for this chapter, it's time to make our way towards the grand ship now to see what to do next. They run into the proprietress who congratulates them for their feats as well as treats them to a good meal. But as she's doing so, the ship begins shaking and making creaking noises. While the party is worried, the proprietress sees it as the ship nearing its end, as it's been around for 4,000 years. They ignore it for now and enjoy their meal, but after they're done, Dats and Zats come in, warning them to get off the boat as it's about to sink. Quite the development after a fine meal. The party then take it upon themselves to check out the engine room, but being unable to open the door leading there, they look around the room they're in for any clues. That's when Nadia finds some notes, though she's unable to read it as it's written in an unknown language. She gives it to Agnes to see if she's able to decipher it, and luckily, she can make out a few words from it. One that stands out is... oh god... Orichalcum. And that's because Egil picked one up earlier, so they decide to head back to Kaldisla to ask for it to help with the ship. Visiting them again, Egil is more than willing to give it to us, as he doesn't have a need for it anymore. So with the item now acquired, it's time to turn back around to the grand ship. They manage to open the door, though Edea begins to have a bit of hesitation as they don't really know what they're doing or what will happen once the Orichalcum is placed in the ship. Worried about the unknown outcome, they plan to evacuate the people first. But they don't have to worry about doing that themselves, as both Dats and Zats overheard them as they walked in. Understanding the situation, they take it upon themselves to take care of the evacuation while we go ahead and check the engine room. Once we make it to the heart of the ship, they find where they're supposed to insert the stone, but Ringabel senses a monster close by, and we defend ourselves against it. Kinda wild that this thing was possibly living underneath everyone, but now's not the time to be thinking about that. For this boss, I could say that they'll pose a bit of a challenge, but not really. I guess two things to look out for is that it has an attack that will inflict silence, and his other attack, Roar, will deal a decent chunk of your party's health. But it isn't that tough, as when it comes to weaknesses, I'm sure by looking at it, you could pretty much guess what they'll be. So it shouldn't take long to take it out. Now that the monster is dead, they insert the ore, and as soon as they do, the ship begins emitting an alarm sound. But it quickly quiets down after a minute. With that done, they go back to check to see how the others are doing, and they've managed to evacuate everyone except for the proprietress. As they're talking about the evacuees, Edea and Ringabel wander off to mess with the ship's controls, where he notices a strange button, and upon pressing it, the grand ship begins to fly. Amazed that the ship can even fly, it doesn't take them long to realize that with it, they can now enter Eternia with no worries. So everyone, including Dats, Zats, and the proprietress, make their way to Eternia, where we then see Alternus rush into the council room, reporting to the marshal that the grand ship has disappeared along with Agnes with it. Confused and worried as to where they might be, but knowing that they make their way towards them, the marshal orders that they prep themselves ready for our arrival. Then once we land in the continent, inside the council room again, a soldier reports to them about the arrival of a large ship. The marshal concludes it to be us and checks on the status of their soldiers, to which Victor assures that they're at the ready. Alternus then asks if Victoria is able to engage in combat again, since she's been in treatment ever since the events in Florum, but he assures them that she'll be fine. Ending the chapter. As the party is about to land, Edea begins to give them a detailed guide on the land, explaining that the Earth Crystal won't be in a temple as the Crystal Orthodoxy were gotten rid of 15 years ago, and instead lies at a place called Everlast Tower. She also warns them of the dangers that will lie ahead of them, as they'll have to go through Frost Peak Passage before entering the city. With the explanations over, we start making our way through Frost Peak, and as you can see in the overworld, there's a mini-boss standing in our way. Now this fight can be the hardest enemy that you'll come to face so far, or at least for me it was, since I played very dumb. What makes it challenging is that, first off, it's extremely tanky, or at least it feels like any physical attacks just don't do a lot. Other than that though, its attacks hit like a truck, as they'll use this ice attack that'll deal a lot of damage, to my party at least. And he has a punching attack that'll more often than not inflict stop. This guy will wallop you into oblivion if you're not prepared, just as the deal warned us to. But I very much struggled on it, mainly due to me treating it as a regular encounter, which you shouldn't do. But eventually, you will get through them. As we're making our way to the city, the game cuts back again to the council, where the soldier reports that they've sighted us getting through the passage, and we make our way to the city. In a drastic move, the marshal orders that they cut off the white magic cables, to which both Alternus and Victor are stunned, and inform him that doing so will impact those receiving treatment. But he doubles down, as if the worst were to come, then he wouldn't want anything to happen to the crystal. We cut back to our party where they've entered the city, the place where Edea grew up. Noticing the cables that lead to the city, Tiz questions Edea about it, and she explains that energy flows from it, and with it, they're able to strengthen the use of white magic. Because of it, many people are able to be cured of their illnesses and diseases, allowing them to live longer. Just as Agnes is about to ask where the energy comes from, they're interrupted by someone who recognizes Edea. She catches up with her, but luckily she doesn't know that Edea is a traitor to the country, though as she's talking, she mentions how her mother was sent to the healing tower. This being the first time hearing about this, she hurries to go check on her mother, and once there, she begins frantically checking on her, but her mother, Mazur, calms her worries by telling her that she's fine. She then moves on, wanting to know the rest of us as she introduces herself to everyone, but after doing so, she looks at Agnes and with confidence, is able to tell that she's the Vestal that her husband is after. Everyone, including Gadia, is shocked that she knows, but she explains that of course she knows since she's married to the Marshal, and also mainly because of Alternus, who shares everything with her. Idia begins to panic, thinking that she might report them, but she assures them that she won't, as she just wants to see her daughter. Though she eventually moves on to the most important subject that's been bothering her, and that's asking Idia why she turned sides. She goes into detail about her thoughts that we've heard her explain before, but now, seeing that her mother is sick, she doesn't know if she wants to awaken the Earth Crystal. Though in response, Mazur just tells Idia that she doesn't have to worry about her anymore, which that comment alone makes Idia feel uneasy as to what it could imply. But they're then interrupted by the nurse who tells them that Mazur needs to be examined, so they exit the healing tower. Outside again, Agnes notices that the cables lead to the healing tower and wonders where the cables lead. Idia reveals to them that the energy is from the Earth Crystal. With this revelation, Tez begins questioning what the outcome of awakening the crystal would be for the people who are getting treated, as doing so would possibly cut off the support that the people desperately need. With them in a moral impasse, Eri reasons to them that they should awaken the crystal since the Eternians are hogging the crystal's energy to themselves. And if they're to leave it alone, then all the people of Luxendark will continue to suffer from the darkness. Idia gathers herself and agrees with Eri. She turns to Agnes and tells her that she must awaken it no matter what. Still hesitating, she realizes what she must do and agrees. Before they move on though, she informs them that they'll next have to go through the Central Command, and to reach there are 3 different paths, but warns them that they'll be heavily guarded. Going to the overworld, you'll see, just like with Frost Peak Passage, that there'll be some mini-bosses to face. Now, only one is really required, and their difficulty is dependent on the length of the path, like the short path will be the hardest one, while the longest will be the easiest out of the 3. But even after you defeat only one of them, the other 2 will remain there until they're defeated, so it'd just be best to defeat all 3 of them for the XP and JP. But once you've dealt with them all, or however many, we make it to the Eternian Central Command, and as we're walking up the stairs, Idia starts reminiscing of her time here. But she's then interrupted by Victoria and Victor, who stand before the party ready to kill them. And to show that she's in top form, she begins to toy with them by casting her magic. However, doing such, it doesn't take long for her to go unstable, making Victor having to take her to get treated. Going inside to where the treatment room would be, they find Victor managing a machine which Victoria is inside of. He asks that they remain silent as he's working, but being asked about Victoria, he begins to share a story with them, one that's about her. He starts by telling them that she was an orphan who was abandoned by everyone as she had an incurable disease. It would only be until the Lord Marshal found her and took her in that she would get the treatment that she so needed. This act would be how Victor would meet her, as he was placed to be the one to treat her, even though his experiments were not yet complete. Even with that being the case, she survived, but she suffered a terrible side effect because of it, those being the one that she experienced earlier. Every time she experiences this, he has a sense of regret for having put her in this state, but at the same time, he doesn't regret any of it as she continues to live because of it. He goes so far to say that he wouldn't have changed anything, and he'll continue to dedicate his life into keeping her alive. And as he says that, Victoria gets out of the machine. They both are humored that we didn't stop them with the opportunity we were given, and now that Victoria is back to normal, our fight begins. So just like in the story, in this fight, Victor and Victoria complement each other, as Victor will use holy magic, as well as using some healing and support skills, so essentially, a glorified white mage. In contrast, Victoria will use dark magic and inflict ailments on your party, specifically poison, and you'll want to get rid of it as soon as you can because she has an ability that will just insta-kill you if you're poisoned. She also has access to the spell Doom, which, if you've forgotten, starts a countdown to that character's death, so that's annoying. Now, as for who you should focus on getting rid of first is entirely dependent on who you find to be the biggest thorn on your side. For me, I choose to target Victoria as she's the most threatening one, because of how deadly her arsenal is, and plus, when Victor is then by himself, the fight becomes a piece of cake. Also, this fight is another one of those instances where, depending on who you kill first, the other character will have a unique dialogue relating to the character that died. In this case, when Victoria dies, Victor will yell out her name as he's in utter despair. But again, once she's dealt with, the fight will soon be over.
Sweet Victoria. Sweet, sweet.
Defeating the both of them unlocks the Arcanist and Spirit Master job. These are another set of jobs that I've not really experimented with, so I wouldn't really know much about what they can do. But reading the description for Arcanist, it seems pretty good as it's the best job at dealing the most magic damage. One support ability it has that's kinda useful is one that lowers the cost of black magic spells by 25%. This sounds good until you realize that the Red Mage job has that same support ability, but it extends to the other spell using jobs. Though the caveat for it is that it takes 3 slots instead of 2 like Arcanist. But even with that being the case, the Red Mage is better. For Spirit Master, it's pretty much the same as the job is able to lower the cost of white magic spells, but again, the Red Mage is more preferable. If I had to place them in a tier list, they'd both be B or C. Well actually, no yeah, they both be C. With them out of the way now, we get back on track, but it doesn't take long before a voice suddenly starts speaking to us. Then, in the form of a bat, they appear before them and knock them out in a single swoop. He turns around and announces to Alternus that he's done, to which he walks in, thanking the vampire for not killing them. Though, he only agreed to do so because he had an interest in Edea, even telling Alternus that he can put the others in the dungeon. He also makes a note that he's upset that he never got to meet Victor and Victoria as they were the new members of the council. Then, Alternus reports to the Marshal of not only Victor's and Victoria's death, but also that they finally captured Agnes thanks to the help of the vampire. He also informs them that Edea was put in her room, and the Marshal walks away after hearing this. We cut to Edea as she wakes up in a confused state, wondering why she's in her room and the whereabouts of the others. Being able to control her, and attempting to leave the room, a cutscene starts where we hear the Marshal's voice from outside the room, telling the guards to give them some privacy, and then he walks in. Though as he does, the mood changes to an awkward one, as instead of engaging at each other as enemies, they face one another as father and daughter. After a bit of silence, Edea is informed where the others are after asking. Then when Agnes' name is brought up, she warns her father that Eternia will be doomed if she's harmed in any way, though he argues against, and says that it's her that will bring ruin for awakening the crystals, as he believes crystalism to be a cult to control the people. He goes on to even say that they'll keep Agnes locked away, and if she's to continue in her ways, then they'll have no choice but to kill her. This only angers Edea as she begins to go off telling him that what he's doing is selfish and entirely wrong, as he's only brought chaos to other countries in his pursuit of Agnes and the crystals. Though this only frustrates her father, going as far to tell her face to face that if she's to continue to awaken the crystals, then he'd be left with no choice but to kill his own flesh and blood. Shocked that he meant every word he said, he exits, leaving his daughter locked in her room until she realizes the error of her ways. We continue to follow the Marshal who enters the council chamber, where he's met by the vampire, Lord DeRozo, who he's surprised to see as he says it's been 15 years since he last saw him. In response, DeRozo is happy to see him and see the man he's become. It's then revealed that DeRozo is immortal, but that isn't the important part, as when he's recounting his memories of the Marshal, he reveals that he led Eternia before, until he gave up his seat to him. He then begins to ask the Marshal, or Brave as his name is given, if he's content with all that he was able to accomplish, with mostly getting rid of the crystal orthodoxy and using the crystals to make a better society. Though Brave remains silent, letting him go on to say that Brave was too hasty with going through with his plan, at least in his eyes, as 15 years is nothing to himself. As Brave is about to refute him, we cut away back to Edea, who isn't going to be stopped by her father, as she finds a way to escape her room without anyone noticing. Though it doesn't take long for alternates to discover that she's missing. He goes on to report to Brave about his daughter's escape. Hearing this news, he can only be frustrated at his daughter's stubbornness, but DeRosa can only find it amusing as he finds both Brave and Edea similar in every way. Even revealing, or reminding Brave in this case, that he once held the Crystal Orthodoxy in high regard, and this surprises Brave, as he shouldn't have known that as he was exiled. At least, that's how DeRosa puts it. But he moves on, telling Brave that he can see how similar his daughter is to him, and even know what the both of them are thinking since he's lived for so long. He then advises Brave to actually take the time to listen and have a meaningful conversation with his daughter, as this could very well possibly be the last time he could do so. Back to Edea, she was successful in finding her way to the dungeon, and knowing the layout, she's able to find its cell keys and make her way to where they are. As each one is saved, they express their worries to her, with Tiz asking if she talked with her dad, Anya's being worried about her safety, and Ringabel, well, he wasn't worried in the slightest as he had complete faith in her. He even goes so far to say that he's the luckiest man alive to have someone like her save him, and asks for a kiss. But she obviously rejects him, and they move on now that the party's back together. Though exiting the dungeon soon becomes another problem, as Edea is unable to unlock the door that leads out of the dungeon. Thinking if they're truly stuck, suddenly the sage appears from the stairs and sees the party in a bit of a bind. The party, clearly confused, ask why he's in Eternia, to which he reveals that he was a founding member of the council, and still is, even though he was in seclusion during Brave's reign. This meant that he knew of Edea's identity the entire time, which annoys her, but that's not all, as Anya feels betrayed by him, as she saw him as a teacher and someone who she can depend on. But now with this revelation, this also means that he had some part in the deaths of the other Vestals and Olivia. But when asked who he is, he can only respond that he's an outsider looking in this whole mess. Then when Tiz asks what he wants with them, he only says that he came to Eternia to see an old friend of his who's woken up recently. Though seeing them, he opts to heed them a warning, telling them that having seen the path that some would go through to see their ideals realized, whether good or bad, even though the misery that it brings to people, he asks them if they will still continue on their path to awaken the crystals, and without hesitation, Anya and the others stick to their resolve as they've come so far. Upon hearing their answer, he gives them a word of wisdom.
Is that so? Well then, have the courage to think and act on your own.
Those words. Have the courage to disobey.
Well now, you do remember.
Sage.
He then orders them to step back as he unleashes a spell that blows the door wide open, and as the smoke settles, he is nowhere to be seen. But he leaves them with a parting message that would be watching over them, and with that, the party make their escape and attempt to head towards the crystal. However, as they make it to the door heading there, they find that it's locked, and Edea assumes that her father has the key to unlock it, which means she'll have to face him whether she likes it or not. Now, before you decide to march your way to fight Brave, there are two places you can check out beforehand that are completely optional / missable. More so missable as they're not related to subquests at all. For the first one, if you go back to visit Edea's mother, you'll get a cutscene where she asks her mother the type of person her father is. She describes him as someone who is kind and caring, but at the same time, stern and hardworking. Though, all of that changed when she started getting sick. At that point, he hastened his plan to bring his ideal world into fruition, and he did all he can to prevent anything from going wrong until it became the Eternia it is now. Because it all started with her, she wonders, if she never married him or gotten sick, then if all of Luxendark would have eventually become the ideal world that Brave sought out to make. But Edea comforts her to not think that way, and understanding her father a bit more, she at least has some thoughts on what she has to do. Then for the second place, it's actually going to be when you leave the city on the north side, but you're gonna want to go far east. There, you'll find a small area where there's a single log cabin surrounded by hundreds of graves. Interacting with the single old man that's there, he'll have two dialogue options that give you pretty crucial lore that explains Brave's motivation for wanting to create his ideal world and his hatred for the Crystal Orthodoxy. Although this tidbit and then some get explained later on in the story, it's still really nice to hear this very early on in the game. For the first option, the old man goes on to reveal that Brave used to be part of the Crystal Orthodoxy many years ago. However, all that changed when the Great Plague struck the village they're in. Angered that the Orthodoxy did nothing to help the village, he reverted to anti-crystalism, and soon after, stomped them out and seized the crystal to help the people of Eternia. The second option goes a bit more in detail about the events of the Great Plague, as it being a very tragic event. The Orthodoxy couldn't find a cure, and so to prevent the spread, they isolated the village and sacrificed them for the greater good, which in the end worked as the disease died out. Though Brave grew a grudge because of this method, and sought out to get revenge against the Orthodoxy for abandoning its people. After he did as such, the people revered him as a hero, and so he did everything he can to erase the Orthodoxy from the land, from changing the head temple to the central command, and the temple where the crystal lies to Everlast Tower. Again, these are such interesting pieces of lore that builds upon not only the world's history, but more importantly, Idia's father, and what made him become who he is. Heading back to the central command, we'll have to make our way to the very top, which can be a bit difficult to do, as if you're playing this part, or remember, you'll be facing some pretty tough encounters. But thankfully, as you're halfway through, you get to visit Idia's room again, where not only will you get a cutscene where the party comments on her room, but you also get to rest here and heal up. Though it's kinda weird to think too much about it since there's only one bed, and there's 4 of them. Yeah, don't think about it too much. But as for the cutscene, the party asks Idia once again if she's ready to face her father, or even able to. But, as she has been saying, she's ready to, even if she doesn't like it. Getting back on track, we draw closer, and the cutscene starts with Alternus reporting to Brave about the party's escape, with him realizing that it was Yuliana's doing. But, as for his reasoning, he isn't quite sure. Though, Brave believes it to be that not only Yuliana, but also DeRosa have both come back after so many years to mock him. Seeing that we've beaten everyone that he's thrown at us, and that both him and Alternus are the last remaining members of the council who dare face us, he sees the end is nigh. Though Alternus swears that he would not go down easily, his bravado is questioned when he asks if he's willing to cut down Idia, to which he hesitates to answer. Brave then asks Alternus to escape while he can, not because he doesn't trust them, but so that he can continue to fight another day, to keep his dream alive. And so, he parts with them his true reasons for everything he's done, knowledge that only he, Yuliana, and DeRosa only know, though we don't get to hear it as it fades to black. Though when we do come back to them, the only hint to this piece of knowledge is that it relates to the secret truth behind the crystals. He then tells Alternus to leave the fighting against Anias to him, while he waits for the Pillar of Light to show up. That's where he must strike, and no matter what, he must come out victorious, and with that, he walks off, waiting for the Pillars of Light to show. The party eventually make it to the council room, where Idia's father stands before them. He's upset that he's neglected to know about the hidden passage in her room, though she moves on to confessing her feelings, telling her father that she did want to help him with his dreams, but through it all, she felt like he never saw her. But he begs to differ, as he did love and care for her, and that her going with the Sky Knights was him acknowledging her. However, things didn't go the way they should have. He continues on that he will not be stopped, as he'll see his ideals come true. And Idia acknowledges that he won't, since it's all been to save her mother. She desperately tries to make him listen to her, but it's to no avail, as he's dedicated his life to, as he puts it, protecting the world. Though, Idia sees it differently. She then shares with him that she wanted to end this with words instead of fighting, but this only angers him as he believes that their ideals should be fought for, not talked out. And so he draws his blade against his daughter, and the final fight against the head of the duchy begins. If I had to sum up the type of attacks that Brave uses, I would say it's a combination of the Knight's job, but a bit more advanced, and a bit of the Spirit Master, in terms that he's able to use light-based attacks. So his pattern of attack starts with him building up as much BP, and that's because his attacks uses BP, so he needs to build it up to unleash as many attacks as he possibly can. Now of course, since he'll be defaulting to build up BP, attacking him will do little damage, but if you have the Ranger job and use Pierce, then that'll help a bit. Also, because he uses light abilities, and probably also uses Discord on light mode, That makes him vulnerable to dark-based attacks, so if you've been using the Arcanist job, then they'll help you out. But if you don't have either of those attacks to help you out, then you'll have to resort to chipping his health away. Then at some point, you'll defeat him. At least, that's what you'll think at first, because when his health is gone, he'll fully heal himself, extending the fight. He doesn't do this just once, but twice, so this fight is sort of a test of endurance, but honestly, he isn't that tough to deal with. Because of that, you'll deal with him in no time.
You have grown strong, my daughter.
Defeating him unlocks the Templar job, which, as I said, feels like a more advanced job of the Knight. You get more access to attacking abilities, and you have a light attack that you can deal out, giving you more options to exploiting weaknesses. There's also one ability that makes this job pretty nice to have, and that's called Rampart, which costs 2 PP to activate. Which at first seems not at all worth it, since you're only able to save 3 BP, and if you try to activate this ability, then you won't be able to do anything else. However, this job also has a support ability which allows the character to have 4 BP instead of 3. But even then, the ability is worth it, as what it does is give your entire party a barrier that protects them from any sort of attack, but the caveat is that it only protects them from one single attack. After blocking that one attack, then it goes away, which kinda sucks since you spent 2 BP to use it, but it's really nice to have up when you know the enemy is about to dish out a very strong attack. So because of these abilities, I definitely say that this job is pretty good to have, especially on Edea, as it could just replace the Knight job if you had that on her. Plus, it'd be fitting for her to have this job. Putting this in a tier list, I'd put it in A. After the fight is over, Edea's mother barges in and rushes to Brave's side as he's on his knees. She starts apologizing to both him and Edea, as she didn't want things to end up like this. However, he comforts her, letting her know that it was never her fault. Instead, she kept them alive and gave him strength. When he expresses his love for not only his wife, but also his daughter, he falls over. But DeRosa walks in and reassures them that he's merely unconscious. Although he's alive, he tells them that due to his injuries, he'll never be able to wield a sword ever again. Which, hate to break the mood here, but I'll call cap on that for reasons you may know, but I won't go into detail about that for now. In a regretful tone, Edea tells her mother that she was able to overcome her father, but instead of being mad or upset, her mother tells Edea that since she was able to do this, then she won't stray from her path, and by defeating her father, he's finally been relinquished of his duty. Edea then informs her that we'll be awakening the Earth Crystal, and she apologizes to her, since if they do so, then she won't be able to get the treatment she needs anymore. But her mother doesn't seem to be as concerned, and instead, loves how much her daughter cares for her. That's when DeRosa brings himself into the conversation and calms Edea's worries by sharing that because of how science and medicine has advanced in Eternia, the awakening of the crystal won't affect anything. He even comments how ironic it is that he's helping Agnes, but then he goes on thinking out loud about how throughout his lifetime, the views of the crystals have gone back and forth and how little our party actually understands them. After their talk, and with the key that leads to Everlast Tower now in their hands, they unlock the door and are now able to make their way to the temple. Though when we go out into the overworld, we can see that a new subquest has been unlocked, though it's in a secluded area where we have to walk our way over. So let's do just that, and this quest is a doozy. Making our way to the quest area, we find a castle in an area called Vampire Castle, so we could pretty much guess who lives here. The party walks up to the door trying to open it, but the door won't budge, and that's when a voice tells them that they must get 6 keystones to open the door. Confused at this request, all the voice tells them is that it's time for them to prove themselves, and he doesn't give us any hints as to where these keystones are. In going to the overworld, the game sticks to this sentiment, as it does not give you any hints in the slightest as to what you're meant to be looking for. But thankfully I've played this game before, so I know what to do. And plus we live in the year 2023, when this video is hopefully out, so you can just look up where to find the keystones. But the only sort of hint we actually get is that they're spread out across the world of Luxendark. So it has to be something that we've come across but thought nothing of. Well, If you've been paying attention in your playthrough, or possibly even seen something in the overworld throughout my footage, if likely, then you might have noticed something stand out that I've never really mentioned. That being these strange pillars, which if you tried interacting with them before this point, then you'd know that you couldn't really interact with them. But now starting this quest, if you are to interact with these pillars, then... That's right. You're immediately thrown into combat against the fucking dragon. Didn't expect that, did ya? And this is not the only dragon you'll be facing, as there'll be 6 in total that you'll have to face, the same amount as the keystones. So depending on your skill level at this point, you're either gonna have a tough time dealing with these dragons, or they'll be a breeze, and I'll share with you why that might be the case. As soon as the fight starts, the dragon will hit your party with an elemental debuff that the dragon excels at. So you can probably guess what's going to happen. So what's going to happen, because you're probably unprepared, is that you're going to get absolutely demolished, and it'll probably take you a couple of attempts to actually beat it. To which you'll have the same problem over and over again until you collect all 6 keystones, like you're playing a Pokemon game, but more difficult. So you might be wondering how you can make these fights easier for yourself. Well, you could just grind until you're at a good enough level to survive their attacks and beat it that way, but it's more fun to do it the cheesy way, so I'm gonna tell you about that method. So remember why I ranked the ninja job in S tier? Well, these fights will show you exactly why that job is at S tier. So what you do to make these fights an absolute cakewalk is to have your party equipped a ninja job. Either a primary or secondary, doesn't matter. Then, the cheese is you use Utsusemi. That's because when the dragons use their strong elemental move that's meant to body you, you'll instead just invade it and do a counter attack. Then you just rinse and repeat until the dragon is dead. It's that easy. Seriously. This subquest just shows you how broken the ninja job can be in the right circumstance. But even then, the job is just useful. I'm not going to show all the fights against all the dragons because they'll just be the same fight but with different elements. What I will show you now though are the locations of the pillars where you're to fight the dragons and get the keystones. You're welcome. So once you finally do acquire all the keystones, you go back to Vampire Castle and the keystones get inserted into the door, which unlocks it. Entering the castle, they're greeted with an eerie and cold environment where the inside is covered with paintings. So there's one thing I want to mention before moving on to the next cutscene, and that's regarding the random encounters you'll face in this castle. They are going to kick your ass. Well, to be specific, these dog enemies, as they have a counter move where they'll just beat your shit. So I mean it when I say that you want to be fully prepared when exploring this castle, especially at the end when you have to face the boss. When you reach the end of this floor where you enter a large open room, the party would take note of a large painting that's displayed. Inspecting it, they see that it's a large portrait of DeRozo, along with someone who Ringabel suspects to be his wife. But then they notice something written under the painting, where it says that the painting is of DeRozo, who's to be a future clergyman of the Crystal Adventist, as well as noting that he was born on a winter's day. They then realize that the woman is actually his mother, and the baby portrayed in the painting is actually DeRozo himself. But that isn't what catches audience's mind. It's hearing about the Crystal Adventist that gets her attention. She explains that they came before the Crystal Orthodoxy, and they soon faded out, becoming known as the Old Faith. But that happened 2,400 years ago. Then the voice from earlier corroborates with her, saying that they were indeed born that far back, and they appear before them who's unsurprisingly DeRozo. He then adds that the painting is actually a replica, as the original was burned. Then Anya's further questions about the Crystal Adventist. As much as he expected her to ask of this, rather than giving her a direct answer, he instead goes into detail about the history of Eternia. He first explains that Edia's father didn't come up with the duchy, rather he restored it from ancient times. Eternia was actually ruled by this dynasty years before the Orthodoxy took rule, and it was prosperous, with even having 4 seasons until it became the winter landscape it is now. The kings protected the Earth Crystal, and they had good relations with DeRozo's family for generations as they had royal blood, and he ends with that. Now, I'm in a bit of a stump here, as there is a lot of lore that's unpacked here, with it beginning with DeRozo, but with it then revolving to more important things that are relevant to the main story. And if I were to go through them all in detail, then it would probably take 30 minutes or so to unpack it all. That might be a bit of an exaggeration, but nonetheless, I'm just going to try to skim and abbreviate as much as I can for your and my convenience. If you really want to see all of it, then again, I would really recommend that you play the game for yourself, or watch a video on it. Of course, after this video. But to sum it up, the Adventists wanted to control all 4 crystals instead of each country doing so themselves. So then the Crystal Orthodoxy was formed, with DeRosa being the clergy, only for him to be demoted, but eventually war between the Adventists and the Orthodoxy broke out because of their methods. The Orthodoxy made up a lie saying that Eternia was going back to Adventism as well as planning to invade them. This lie was able to convince factions with joining the Orthodoxy to invade Eternia, which upon accomplishing so, they tortured and killed many people, including DeRosa's subjects. They continued to do this until they ultimately decided to burn DeRosa's home, with him and his mother in it. But out of anger, DeRosa heard a voice telling him to accept them, to which he did, and he became the immortal being he is now. But he isn't actually a vampire. It would be then that over the years, DeRosa gained allies to fight against the Crystal Orthodoxy out of revenge, and soon over 500 years, he would meet someone that we all know, that being Sage Yoyana. He became Inquisitor of the Orthodoxy at age 20, and he would fight DeRosa over the years. Then one day, in a fight at Norende Heights, DeRosa was defeated by Yoyana, and his remains were brought back to Eternia as proof, but as we know, DeRosa is very much alive. The sage would then become Archbishop of the Orthodoxy, but it was likely due to his age that the title was given to him, as he was over 100 years old at the time. But the sage took this as an opportunity to separate the Vestals and those who took faith in the crystals from the Orthodoxy, as he was able to notice the corruption that was taking place. And so he waited, for when Eternia would become isolated due to the mountains. As for how he would know this would happen, DeRosa holds that info for later. But when that time did come, the sage restored order, and gave back ownership of the crystals to the temples, which would then become what Anius would come to know. The second part of Yoyana's plan was to then change the system of how the Orthodoxy provided jobs, by suggesting to them that they use asterisks instead. Although the method of acquiring the job didn't exactly change, because nobody but Yoyana knew how to make the asterisks, when they changed to this new system, he ran away with the info. He then waited for those who knew of him to eventually die, but DeRosa sped up the process by killing them, and so with them gone, he was finally able to return home after 700 years. But then after that is pretty much the knowledge that we already know. Although we caught up to the present with his history lesson, there is still one final painting for him to reveal to us. He congratulates us for making it this far, but then tells us that if we want to see the final painting, then we would have to defeat him. Though he does give us an option to whether we actually do want to see the painting or not, as he says there is no need for us to see it. But seeing that we want to complete this quest, and the final painting must hold some profound secret for him to guard it, we accept this fight, and thus, it begins. I'll say this now, but DeRosa will be the toughest fight you'll encounter, as he does not lie when he says he's a formidable foe. He has 2 primary attacks that both deal massive damage to you, and if you just don't heal after he uses either or, then you'll just die. These abilities are Graviga and Bone Crush, which again, they will just wreck your shit, and the only thing I can suggest to avoid these moves are to just use the ninja job and use Ususumi. Although you'll still be getting hit, it'll help you survive long enough so that you can attempt to heal your party. Now, those aren't the only moves he has, as there's one more where he'll suck up your BP, but only one. So be sure to not let any of your party members' BP go under -1, as that will just leave you vulnerable and cost you the fight. But if you struggle your way through this fight, then you'll eventually beat him.
The immortal Lester DeRosa has been defeated.
Defeating him unlocks you the vampire job, even though, as he's explained, he isn't actually a vampire, but let's just ignore that, I guess. But this job does what I've explained he does in the fight, and just like every bestiary job / class in other JRPGs or RPGs, you're able to copy other monsters' moves. I personally wouldn't know how good this job is per se, as I never used it, but I'm sure it'd be fun to experiment with, as it does have some decent support abilities. There's also one more thing I want to mention before I move on, and that's the censorship they did with this job. Mainly with the women, or girls depending on the region. Okay, let me explain that first since we're this far in the video and have yet to mention it. But in the West, the party's age have been altered to make them older than they originally were. Which sort of ties with why the outfits were censored, because in the Japanese version, the job outfit was a bit more revealing as you can see a bit more skin is shown. I personally don't think it's too revealing or as lewd as they make it out to be, and I think it would have been fine to keep, especially since the girls were made to be much older. But those are my thoughts on it. And because of all those reasons, B tier. Also, now that I've shared about the age change, I'm sure you're now thinking back on the subquest with DeRosa and how creepy it is now. And also, the concept of the Bravo bikini and how the sage was hitting on Anya's. Even now as I'm writing this, I'm thinking about how weird it is. But now that we've bested DeRosa, we're finally able to see the final painting, where it depicts an angel descending upon DeRosa and Yuliana's battle. As they were fighting at Norende, and as he was about to cast his strongest magic, an angel descended from the skies, and they were both stunned by it, that they stopped fighting for a moment. They saw how injured she was, and they tended to her wounds, but from her condition, they knew that she did not have long to live. Though that being the case, even so, she tried her best to say something to them, but they were only able to make out these words, and she constantly repeat them. Then when she was able to speak clearly to them, she warned them of the doom that's to become the land of Luxembourg, even telling them of their past and the events of the future, even the futures of our party, warning that the bringer of evil will disguise themselves and trick Anyas into bringing chaos by awakening the crystals. Then by doing so, Luxembourg would be destroyed by a rift that then destroys the Earth, which is reminiscent of the Great Chasm. She then gave DeRosa a mission that only he can fulfill, but he won't share what that mission is. But he continues his story by sharing that the angel did eventually die, but after that, he and the sage spent 3 days discussing and agreeing to work together to prevent this disaster from happening, thus ending the cutscene. Okay, so a lot is revealed here, and if you're very observant, then you're probably able to piece the puzzle together. But because this is a subquest, this info, which is very much important, doesn't really bleed into the story. It sort of does get mentioned a bit later, but for the subquest, although you can try to write it off as them not really thinking much about it, I still think it's something important that they think about. But I guess it's something more so for the player themselves to think about while they're playing, and for them to fit the clues into place. But I won't go much further than that for, again, reasons. So for now, let's get back to awakening the crystal. When they arrive at the temple, they're quickly able to feel a foul presence, and knowing that the place is driven by monsters, they quickly hurry to the altar room. But when we get to the main area of the temple, if we're to look around, then we'd find some research papers and notes laying around that give a good amount of lore about the crystals, the plague, and the uprising of the duchy. Again, there's a lot of stuff to go through here that would take a lot of time, so I'll just say again, if you want to see these, then, as I've been saying, I suggest you play this game for yourself to look into it. Actually, I thought of this while writing, but if you're interested in me reading over the text and lore of the game as like a bonus video to go alongside with this, then let me know in the comments. Also, just using this to know how many of you are actually paying attention and see if you've made it this far. That's right, I know you have this in the background and or on a second monitor, you cheesy fuck. That's right, a cheesy one, not a cheeky one. I don't even know where I'm going with that. Anyways, once we actually enter the altar, they can see the pipes and machinery that have been added to drain the crystal of its energy. Edea asks for forgiveness for letting things be this way, but she has no need to apologize as she's done nothing wrong. But like the other 3 times, they see a monster on the crystal, with this one being Gygus Lich, the propagator of doom. And the fight for the last crystal begins. I'll just say this now, but Gygus Lich is not that tough of a boss. But there is one particular move that he has that makes him sort of annoying. That ability being Death, and from its name, I'm sure you can pretty much guess that it's an instant kill move. He does have one other attacking spell that he'll use, but it won't really hurt you for that much, so this is pretty much gonna be an easy fight. Especially knowing that they're an undead enemy, which, if you remember, means that not only holy damage will hurt it, but also healing spells will damage it. But as I said, it's an easy fight, and you'll finish him in no time. Once the fight is over, Edea begins to question how long the monster has been here, as she can't imagine her father allowing it to stay there. But as they're discussing it, Eri interrupts the conversation and hurries them to awaken the crystal, which we do.
Not yet! Just a little longer! More! Keep going! Still not enough! You can do this! Stop! That's it! I said stop! No! It's too much! It's going to break! Hooray! We did it!
Holy smokes!
I had to include that part. I just thought it was kind of funny. But now, the final crystal has been awakened, and they begin to celebrate with Tiz asking if the Great Chasm is finally gone. However, Eri tells them that they're not done just yet, as now the Holy Pillar has appeared somewhere in the world, and they must go to it for her to place her brooch on it. As by doing so, the light will spread all across Luxembourg, and it will rid of all the darkness with the Great Chasm alongside with it. Excited that their journey is finally coming to an end, they make their way to their final destination, the Holy Pillar. But before I move on to where the Holy Pillar is and the events that lead up to it, I want to add another spoiler warning here, as what happens next will change the course of the story, and there'll be lots of twists and turns, and I really do recommend that you personally experience that on your own. So with that out of the way, let's continue. When we're in the overworld, we can see that our next destination is at the bottom right of the map, and that is where the Holy Pillar will be. Getting near it, Ringabel questions Eri if it's even safe for them to be inside of it, but she assures them that things will be fine. Though, she does give us a warning prompt that once we continue, there's no going back, so if there's a subquest that you for some reason have yet to do, then now would be a good time to do so. But since I've done everything that there's to do, I proceed with what's to happen. Everything starts going smoothly as soon as they go inside of the Holy Pillar, and Eri begins the process of filling up her brooch with the pillar's light. Though as it's happening, the ship begins shaking, but that isn't what catches their immediate worry, as suddenly, the ship gets hit by something. Not only that, but along with the violent shake, Dats and Zats begin screaming, so to check what's happening, the party immediately rush their way to help them. What they find on the deck is Alternus carrying out his mission. Edea starts interrogating him, and he tells her that he's fulfilling the wishes that Brave left for him. The ship starts to shake again, and being concerned for Eri, Ringabel tries to go back to the helm, but Alternus stops him and begins fighting us. Throughout the fight, Alternus will have some dialogue that's mainly directed at Edea, talking about his rough childhood where he barely survived and having no one until Brave saved him. How he also wished he killed Anyas early on in hopes that it would have saved Edea from going down this path, to even hoping that one day he would marry her. But that's too late now, as Edea has made up her mind that she'll do whatever it takes to see that her mission in saving the world is fulfilled, and she won't let anyone stop her. For the fight now, Alternus is not going to be too challenging, well, at least compared to DeRozo. Alternus' main method of attacking is using dark elemental base attacks, and the attacks that he uses get stronger the lower his health is. So I would basically see him as the opposite of Edea's father, in both elemental types and the methods of attacking. But again, he isn't too tough to face, as if he defeated DeRozo, then this fight should be a cakewalk. Defeating him unlocks the Dark Knight job, and his moveset is pretty much what I've said. Though as to what I think about it, I think it's pretty good. If you're able to set up a method where whoever has his job equipped is losing health at a good rate, but also something that keeps them alive like regen, then you'll be able to dish out some insane damage. Because again, the lower your health is, the more damage you'll deal, so it's pretty much a risk-reward type of thing. I gave this job to Ringabel just because it worked well with him along with Time Mage due to having regen, but I also gave it to him because I thought it would be fitting, and you'll see why in a sec. Also A tier.
Alternus. Alternus, your face.
Why?
Alternus!
When he falls off the ship, Ringabel is in a state of shock, and Tiz begins questioning why his face looked exactly like Ringabel's, though he then notices that Alternus dropped something, but when he picks it up, they find that it's the exact same journal that Ringabel has. However, they don't have time to think about it, as the ship is continuing to shake violently, so they rush their way back to the helm. Though they try as they might to get the ship back into control, it's all futile, as they seem to be drawn into the light.
Eri! Eri, what's happening? Can you not sweep away the darkness? Answer me! Eri!
After the cutscene plays, the chapter starts with us waking up as Tiz, who we can imagine is in a state of shock for what happened to him. He's greeted by the innkeep, who shares his shock that Tiz was willing to stop the people who tried to set the town on fire. But he thanks him for helping. But Tiz is obviously confused, to which he asks the man who these men were. Though, this makes the innkeep laugh. He does tell him that it was the Eternian Sky Knights who were trying to wreak havoc in the city. Of course, this surprises Tiz, as we've already dealt with them, but the innkeep is visibly confused as to what he means that they're back. He then gets slightly weirded out by Tiz when he asks about Eggle, as he then leaves him alone to check on something. Seeing the innkeeper's reaction to his question, Tiz then assumes that everything that's happened must have been a dream. But that's when the others show up, and slowly start recounting things that only they would remember, as well as the last moments before they got knocked out. Realizing that it was no dream, they then start asking Eri why they're in Caldistla and what exactly happened. Though Eri is unsure as to what happened, that's when they turn to see Owen walk into the inn, alive and well. Surprised by this, they then try connecting all the dots as to who it can be that tried burning the city down, with their conclusions being that it was ominous, and because of this, they then start believing they're in a dream that's recounting the events of the past. However, that's quickly debunked as Adia wasn't with them at this point, which just leads to further questions. That's when Tiz decides to look out the window, only to then point out to everyone that the water is tainted again. With just more questions being piled up, they all decide to split up to gather more clues as to what's happening. Playing as Tiz, the next place that we check out, we go through Norende Ravine and look upon the Great Chasm, which is still unfortunately there. Agnes then shows up, also witnessing that the chasm is still there. And so they ask Eri why this is the case when they did everything she told them to do. But she is unsure as to why, and then shows them her brooch, and how it's lost its color, suggesting that everything has been restarted. Although they feel a bit discouraged that they have to do everything again, they then reminisce about their first meeting here. Agnes talks about how they've changed, with how they've grown closer in their journey, and they both agree that they can reawaken the crystals again if need be. They both head back to Caldistla, and they meet up with Ringabel, who shares that all the people he's talked to don't remember him in the slightest, as if his existence was erased. But what upsets him the most is that all the women he's flirted with don't even remember him. Aside from that though, Anyas makes sure to bring up Alternus's face to him, but for now he doesn't want to think about it, and when questioned about his memories, he still hasn't been able to remember anything. Tiz then mentions to him about how they're planning to start over and reawaken all the crystals again, to which Ringabel is more than willing to tag along. They then go looking for Edea, where she's standing alone, lost in thought. She thinks out loud about how worried she is to think that everything has been a dream, as it would mean that all they've done has been for nothing, especially with her betraying her home country. She even wonders why she's with them, when that isn't how things originally were. But Ringabel tries to comfort her by telling her that her struggles were no dream, and that the people as well don't recognize them. They then share their plans with Edea, to which she also continues to go along with them, so they head back to the inn to see what they've gathered. They then start going over Ares' brooch and how it's not lit up anymore, meaning that they must reawaken the crystals again. Edea then asks about the Vestal garb, which Anyas answers that since they had it stored with their belongings, they still have it, along with the Bravo bikini, as Ringabel makes sure to mention. Because they have these items with them, Ringabel concludes that they're not in a time loop, but as he's trying to further explain his thoughts, they're interrupted by a loud noise outside that they believe to be the Sky Knights. Though that isn't the case, as Dats enters the inn searching for the party, and as they group up, Tiz begins asking if he knows who they are, to which he indeed does, along with the proprietress and Zats, as they're in the grand ship. Once they're on board, Ringabel is fully convinced that they didn't go back in time, but Anya suggests that it could be that their being in the Holy Pillar only brought them back in time. But without a concrete answer in mind right now, they decide to reawaken one of the crystals since they're able to access everywhere with having the grand ship. Once we're in the open world, we can see a whole lot of things that are just open to us. But first, we get a tutorial text telling us that we're able to do more damage than the capped limit. Though there's an asterisk there. While we are able to do more than 9999 damage, the way to do so is by using the Bravely Second mechanic, which is either something you've been using to do extra damage, or like me, you have not been using it in the slightest throughout the whole game. So now that you're able to go over that capped damage, it'd be a good idea to abuse that. But I'm not, so fuck me, I guess. But moving on to the map again, everything is open to you thanks to the grand ship, and with all these subquests, the locations might seem familiar. So I'm just gonna say this now, but these subquests are going to be repeated fights with the same bosses. This is sort of meant for people who I guess didn't do some of the subquests for whatever reason, but for those who did fight all the subquest bosses, you might be wondering what's in it for you if you're not gonna get their jobs, and no, the jobs you've acquired won't be upgraded by fighting them again. What do you get for fighting them again is not only JP to help you level up your jobs, but you also get different cutscenes when facing them. Now because there's so many bosses to fight again, I would decide not to cover them. But because they do contain different cutscenes and they sort of delve a bit more into the characters, I sort of feel like it'd be a missed opportunity to not cover them. Well, I'll at least try to cover them as fast as I can, so let's go over the ones in Caldisla first. Okay, well they weren't originally subquests, but they are now since you don't really have to fight them. So going over to the west side of Caldisla, we'll meet again with the first two bosses that we faced in the beginning of the game, those two being Holly and Lur. They're both not happy to see us in the slightest, as at this point, we've already defeated them, and it seems that just happened recently. As they mentioned, we've come back for seconds though. This time, they notice we've brought Ringabel and Edea along, but they become more focused on Edea being at our side. They're further angered that she betrayed them, and then the fight starts. And since this is a repeat fight, there's nothing really to go over, as they too will use the same moves as the first time we fought them. So yeah, nothing to note here. And now that you have access to a lot of jobs now, this fight will be a breeze. After defeating them, Tez comments on how different they were this time around, and also noting how they both were surprised to see them. Though as Anyas points out, it was just the two of them last time, and now they have both Ringabel and Edea. And that's that. So yeah, they're pretty quick and short for the most part. So hopefully these won't take up too much time. Though you'll probably know the answer to that by looking at the runtime. Next, we head to Central Keep, where we'll face Ominous, and when we meet him, he looks shaken, as he's in disbelief that Edea is with Anyas. Edea then asks Ominous about her absence from the Sky Knights, However, he continues to be more frightened when he starts speaking. It's almost as if he's having a schizophrenic episode or something. But then, he starts attacking us. Though just like the last fight, he doesn't do anything new, so we just defeat him once more. With the fight over, Edea starts to wonder why he was so frightened by her, as well as wondering where the Edea of this world is. Though, Ringibill just jokes that the Edea of this world probably got extremely angry with Ominous that she beat him so badly that it left him frightened. But they don't think too much about it after that. Though, it is odd that their counterparts from this world are nowhere to be seen, especially since they did exist not too long ago. The final subquest for Caldisla is at Latano Villa, which, if you remember, is where a certain knight is stationed out. Meeting him, Heinkel is angered at Edea for even thinking of being a traitor, and what's more surprising is that he doesn't seem to recognize that Agnes is the Wind Vestal they're after. He then gives her one last chance to change her mind, but of course, Edea has already made up her mind far back. Not pleased with her answer, he draws his blade and our fight begins. But we pull a Morbius sweep on him and kick his ass. Why did I make a Morbius reference in 2023, especially when it's about to be 2024? Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. As Heinkel is defeated, his final words are him expressing his regret for being unable to stop Edea. But after that, those are pretty much all the rematches with the bosses in Caldisla. But since the first crystal that I'll be awakening would be the Crystal of Wind, I'm going to do all the subquests in Ansheim before I awaken it. So the first place I'm going to visit is the Thieves' Hideout, where we'll face Jackal again. Confronting him, he starts asking how we got here, then he starts mentioning about his thirst and how painful it is. This time, knowing about his scheme with the Profiteer, Agnes and Edea bring out the evidence that exposes his scheme, which causes Jackal's thirst and headache to get worse. He then mentions his upbringing like last time, where he was abandoned by his family, but this time, he adds how he was accepted by some people, but for him to only find out that they were exploiting him. Then, when they were done with him, he was left abandoned again. However, that was when he was then raised by a band of thieves who taught him how to survive. He pulls out his knife and the battle begins. And like last time as well, Kent appears by his side ready to fight. Once the fight is over, the party begins to feel a hint of regret on killing Jackal, as he knew himself the terrible life he had and how rotten he's become. The next one that I decide to go for is Calmer, so we wait till nighttime, sneak our way through the millworks, and make it to the throne room to listen in on Calmer and Kent. Calmer strokes his ego by going on about how brilliant his plan to exploit the people for them to turn against Agnes is. They then go on how good it is that Agnes isn't here. How little they know. Then he goes on about how he wants to bring an age of anti-crystalism to Ansheim. That way, the city would be able to last long. After listening in for a bit, the party comes out of hiding and confronts them. Thankfully, this isn't a Marvel movie. Calmer starts acting very childish, similar to the time when he was caught red-handed. But knowing that nobody saw us enter the secret passageway, he gets ready to fight us. You know, for this fight, it would have been better to have done this first, as doing so, it would have just gotten rid of Kent for the other fights. But at least I'm doing it now. The next morning once the fight is over, the Prime Minister steps up to rule Ansheim, and he bids us a safe journey. Now for the last subquest here, the Profiteer, we simply go to his office to talk to him. As he's introducing himself, Edea cuts him off and exposes him for who he really is, as well as presenting evidence of the scheme he's been pulling on the people. Dumbfounded on how we were able to procure these papers, it doesn't take long for him to change his tune and the battle begins. But now that we defeated Kent, he's not going to show up for this fight. Kind of a nice sense of sequence breaking here. Upon defeating him, the party go on to wonder if he was nastier here than last time. But nonetheless, they're happy to have gotten rid of him. Okay, with the subquest here out of the way now, it's time to reawaken the Wind Crystal. So off to the Wind Temple we go. Inside the altar room, the party is shocked to see the crystal back to the way it looked, and Agnes asks Eri for the cause. However, she still doesn't know even if she is a Christ Fairy. Just as they're thinking of performing the Rite of Awakening, they notice that Orthrus is back as well, and they have to defeat it before they can start the awakening. Now, you would think that since we're having to reawaken the crystals and having to fight the same bosses again, then they'd do something different for them. Like changing their movesets, or at least adding to it, adding a new phase, or anything to at least make them different from the last time you fought them. Well, the answer for that is an astounding no. They did not change anything, and just like the subquest fights here, they're completely the same. And that'll be an issue with future events, but I won't be going over that for now. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. So yeah, because they're going to be the same fight, I don't think I need to repeat myself here. So let's move on. After the fight, the party commented how Arthros has gotten stronger than last time, but they don't ponder on it too much as they need to awaken the crystal. Before we start the process though, Eri asks if we have any questions, to which a prompt pops up asking if we want the game to explain the process again. Which is kinda weird for this to pop up this late in the game, as what she says, we've already done this 4 times. Again, it's weird for the game to ask, but we'll just move on and not ask any questions.
Not yet! Just a little longer! More! Keep going! Still not enough! You can do this! Stop! That's it!
With the crystal awakened, they look at Eri's bridge as confirmation to which it indeed is glowing. And with one down again, it's time to awaken the next one. That next one being the water crystal. So, to Florum we go. Arriving at the city, the party notices that there's no difference with the people of Florum. That's when Ringabel also notices a flyer for the festival, saying that it's already over. Wondering about the Olivia of this world, Anya suggests that we check with the matriarch to see what's transpired. Visiting her, she obviously doesn't know who Agnes is, but after being delighted to see her, she sadly informs her that Olivia has already died months ago, due to an earthquake. Then as for the one who was supposed to be the next water Vestal, she was rejected due to suffering an illness. Without the protection of Olivia's barrier on the crystal, Agnes makes sure to hurry to awaken it. But I'm not in that much of a hurry, so just like what I did in Ansheim, I decided to get the subquests out of the way. Remembering where the secret lab was in the city, I decided to go after DeRosa first. In his lab, Tiz is ready to let the women go, but that's when DeRosa makes his appearance, asking how we found this place. The party exposes him of his actions of making toxin to exploit the women for his own personal gain. Edea expresses her disgust at him, and that's when he begins to recognize her. He even reveals to her that her father approved of his work. With Edea dejected, DeRosa tells them to bug off and let him continue his work. However, they're not gonna let him go that easily. So, we fight him. Once the fight is over, Ringabel is able to see that Edea is upset with what was revealed to her. As a way to comfort her, he tells her to not underestimate him and to look over DeRosa's notes, since he obviously did anything to climb up the ladder. And that's that. But after the cutscene, we unlock our first costume for Edea, the Bravo Bikini. And man, I've been wanting to talk about the costumes for a while now. But I still think it's too early for that, so for now, I'll just talk about this one. So the Bravo Bikini is unsurprisingly censored for the Western release, and looking at the Japanese version, it's pretty clear as to why, as that version is indeed the real Bravo Bikini. That version makes what the sage says make much more sense, but other than it being too revealing, it's also another reason why they decided to age up the characters, as it'd be weird to depict a 16-year-old wearing this. Though that didn't stop Xenoblade Chronicles X from doing that as well. Now, there's one more thing I want to mention that sort of relates to the Bravo Bikini, but also doesn't, and that's Agnes' version of the Bravo outfit. She of course doesn't get the Bravo Bikini for character reasons, though I wouldn't mind having her wear it. Western release Agnes, not the Japanese version. Degeneracy aside, she does get another outfit, one that I find better than the bikini, that outfit being the Bravo Bunny, which is an outfit that either may or may not be accessible in the game. Let me explain. So I've scoured everywhere, hoping to see if anyone can corroborate if this outfit is in the Western release of the game, and if so, what the unlock conditions are. Some of the places I've looked at have said that this is a Japan exclusive outfit, for the reason being that the only way to get it is by getting a promotional code along with the soundtrack CD of the game. Which would corroborate with other info I have where some of the other outfits are Japan only due to the same reasons. However, I've also seen info that the costume is locked behind the condition of beating the entire game on the hardest difficulty, and because of this, it's accessible in other regions, but it's censored. Though, I can't find anything supporting this game theory. So what I think happened is that it became a sort of he said, she said sort of scenario. I'm more inclined to believe the first theory of it being a Japanese-only costume, since it holds more true. But I would also love it to see if anyone is able to come out with any evidence proving the second theory. Hell, I'll even take a screenshot of it, whether in Citra, though I guess that could be fake due to mods. Or, more desirable, a photo of your 3DS with the costume. Now as for why I'm not doing this myself, or I did not do this myself, well, if I'm being honest, I'm using an old save file that I've already played, hence the old footage, and on that save file, I was playing it on normal difficulty, so I can't switch to hard and then do all of that, as I don't think that's how it works. Or at least I don't think that's how the theory works. And I only found out about this info after beating the game. Other than that though, yeah, that really bugged me when I was going over the development part of the video, and just looking up the costumes. Oh, and before I move on, you equip your outfit where you would also equip your armor. There you go, and tangent over, and on to the next subquest. The next place we go to is Florum Garden, where we'll face Mephilia. We run in, where we sort of see the same scenario where Mephilia is killing the fairies for their wings, and that's when she notices us, but more importantly, Edea. Seeing Edea, she begins to express her visceral disgust at her, calling Edea a hypocrite, and how much of a hideous scumbag she is. She does not hold back on the insults like a drama YouTuber or T-channel. She continues on saying how corrupt humanity is, and how she wants to see Edea drop her facade, and she engages, starting to fight. Once the fight is over, in her dying breath, she expresses her enjoyment that she was able to taint Edea's hands with blood. But not only that, but she also mutters something that surprises the party, and that being that she's able to tell that we're from another world, though she isn't able to elaborate further as she dies mid-sentence, leaving the party to wonder what exactly she knew. Next, we head to the woods at the east, where we'll find Artemia, who continues to hunt the Orochis. When Edea confronts her, honestly, nothing much is really added for this one, as Artemia sort of repeats what she said last time, how she only listens to her sister and how she'll never let her prey get away. Edea is upset that she couldn't stop Einherja, and then the fight starts. Then once the fight is over, the party then tell the shop clerk what the hair dye is really made out of, and it ends there. Finally, it's time for the last subquest in Florum, and that's going to be against Einherja. Also, finally good footage after how many hours in? Making her way to the hidden village, they not only encounter Einherja, but they also see that nobody is to be seen in the village. They assume that Einherja and the rest of the Blood Rose killed the people who lived here. However, Einherja shares that the place has been abandoned for years, theorizing that the Crystalists that lived in the village slowly erased their existence, as she explains that the Orthodoxy was a group corrupted by greed and power. So for those reasons, she wouldn't have been surprised if the village met its end because of that. Agnes expresses her thoughts as to whether or not to believe her, but what she does know is that the duchy has done terrible things to them. Things that she cannot forgive. Einherja cannot but agree, as she acknowledges the terrible things they've done, and she even mentions the terrible direction that the Blood Rose has gone, saying that her sisters, Mephilia and Artemia, have gotten scarred by the things that they had to do, and she wishes she was like Edea, to be able to go rogue. While Edea encourages her that it's not too late for her to leave the Blood Rose, she, however, cannot leave, as she swore her allegiance to Eternia, to bring a brighter future. Even if it means having to do terrible things and get her hands dirty, she'll continue to fight for the future that the Marshal dreams for, a better one. Unwilling to stop her mission, she draws her weapon, and the battle begins. Once we defeat her, she repeats the same thing as she did last time, telling Edea to talk to her father. That way, she'll understand what he's striving for. But then, her life drifts away, ending this encounter. With the subquest out of the way, it's time to head to the Temple of Water to awaken the Water Crystal. Entering the Crystal Altar, they again see the crystal in the same state as the Wind Crystal, and as they're thinking of again immediately performing the rite, they notice the monster lurking inside. We again have to fight Rusalka, which again still has the same moveset, but the only difference this time is that he's stronger, since it should scale roughly close to our level, or less depending on what level you are. Now before I move on to the victory screen and then the awakening, this is going to be a turning point of the story, where one of two things will happen. Because of that, I'm going to leave you with 3 options on how you want to progress the video. The first one is letting you continue this part, and once that segment ends, you'll be given another option to skip ahead of the video to the conclusion, or to not, and it's also going to be the third option I'll suggest. For the second option, I'm going to put up a timestamp if you want to skip this segment and continue to the other part of the video which also leads to the conclusion. Then finally, the third option is you just watch both parts and basically watch the rest of the video. Hopefully if I've done this right, then for either option you pick, it'll still feel like a fully complete video. I'm not going to say anything else as to why I'm doing this. I'm entirely leaving the option up to you.
Hurry up and awaken the crystal before we are beset by more beasts! Of course. I'm ready, Eri. I'm sure you have the hang of it, but if there's anything you'd like to go over again, just ask. Time to get started, Agnes. Are you ready?
Yes. Let us begin.
Not yet! Just a little longer! More! Keep going! Still not enough! You can do this! Stop! That's it! Agnes, stop! I said stop! I told you this is dangerous! Hello? Can you even hear me? Agnes, stop this! You'll destroy the crystal! Stop! Please! You have to stop, Agnes! Why are you doing this?
What's the matter, Agnes?
Should we do something? Do we stop her?
Agnes.
Stop! 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 Before the whole world is destroyed! Please, Agnes! We've worked so hard to save it! Don't throw it all away! Don't you care about your friends? Aren't I your friend too? So please listen to me!
I don't know how this will turn out, but I'm with Agnes to the end.
Count me in too. I won't abandon her.
This is so nerve-wracking. But I trust you, Agnes. Do what you need to do. Stop! You really are going to destroy it! This is my last warning. If you don't stop now... Stop! Stop!
That's right. If you keep praying to the crystal long enough, then Eri will reveal her true monstrous form. If you've been noticing and are wondering why I've continued to press X when Eri told me to stop during the awakenings, well, this is sort of why. It's because I knew of this twist, and I wanted to see what would happen if I did it in the early chapters. I of course knew that it wouldn't trigger the twist, but I did wonder what exactly the game would do. Also, remember how far back in the game when we recruited Ringabel and acquired his journal? And remember how it contains a bunch of lore, even some that spoil future events? Well, if you haven't looked through the diary section like I did it when I first played this game, looking through it now and reading it, on the second to last page, it contains this drawing. Then on the last page, it contains some blood splatter with the previous passage saying along the lines that they've lost to this monster. Well, that monster has been with us this whole time, manipulating us throughout our whole journey in the guise of a friendly fairy. There's also multiple hints to Eri being evil, as Anya said that Eri came out of the chasm in Norende, and there's been multiple times where Eri, no matter what, would encourage them to awaken the crystals, foregoing any other thought that the party would have had to go about things a different way. Another thing, if we were to awaken this crystal normally, then something different will happen. We would have to visit the sage, and a whole bunch of things would be revealed to us, but one that subtly hinted at Eri's true nature. Though it's ambiguous, and it would take quite a bit for the story to then sort of lead you into doing this, but I decided to do this early instead, even though it makes much more sense to do so later. But to go back to the fight, we have to do this without the help of Agnes, so if she was your healer, then good luck. But this isn't a fight where we're meant to win, as it doesn't take long for Eri to wipe us all out, meaning that this is to be a scripted death. After killing the three of us, Eri then goes after Agnes to stop her from destroying the crystal. However, the party were luckily able to hold her off long enough, as when Eri is slowly creeping towards Agnes, she's able to shatter the crystal with no doubt in her mind, even if she's unsure if what she's doing is the right choice.
Grant me this prayer. If it is not too late, please save this world. Save my friends.
She again wonders if this was the right choice, but when she turns around to face Eri, she's killed by the monster. With all the Vestals dead and the shattering of the water crystal, Eri is forced to look for a crystalline core, and so she makes her way to the chasm and Norende. With the party dead, a voice that closely sounds like Agnes suddenly speaks out to them, telling them to rise. Then the voice appears as a bright light, and Agnes's pendant starts glowing. She continues to say that she'll grant us the power to ward off evil and darkness. Then, she revives the party as well as calling them the Warriors of Light. After the light engulfs them, Tez wakes up and starts shouting, checking to see if everyone's okay, to which the others start waking up one by one. They start recounting everything that just happened before they died, and that's when Agnes starts mentioning about the dream they had. They conclude that the voice came from Agnes's pendant, and Tez even comments on how the voice sounded similar to her, with Ringabel further adding that it must have been the Agnes from his world. But they put their focuses back onto Eri, and how they must stop her at all costs, even if they don't wish to believe that she deceived them. As Ringabel shares, that it's the monster that killed the Adia in his world, and he also reasons that if they don't stop her, then she'll trick other people into awakening the crystals for her. So with the party alive and together again, it's now time to face the final and real enemy that the Rosa warned us about with the Angel's premonition, Eri. Actually, there's something really cool to show before we move on. If you're to save the game and exit to the title screen, then pick your save file where you're at this point of the story, the subtitle where the fairy flies will change to something new. Some of the text will go red and disappear, with only leaving Eri lies. The spoiler has been there the whole time, and is such a crazy and cool thing for the devs to do. To essentially break the fourth wall and reveal that the person, or creature in this case, was in the title all along, it's such a cool thing to see. Okay, with that crazy reveal that I've been waiting to just show out of the way now, it's time to head to the chasm. At the cliff where everything began, they're able to see the dark aurora coming out of the chasm. They at first wonder how they could get down inside the chasm, but luckily, there's a magic portal that'll lead them down there. Once the party teleports inside the dark aurora, Eri is able to sense that they're alive and on their way to her. But she doesn't mind, as she wants to make them suffer for having to make her wait 5,000 years for the crystal to come back. Now, when Tiz tells you before entering the dark aurora to prepare yourself, you kinda want to do some prepping, as the enemies can do a number on you, if you're not careful at least. Plus, there's the final fight that's waiting at the end, so you want to make sure that you're fully equipped with the right armor and weapons, as well as the best jobs. Then once you do make it to the bottom, Eri is there waiting for you, and it's time to approach her and finish everything. They approach her. However, instead of exchanging harsh words to each other for manipulating us the whole time, Agnes instead asks and pleads if the Eri they know is actually inside of that creature. As much as Ringabel and Adia try to intervene and reason with her that she's evil, Agnes doesn't listen, as she continues to cry out to Eri. Eri then starts making noises of struggle, to which she begins talking in her usual voice that we all know. They at first believe that she is being taken over by some dark entity, however, she then drops the act in the midst that she was toying with them. She then goes on about how everything has been the same, where she tricks them into awakening the crystals, and in the end, she kills them as the them in the other worlds are unable to accept the truth that she's evil. However, for this world, in this time, Agnes has had enough of her reign of terror. It commits to stopping her endless cycle of manipulation and killing of them. And so, the final fight against Eri, inside the chasm that began everything, begins. For this fight, Eri can be a bit of a nuisance, as she has some powerful attacks. Well, at least one strong attack that can set you back a bit. The first move that she has access to is called Tight Bind, where it has a chance to inflict stop on your party members. If one of your party members does unluckily get inflicted with stop, then Eri will combo it with another attack called Slaughter. This is her strongest attack, and it's also the move that she originally killed the party with. She hits her party with a fury of blows, acting like she's Star Platinum from JoJo. And that's not all, as the attack also has a chance to inflict your party with poison. So yeah, not only does it do a ton of damage if you aren't defaulting, but it also leaves a sting with poison, which you'll need to immediately get rid of while also healing. Lastly, the final move in her arsenal is actually a protection move called Spike Guard. When she has this barrier up, you'll want to not attack her in the slightest, as it also serves as a counter if you attack them. For this, you'll have to wait until she turns the barrier off, which doesn't take that many turns to do so, plus when she's doing this, you have the opportunity to build up some BP. I should also mention her weaknesses, with those being fire, and since she's listed as a bug targeting moves are great against her. So be sure to use these moves against her for great damage, even equipping these into your special attacks. But soon enough, you'll get through this fight. Impressed that we lasted this long fighting her, Eri then decides to show off her other form, a more gratuitous one. She then begins gloating how long it's been since she had to use that form, and she ends the stroking of her ego, and we jump right back into the fight. For this phase, Eri actually gets a completely new moveset that will actually wreck your shit if you aren't playing well. though for her weaknesses, they pretty much stay the same. She now has 2 different moves that can inflict 2 different ailments, one being Charm and the other Berserk. Then, she also has access to every high level spell like Firaga, Thundaga, Dark, and etc. But sometimes, when she uses one of the high magic spells, she would start up a combo with Luxuria, which gives a debuff to your entire party that makes them weak to every elemental attacks. This combo that she does is insane, as it could possibly just insta-kill some of your party members if they aren't fully healed. Of course, you can try blocking them by putting up Reflect on your party, however, she also has one move that just goes right through it called Flare. So be sure to prepare yourself with some magic defensive equipment to help you out, as even if you're putting up some buffs, Luxuria will also remove your buffs. Also, at some point throughout the fight when her health is getting low, she'll pull a BM and use Recover to fully heal herself. So hopefully you don't die at any point during this fight, because if you do, then you have to restart the whole fight over again. One more thing that happens is that at some point a dialogue cutscene will play, and I'll just let it play here.
I ought to have seen through you sooner. I knew of your evils. I ought to have...
You styled yourself a hero, arrogant. You did nothing but stand in awe of my might.
We first met on that precipice, overlooking the great chasm. You had come forth from the chasm's depth, but you had only just slain us. Our blood had yet to dry.
Indeed, you have served me well. Now, die a bitter death, knowing you served your enemy.
Unacceptable!
My father and Master Kami Izumi warned us of you. Now, too late. I see the fool I've been.
Those who act by emotion are the easiest to master. I've been your father. To know of me, only to be thwarted by his own daughter.
I'll never forgive you for violating Agnes' trust!
Always the same. Always about Agnes. I hate that about you most of all.
Lastly, before I finish with the fight, I just want to mention how much of a banger this final boss music is. It's really good, and it's definitely one of the best ones in this game. Hell, I'm just gonna let it play for a bit for you to listen. Unless, you know, the copyright gods have something else to say. But eventually, if you survive long enough, the fight will be over, and Ares' reign of terror and the ever so long cycle of misery will finally be over. Having defeated Eri, her body is beginning to disintegrate, and as that's happening, she's in disbelief at her defeat. She then continues on, even coping by saying that we've accomplished nothing by defeating her, and that we're blind to that. She begins making a prediction that a day will come that her lord, Ouroboros, will appear and shatter the worlds. Then, her body blows up. The party then begins to wonder if they've truly won, and if everything is actually over. Agnes is still in disbelief about the truth of the awakening of the crystals, and as Tiz brings up about the crystals still going out of hand, the Dark Aurora starts shaking. Seeing that the place is about to collapse, the party make their escape. As they exit the chasm, they see the Aurora fade away, and they board the grand ship where they're surprised by the visit of both the Sage and DeRozo. They congratulate the party for being able to do what they couldn't have, but they acknowledge that it's time for the party to return to their own worlds, while they clean up the rest in this world. They then explain that the chasm links the worlds together, and now that Eri has been defeated, the chasm will begin to close up, which will prevent them from going back to their world. Though, they do give them the option to either stay in this world or their original. The party decides to go back to their original one. They all say their farewells to DeRozo and the Sage, and with them, holding the gate open for the party to get through. They go through, and thus ends their journey. And that's the end of Bravely Default Where the Fairy Flies, or Bravely Default for the sequel. In the credits, we get to see what the party gets up to when they get back home. But I also gotta say that this ending just sort of ends quickly. It also leaves a few questions left unanswered, but a few that I'm guessing are meant to be applied. The first unanswered question being who exactly Ouroboros is, and not the Xenoblade 3 one, or the actual myth, but in this game. Then there's the question of the angel that DeRosa spoke of when he showed us the last painting. It feels like there's meant to be more about the angel, and then later on when the party is revived, you could say that the voice could be that angel. However, it's likely just Agnes from another world. On the subject of DeRosa, he also mentions having a particular duty that only he can fulfill, though we never got to see what that duty is. It could have been him giving us that warning, however, because it's in the subquest, it wouldn't have spilled over into the main story, as I feel like the warning he gave that someone was sus among us, it would have triggered in their minds that it could possibly be Eri, or at least they would have begun to suspect one another, or at least someone. Also, I want to mention the part when Eri gets revealed to be the villain. Before that cutscene plays, there's actually supposed to be a bit more that happens before, that trigger. As I said, if you do awaken the crystal, then you'd sort of do this side quest thing with the sage that's still relevant to the main story. Then a lot is more revealed, and Ringabel also gets his memories back, hence why he was able to know or realize that Eri was evil. Or even make that comment where he says that Eri killed the idea of his world. But yeah, if I was to do that part, or get a little bit ahead and finish that part, then I feel like some of this stuff would have made more sense. But even then, there's quite a bit of stuff that's left unanswered, and that could still be theorized. But that's probably for the sequel. For now though, I'm going to put up the timestamp leading you to the conclusion of this video. Now that the monster is defeated, we get the okay to start the Rite of Awakening. Ignoring Eri for her explanation, it's time to start the rite. When Agnes is finished with the rite, Edea points out that her garb is starting to have some wear. Not wanting it to get worse, they decide to go visit the sage of this world to have him fix it. Once we make it to the Yuliana woods, the sage steps out to greet us, but of course, he doesn't know who we are. The events play out similarly, with Agnes introducing herself and the sage recounting his memories of Agnes visiting when she was little. Though Agnes has a visibly upset look on her face, Edea then cuts in to ask if the sage can repair the garb. Saying that he can, Agnes then asks what she wanted to ask, that being if the sage remembers who she is. The sage is silent at first, but then he surprises everyone by telling her that it's the third time he's seen her, though the first for her, as he knows that she's from a different world. He then invites them in to further elaborate on what he means. He starts by asking a few questions on what they know so far, like him being the founder of the duchy, if they know DeRosa, and why they built the organization that would later become the duchy. However, she doesn't know. Even though it actually does get sort of explained to us when doing the DeRosa subquest. But the sage is dumbfounded that his otherworld self didn't do his due diligence to explain that to them, and instead leaving it to him. However, instead of explaining everything to them here and now, he tells Agnes to decide upon someone who she trusts the most and take them with her to the cave nearby. Only then will he tell her everything, as well as give her the repaired Vestal garb, and then he goes off to wait for them inside the cave. When he leaves, the party then starts to wonder why exactly the sage is making them jump through these hoops. They go along with it, and Agnes asks Tiz as to who she should bring with her, but he leaves it all up to her to decide, as she has to be the one to pick who she trusts the most. Ringabel and Eri then fight for her to pick them, but still unsure as to who to pick, she asks to talk with Tiz alone. Once they are alone, she begins asking if he remembers what she told him around the time when they first met, about how she wanted him to join her. She also reminisces of their time together, and finally asks for Tiz to join her inside the cave. With no hesitation, Tiz agrees to, as he promised to be by her side no matter what, as well as calling her his ray of hope. She thanks him, and soon after, they make their way to the cave where Juliana is. Arriving at the entrance, they're all made aware that it'd be Tiz that'll join her, and so, Ringabel makes him promise to keep her safe while Aerie starts crying over her decision. They say their farewells for now, and when you enter the cave, you're only left with Tiz and Anya's in your party to venture forth. You might think this will turn out bad, which it can if you get unlucky, but it shouldn't be that hard or even take long to get through. Once reaching the bottom of the cave, they finally meet up with Juliana, who immediately teases Anyas for choosing Tiz. Though they do move on to important matters, with Anyas asking what the sage meant by this being the third time he's encountered her. He explains that the first is what Anyas remembers as a child, the second of course being this. But as for the third, this happened more than 1800 years ago. He then goes into detail about the fight that he and DeRosa had, the one that was captured in DeRosa's painting, as well as talking about the angel that descended upon them. All that's been told to us in DeRosa's painting, which again, feels weird to have already known this, but because you can't sequence break in this game, it kind of puts you in this weird situation where you do know, but your party isn't supposed to know. But what the sage adds that wasn't mentioned by DeRosa was that the angel's appearance looks similar to Anyas's. But everything past that about how he and DeRosa stopped fighting because of her, and her telling them the future, we already know. Though now he goes more in depth about what else the angel told them, with the biggest revelation being that the crystals existed before the forming of the Old Faith. But more importantly, how humans should never have had contact with the crystals, as the crystal's power, without proper care, would lead to the harrowing. Tiz then asks about the true nature of the harrowing, but even the sage doesn't know, even after spending 1800 years looking into it. What he does know is that the chasm that opened up in Narende isn't the harrowing itself, but rather an omen, but even then, he doesn't fully understand it. Then Anyas mentions how, after they've awakened the crystals in their world, the Holy Pillar showed up, but this too is part of what leads to the harrowing, as Juliana reveals. He then asks if we still plan to awaken the crystals, and if we're to do so, then to question how what we're doing will affect others. With the serious conversation over, he then moves on to saying weird things, like because of Anyas' resemblance to the angel, he feels young and stuff like that. But as he promises, he gives her the Vestal garb, which is now fully repaired, and with it, the two of them leave. Though as they're heading out, they both talk about being further confused by what the sage told them, but also that it feels like he left something important out. With them feeling left in the dark about some things, though being unsure if it was for their sake or not, they brush that off for now and head back to the others. When they regroup, Edea and Ringabel tease both Anyas and Tiz, but they move right back on track with their mission. Though now going to Eisenberg, it's time to do the subquest for that region. Going to the Eisen Bridge, we get introduced to the Officer Goodman of this world, who is also the same, in this being his first time meeting Anyas. Though, moving on, we're able to immediately take on Praline since we learned in the previous world how to take her on. Though, I'm going to skip over her since she doesn't add or say anything new in this world, so beating her, Goodman thanks us for clearing the bridge. The next subquest I go after is at Stark Fort, and it's not against Kami-Izumi, but rather Kata. Going to the room he's holed up in, we see him complaining about having to heal up the wounded soldiers and ranting about Kami-Izumi's ethics, so nothing new. Though this time around, there's a Black Blade soldier there complimenting Kata and even praises him for treating not only his allies, but also their enemies. He takes the praise and goes further with it by saying that he wasn't ordered to do so, but instead, he did it of his own accord. The party hear this and wonder if he's actually different in this world, but they still confront him with Edea introducing herself and asking if what he said he's doing is true. However, he doesn't try to keep up the act and reveals to them that he's actually using the wounded as test subjects to test out his toxins. Disgusted that he's still as deplorable, we immediately get into combat, and this time, knowing how to not make the fight drag out as much, I eventually get rid of him. But similar to last time, when we leave the area, Kata gets back up as he used the potion that made it seem like he was dead. And just like last time, he thinks out loud saying that he's going AWOL and planning on making the most deadliest toxin the world will ever see. But then Kami Izumi sneaks up on him and cuts him down as he overheard everything and was disgusted by it. Now, instead of doing the other subquest, mainly because I thought I had to progress to open the others, I decided to just awaken the Fire Crystal. So navigating through the Mithril Mines and through the secret passageway to the Fire Temple, we make it to the Crystal Altar, where we meet a familiar face again, Shogmar. And as the other 2 times, nothing is different about it, so it doesn't take long to beat it. And then again, it's time for the awakening.
Not yet! Just a little longer! More! Keep going! Still not enough! You can do this! Stop! That's it!
With the 3 crystals awakened again, it's time to head to Eternia. However, I should probably clear the subquest here in Eisenberg. For the next subquest, I head back to Heartschild and visit Gunman's home. The commander is there for the banquet that he says that Anya's was holding for him, and remembering what's to happen, Tez tells Gunman to call for his wife. Not understanding why, Ringabel instead calls out to her, but Eleanor finds the body of the maid. The party leads everyone downstairs and tells them to stay with no explanation, while we head to the bedroom where the maid's body is placed. They then start lying about the Goodmans being killed as a way of letting Kikyo know that her ruse is up. She reveals herself as she knows she's been caught, and she gets ready to battle. Upon her defeat, she then expresses her frustration that her efforts on trying to pin Goodman's officers against each other was all for nothing now, and then she dies. The party reunites with everyone, and Mr. Goodman then starts asking for an explanation as to what's going on, to which they explain everything, and that's that. Now we head off to Starkford again for the other subquest that's there, that being the one for Kami Izumi. Going to the war room, we find him standing there and he notices our presence as he begins speaking to us about our awakening of the Fire Crystal. Edea then expresses her thoughts to him, again, asking like last time if his teachings and ideals were all lies. And for the most part, they have a similar conversation as he did in the previous world, so the fight begins and we eventually beat him. Even as he's about to die, he also gives the same advice to Edea, telling her to sit down and talk to her father, as he doesn't want anything bad to happen between them. The last subquest that's left is gonna be near the Grand Ship, where we'll encounter Barbarossa and his somehow floating ship that's full of ghosts. Boarding his ship and approaching him, Anya begins by asking if he's found the adventure he's been looking for. Although he's surprised that she knows his dreams, he then just brushes it off and gets ready to fight us, as he's impressed that we were able to defeat Kami Izumi. Then we eventually beat him, and that completes all the subquests in Eisenberg. This time around, there weren't a whole lot of differences except for Kata, so a bit of a disappointment. Though moving on now, it's time to head to the land of Eternia, where although we don't have to go through the Central Command to get to the Temple of Earth, as we can go there immediately, let's get the subquest out of the way. But trying to enter the Central Command, the party gets stopped by Victor and Victoria, where Victor lets Victoria wreak havoc. As she is unleashing her powerful spells, Tiz warns her to stop, but she ignores his warnings, and so she begins to go unstable again. Seeing that she needs urgent treatment now, Victor decides to retreat to get her treated. Now, although I can continue pursuing them, I decide to go visit DeRozo instead, as things will be different with having done his subquest in the last world, and they now have further info thanks to the Sage. This time around, we don't have to face all the dragons again to get the keystones, so yay for us. Though you can face them again in this world if you want to do so for whatever reason. When inspecting the first painting of DeRozo and his mother, of course the party already knows what the painting depicts, in his life. Hearing them talking about something so important, he appears before them and he's able to realize that we're from a different world. Now for the other paintings, there is different dialogue for each of them, however, it just mainly consists of the party rehashing what they've already learned from the previous world. That, and along with DeRosa making a comment about their knowledge of each painting's depictions. Once we reach the final angel painting, DeRosa tells them that they have to defeat him if they so wish to see the painting. But we've already seen it, though that's not going to stop us from fighting him. After struggling to defeat him again, he presents us with the angel painting, which, after being told that the angel resembles Anya's, they're able to agree that she does. Though DeRosa asks if he's the one who's told them this info. They aren't able to remember if he did so, but nonetheless, he agrees that they look similar. But I'm just gonna say that no, he did not say anything about the angel looking like Anya's in the previous world, because the game wasn't ready to reveal that just yet. Now that we're done with DeRosa's castle, it's time to get back with Victor and Victoria. So this time going to the room where Victoria is getting her treatment, where she's inside the machine, Victor takes the opportunity to once again share her story. He mainly repeats the same thing at first about how she was an orphan, but this time it's revealed that she was actually raised by the Orthodoxy, who later abandoned her. Brave would then take in Victoria after his departure from the Orthodoxy, and he would take her to Yoyana to help treat her. He then brought her to Eternia, where he pulled Victor from his research on the Earth Crystal to have him treat her, and he was able to temporarily help her, though her treatment came at the cost of her not being able to grow and her unstableness by her constant use of her magic. Then the conversation plays out like last time, where Edea ridicules him for making her suffer, but he's made a vow to himself to keep her alive no matter what. And that's when Victoria gets out of the machine, mostly recovered, and then we fight them, with things not ending well for them. Finally, the last subquest for not only in Eternia, but for this world, is against the Grand Marshal Brave, or Edea's father. Once at the council room, Agnes and Edea share how they don't wish to fight him, while also berating him for his actions. But Brave can only yell at them for not understanding anything. Then he explains why he went through the lengths that he did, starting with the events of the Great Plague, and how the Orthodoxy did nothing to help cure the people of it, even when he suggested using the crystal's power to do so. But instead, they simply ignored him and let the people die. That's when he left the Orthodoxy and met the sage who explained to him the crystal's true nature, how they would bring ruin upon the world. Agnes is shocked to hear this and is unable to believe him. However, he continues on telling them that the Orthodoxy then attempted the grand ritual so that they gain greater power. He tried to stop them, but he was too late as the Earth Crystal began leaking of its power, and the only solution he could think of was to use the cables to enhance the use of white magic. He then warns Agnes that by awakening the crystals, she's bringing closer the events of the harrowing. But arguing against him doesn't work, as he prepares to fight us. After he's been defeated, he once again sustains injuries that will prevent him from wielding his blade ever again. Unable to stop Agnes, he places his trust in her, and hopes that she does what's best for the world so as to not summon the Holy Pillar. Then, he goes unconscious. Edea's mother then also tells Agnes to do what she thinks is best, but to also heed Brave's words into consideration. She agrees, and it's time to head to the Temple of Earth. With the subquest done, we can now just head into the Crystal's altar, where inside, we of course need to have a rematch with Gigas Lich. So one quick smackdown later, and it's time to awaken the crystal. One refusal to have the awakening explained to me later, and it's time to start the rite.
Not yet! Just a little longer! More! Keep going! Still not enough! You can do this! Stop! That's it!
With all 4 crystals awakened again, the party is able to see that the Holy Pillar has been summoned, and they head for it once more. Approaching it, Eri instructs to enter it once more and hopes that things work out this time. Inside of it, Eri begins her meditation, and as the party is watching her, Tiz makes sure to ask Ringabel to take notes on his journal to see if they're able to notice anything in case the same thing happens again. As they're in the middle of discussing this, the ship suddenly shakes violently, which, because they've experienced this last time, they know what or who caused that shaking. So they head to the deck where they find Alternus. However, he isn't so much as focused on them as he starts demanding for Ares' whereabouts. The party is confused about this change and asks what his intentions are, to which he tells them that he plans on killing her. Obviously not wanting him to do that, Edea tells him that she'll stop him, but this only frustrates him as he cannot comprehend why she decided to betray her father, though this only angers her, and she expresses her thoughts and how her father and him have done nothing but be an obstacle to her instead of actually taking the time to explain why. Alternus gets shaken, and then he begins to question Edea's existence as he starts saying that she isn't Edea, and that they're trying to deceive him. So he draws his blade and the battle commences, which, although nothing is different about Alternus, there is some unique dialogue that is important for the story. He interrogates the party asking if they know Ares' true goal, which involves letting the crystal's power go berserk, and that we've been tricked by her. He continues by saying that he was told that Ares is the true enemy, and that the crystals will bring ruin to the world instead of helping it. Though, he isn't able to go into more detail as we eventually defeat him. What does suddenly happen after it's over is that Ringabel screams in pain and then passes out. Then, we start seeing flashes of random memories in Ringabel's mind. He eventually wakes up and everyone expresses their worries about him, but suddenly the ship starts to shake violently, so they immediately go back to the helm.
My memory seems to have returned. Ah, I see now. All is clear.
Hold on to something, everyone! Ring a bell!
I'm trying! She won't come around!
This has to work!
After the cutscene plays, the chapter starts with us waking up as Tiz, who we can imagine is in a state of shock for what happened to him. He's greeted by the innkeep, who just says to him that he picked a bad time to visit Caldisla, and then he walks off. Tiz then reunites with everyone, and they start sharing the last thing they're able to remember. However, Ringabel's head continues to hurt him, though no one says anything about it. The innkeep walks back to ask them to leave, and they agree to, but they feel weirded out that he doesn't recognize them. Though as they're headed out, they inquire about the Great Chasm from the innkeep, to which he tells them to stay away from it, and that there was only one sole survivor from Norende. It all sounds normal at first, until he starts describing the person who survived as a child who was saved by their older brother. Though before Tiz can ask more questions about the person, Bats can be heard yelling for them, and they return to the grand ship for now. They once again question Eri about the loop again, but she again isn't sure herself. With thinking that they've lost their memories between the events, Ringabel pulls out his journal to read what he wrote down before knocking out, though what he wrote down is pretty much what they're able to remember. So with absolutely nothing to go on, Agnes again suggests they reawaken the crystals, while also hoping things turn out differently. However, after suggesting so, Ringabel then questions Eri, as he points out that no one has attempted to awaken the crystals before, so they have no idea if doing so actually seals the chasm. Agnes refutes him, saying that Eri has generational knowledge from the other Vestals, so there's little doubt that she has to know. But Ringabel counters her argument by bringing up what Alternus said about Eri during their fight, as well as mentioning what Edea's father said about the dangers of the crystals. Tiz then steps in to put a stop to their fighting, as he doesn't want to believe that all they'd done was for nothing, though Ringabel tries to reason with them that they shouldn't ignore what they've said. Eri stands in the sidelines, wondering what it is that Alternus told them, but she continues to be ignored. That's when Ringabel reveals to everyone that he's somewhat regained his memories, but the only things that stand out are the number 6 and Edea's death to an unknown creature. As Edea is joking about him killing her off in his dream, his head begins to writhe in pain again. It then cuts to later in the day, with Ringabel standing alone at the deck, when Tiz walks up to him to check on his condition. Then, he begins to ask what's been on his mind, that being Ringabel's doubt of Eri, but he denies being so. Rather, he questions her knowledge. Then Tiz moves on to something else that's been bothering him. which Ringabel is able to guess is the uncanny similarities between him and Alternus. He asks what his memories revealed to him, as them looking alike would have to be extremely rare if they were to be twins. Then, Ringabel drops a major bomb to Tiz that he's been keeping from Eri, telling him that they could be in the parallel world. This would be more shocking if I didn't use different world when describing the differences in subquests and stuff. But it sort of would have been obvious to realize that, and since the idea of multiverses in media is right now the trend, it doesn't help hiding that fact. Ringabel is able to conclude that it would explain how he and Alternus are able to exist at the same time, and their conversation ends there. Exiting the cutscene, we're able to move around, and the thing that immediately grabs our attention is the glowing object in front of us. If we're to interact with it, then we acquire a chest key, which at first you'll be confused as to its purpose or where to use it, but if you've been observant in your playthrough or looking at the footage, then you've probably seen a couple of blue chests scattered around. Normally you aren't able to open this chest, but now with this key, you're finally able to, and in them contain some good equipment or items. So be sure to open them when you find them again while doing the subquest or going to the temples. I say doing subquests again because guess what? They're all back, baby! And yes, some of them will have differences in this world. Actually, before I immediately go into them, or at least the ones that do have different dialogues, but remember how the Innkeep mentioned the young survivor who lost their older brother? Well, I'm sure we're able to figure out who he's talking about. However, if we go into Kaldisla and visit the graveyard, there's a spot you'll be able to interact with. Doing so will trigger a cutscene where Tiz reacts to a particular tombstone that has his name written on it, and remembering what he's been told, he realizes that the survivor is his brother Egil. Though we aren't able to find him anywhere in Kaldisla or even at the chasm, it is nice knowing that in this world, Egil survived. Okay, now for the subquest. Per usual, the first one I go to is the lake to fight Holly and Lur, who we find having been beaten presumably by Egil, as they mistake Tiz for him. They realize that Edea has betrayed them, and angered, they jump into the fray. But of course, we easily beat them. Though when we defeat Holly first, the dialogue this time kinda hints at them sort of loving each other, and after the fight, the party repeats what they said last time and leave. However, as soon as they're gone, Holly and Lur actually survive this time. Then seeing that they've left, they get into some spicy action with each other. They really do be fucking in the boss arena. Heading to Central Keep now, we find Ominous who, in this world, is meeting with Edea for the first time as he starts introducing himself. Edea asks him about when she betrayed them, only for him to shut her up, but then realizes that Agnes is with her. Thinking that Edea is an illusion made by Agnes, he goes into a frenzy and starts attacking us. In his final breath when beating him, he states that he hasn't done anything wrong. And then he dies. The last place to visit now is Latano Villa, to once again face Heinkel. Facing him, he questions Edea why she's here, then the soldier runs in with a message. But Edea confronts someone trying to capture and kill Agnes, though he just ignores her and lets the soldier read out his message, who reports that the marshal ordered that they find Agnes and keep her safe. Edea is surprised to hear this, which angers Heinkel for Edea to have thought of her father in a negative light. So as a way to discipline her, he decides to fight her to knock some sense into her. At his defeat, he apologizes to Bray for being unable to stop Edea, and then he dies with Edea regretting her actions. And that concludes all the subquests in Kaldisla, so now it's time to do the woods in Ansheim again. Heading to the Land of Sand, we first visit the Thieves' Den to face Jackal once again. We go through the same routine as in the previous world where we expose some of his scheme, he gets more and more angered to the point where he wants to fight us. When we defeat him, two orphans come out of nowhere and begin crying for Jackal, not wanting him to go away. But luckily, he manages to stay alive, meaning that he can continue to raise them. So at least the Jackal in this world actually has a valid reason for doing the evil things he's been committing. Though the same cannot be said about the Profiteer, as going to his office, we again expose him of his crimes. The fight starts, and everything goes pretty much the same, though when he's defeated, he actually starts talking about Kent instead of himself. Going into detail on how Kent used to be an attorney and commander until he became a bodyguard, all so he can pay for his daughter's treatments. So good guy Kent, but greedy cunt Profiteer. Though, you can't really expect him to turn out good as, look at him. He looks like a fucking rat, of course he's evil. Then finally there's Kamer, but honestly, I'm gonna skip him because from what I noticed, there wasn't anything new that he said, or even Kent for that matter. And you know the drill. After beating him, the Prime Minister takes over for now and wishes us a safe journey. Now it's time to awaken the Wind Crystal. But since I'll just be repeating myself if I go into detail, I'll just sum it up and say that everything is pretty much the same as the last world. Eri again for some reason asks us if we want to hear the explanation, but we ignore her and start the awakening. But I won't bore you with showing it for the X amount of time. So awakening it once more, Tiz expresses his worry for Agnes, and Edea wonders if they're doing things correctly this time. However, now Ringabel begins experiencing his headache.
Ringabel! My head. It feels like it's about to...
Ring a bell!
No. No. I told you. This would...
Ring a bell. Ring a bell! Can you hear me?
Are you alright? You just collapsed out of nowhere.
Are you not feeling well?
I was frozen in fear. I failed. Failed to protect you.
Huh?
With that memory regained, he doesn't share it with the others, so for now we head to the next crystal in Florum. Arriving at the city and finding out that the festival is also over, they check with the matriarch for the location of this world's Olivia. They meet up with her, and after Agnes introduces herself, she asks about Olivia, which the matriarch shares that she is indeed alive and is in hiding. However, she doesn't know where exactly she is, but she knows that she's safe and sound, though we aren't able to look for her now. So instead, let's do some subquests, cause I know how much we love that! Okay, honestly, there's only one that's available, and it's the one against DeRosa. Nothing about it is different from the dialogue, and I'm sure you know how it goes, so we're just gonna skim over it. So being quickly done with that, it's time to head to the Water Temple, and again, same thing. Yada yada, we defeat the monster and get ready to awaken the Water Crystal. We skip the explanation and get ready to awaken it, but Ringabel speaks up and asks Eri a question before they start. She gets bothered as they're about to start, but he continues on with asking what would happen if they continued to pray to the crystal. She gets frustrated as she repeats what she said before, or many times if you let her give you the explanation for whatever reason, that the crystal would shatter if she were to do so. Then Ringabel adds what would happen if the crystals were to be shattered, to which she responds in a shocking tone that the people wouldn't be able to get its blessing. He then asks further, if the blessings were to go away, then wouldn't they get used to without it? She then goes on about how, without it, then the darkness will continue to thrive. But Ringabel can only point out that after their 2 attempts at it, nothing has worked. Eri then has trouble finding a reason as to why it would be bad for the crystals to be destroyed. It then answers that the natural elements will continue to get worse. Ringabel seemingly accepts her answer and lets the process of the awakening commence, and after awakening it,
Then, it isn't a cure to rid the world of darkness.
Ring a bell! Are you alright?
Yes. Sorry about that.
You sounded as though you were in terrible pain.
No need to worry about me. I'm fine.
I've been wondering about something, Ringabel. Since we came to this world, I haven't snapped at you to stop talking once. It was every 3rd word from my mouth before.
With the Water Crystal now awakened, it's time to head to Eisenberg for the 3rd time to awaken the Fire Crystal. For the 3rd time. But as I've been doing each time I get to a new area, it's time to do the subquest again, to find any differences. So as it kinda has been for the other subquest, there aren't a whole lot of differences with the subquest here. Kikyo, Praline, and Barbarossa don't have any changes, so I'll just skip them for now. However, Kata and Kami Izumi do have something new to show, so I head over to Stark Fort to face them. Going to the room where Kata is at, like the previous world, he complains about having been put on medical duty, though the Black Blade soldier that's there again praises him for taking care of not only the people on his side, but the enemies as well. But we all know that that's a bunch of malarkey. Though in this world, Kata doesn't try to hide the fact that he's actually using the patients to test out his poisons to the soldier. That's where we come in, and we play the same old song and dance again, where we beat him once more. Even his death, faking of his death, and his actual death play out pretty much the same. Next, heading to the war room, we once again find Kami Izumi standing there, where instead of giving off an angered or disappointed expression towards Idia, he rather gives a mournful one, for those who've died in vain. Now, after he turns towards Idia, you would have gotten one of two cutscenes. The one I get, he immediately faces Idia, and then jumps straight into the fight, while also expressing that he doesn't want to. This is the more depressing outcome, as after beating him, he dies. So instead I'll talk about the other cutscene, which is far better. The way you get this is by talking to all the major NPCs, so more specifically, Idia's mother and any other character that tells you about Kami Izumi's and Brave's past. But back to them, when he turns around, Idia acknowledges that she knows about his and her father's past together, and how much of a good friend he was to him, as well as how he helped Brave get together with Mazur. She then thanks him for everything, not only for pairing her parents together, but for also teaching her everything, for as she's the person she is because of him. She then apologizes for him for what she has to do, which is probably having to awaken the crystals, though he cares not for that. But he's instead happy to hear those words come out of Idia, and as a farewell, he decides to have a spar with her. This time, not fighting as enemies against different ideals, but rather fighting as master and student one last time. After the fight is over, Kami Izumi praises Idia on her mastery. She thanks him one last time, and then he says his farewells, and starts walking off. However, she stops him for a second to ask what he'll be doing now, to which he responds with wherever his sword guides him, and he walks off, ending the subquest. This is such a far better outcome and such a nice ending to Idia's subquest story with Kami Izumi, as it really does a good job at showing Idia's growth as a character, where she begins to see everything in a different perspective instead of just right or wrong. Now, if only Twitter users knew how to do that. But with the subquest for Eisenberg now over with, it's time to go to the Temple of Fire to awaken it for the third time again. So yeah, we go to the Mithril Mines, go through the passageway, find the temple, go to the altar, fight the monster that's there, and finally prepare to awaken the crystal. As I skip the explanation, Ringabel once again interrupts Anya's from starting to ask another question. He asks if the crystals are actually born from the Vestals, and as much as Eri wants to move right along, Tiz also gets intrigued by this question. Eri again desperately wants to move on to awakening the crystal, but Anya proceeds to give an explanation, saying that the crystals actually existed before mankind. Something that we continue to hear every so often from Brave and the others, which Ringabel himself cuts her off to tell her that part he knows. Though, as he says this, he holds his head in anguish, but continues asking what the crystals were before they were worshipped. Agnes is unable to answer as she herself doesn't know, and so she passes the question off to Eri, to which she responds in a snarky tone, saying that they've just been crystals, and that people eventually began to worship them. He then makes sure to point out that that's what Brave told him, while also stating that the crystals should be used by those who looked out for the people instead of the rotten. That second part makes him question what exactly he meant, but this only confuses Eri as well as Agnes, so then he decides to drop it for now and let them proceed with the awakening. After awakening the fire crystal,
And after you'd come so far, a pity.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Sorry. She lives, but I failed to protect her. No!
Can you hear me? Ring a bell!
I'm sorry. Everyone, I couldn't. Forgive me.
Feeling better, Ring a bell?
Tiz, I remember everything now.
Your memory is back? That's great news!
I'm not so sure. But at least it all makes sense now.
Will you tell me?
I am Alternus Dim, the Dark Knight. I spoke before of my suspicions that we'd been transported to a parallel world. I've been seeing more and more glimpses of the past these last few days. I remember crossing swords with you, Agnes and Idia, any number of times. And I've witnessed firsthand your death at the hands of a horrible creature.
And it wasn't simply a dream?
No, a memory from a parallel world, most likely. Do you remember when we first met in Kaldisla?
Yes. In the world before last.
And what did the pattern on Ares' wings look like then? It looks like the number 3 now, but in the previous world, it was a 4.
Now that you mention it, how about the world before last?
It was a 5. I recall it clearly.
It's decreasing?
In my memory of you 3 getting killed, the pattern looked like the number 6.
And that means?
In short, I'm the Dark Knight from the world before your own.
I see. The pieces are starting to fall into place.
I don't want to believe it, but I think Eri really is... she's... I could only watch it happen. I couldn't do a thing.
Ring a bell.
I have a favor to ask, Tiz. Please tell Agnes what I just revealed to you. Sometime, someplace where Eri isn't around. Will you do this for me?
All right. Of course.
Then you'll believe me?
The next morning, although they only have one crystal left to awaken, Tess suggests that they visit the sage beforehand. Agnes, confused by the suggestion, tries asking for a reason as to why. However, Ringabel agrees, and that's where we head off to next. Now, while I should be holding this for a bit later, I'll just mention this now since it's not much of a secret anymore, that Eri is indeed evil. So remember all the way back in the prologue when we recruited Ringabel, as well as acquiring his journal, that I mentioned that it contained some spoilers inside of it? Well, if you did look through the diary portion of it, or look through it now, on the last few pages, it mentions about a monster killing everyone. Well, that monster is actually Eri, and as we've seen through Ringabel's memories, she's responsible for the deaths of everyone. So that was the big spoiler in the journal that doesn't really get revealed to you until this moment, or chapter I guess. But back to the story, we make it back to the woods and meet the sage where we have the same conversation again. That is, until Agnes, like last time, asks if the sage remembers who she is, to which he understands what she means and invites them in. The sage then starts checking to see if the otherworld version of him has told her about the cave, which he has, so he doesn't waste any time and tells Agnes to take the person she trusts most with her. We head off to the cave again, and of course she takes Tiz with her again, and down they go to meet the sage at the bottom. Once they do, he begins to tell them what he knows, but Tiz and Agnes cut him off as they've already been told everything by him of the previous world. With this being the case, he asks why they came to visit him the second time, which Tiz tells him and Anya's that he wanted to speak with her away from everyone else. They both misinterpret what he means as the sage teases him, though Tiz gets the conversation right back on topic by sharing with her that Ringabel got his memories back and he wanted him to talk with her alone. Surprised and also confused, she inquires about what he wanted Tiz to share with her, but before he answers her, Tiz asks the sage if the angel spoke of anything else but the crystals, to which he answers that she mentioned being tricked by the evil one, as she puts it, as they duped her into awakening the crystals. The evil one would then go into detail of their plan, right after they had just killed her allies, and in her dying breath, she told the sage to give the pendant to her for when they meet again. Though, if the evil one were to be tagging alongside her, then no matter what, to kill them. However, even having seen the evil one being with us this whole time, he shares that he's been unable to go through with it as he could not fathom slaying Agnes. Then Tiz asks for the identity of the evil one, and although the game cuts it out by transitioning over, we more than much know who it is already. Agnes, however, is unable to accept the truth as to who the evil one is, as she trusted him dearly as a friend. As much as Tiz also doesn't want to believe it, he tells Agnes that he trusts Ringabel's word, but not only him, but also her and Edea. As much as she doesn't want to, seeing that Tiz trusts him, she too places her trust in Ringabel. With this revelation, Tiz and Agnes prepare to leave, though Juliana gives him one more piece of info about the crystals that he and DeRosso have looked into. He shares with them that if one of the crystals were to be shattered, then it would regenerate itself so long as its core was still intact, that core being Agnes's pendant. The sage gives them a piece of wisdom, and they say their farewells, which means it's time to head back to the others. Regrouping with them, Eri tries to inquire Agnes of what the sage spoke of, but with everything revealed, she can only see her differently now. Ringabel then steers the conversation away from what it is they could have talked about by suggesting that Tiz and Agnes confess their love to one another, which ends up working. Now, after all of that, you probably expect me to go into depth on what it all means or what's to come from all of this. So that's why I'm going to talk about a new subquest that gets unlocked after this. When going to the overworld, a new subquest marker appears where the sage lives, which means it's finally time to fight him and obtain his asterisk. Going back to his home, the party finds that he's not there. Instead, they find a note from him telling them that he's waiting for them at the council room in Eternia. Perplexed by this, we make our way there, which we were going to anyways since there's subquests there to revisit, and the final crystal lies there waiting for us to reawaken it. Though, as we make it to the Eternian Central Command, we of course have an obstacle in our path, in the form of Victor and Victoria. When we're walking up the stairs, they both appear out of thin air, and the cutscene almost plays the same until Victoria immediately goes unstable and is needed to be treated. So they retreat, we go to the treatment room she's in, and with her in the machine, Victor begins retelling his story of Victoria, but with this world also revealing some more stuff. What's revealed is that Victor was the one who created the white magic cables, and seeing the horrible state that Victoria was in, he wanted to use the white magic on her. However, his father, who was his assistant, flat out objected to the idea, as he instead proposed to use alchemy, which had been forbidden long ago. Victor and Brave opposed to it. However, his father, dead set on the idea, went ahead and went through with it without so much as asking if Victoria wanted to do this. At first he believed that she was rid of her illness, though, as they would eventually find out, it only gotten worse, with it halting her growth and corrupting her mind. Then one day, Victoria killed Victor's father, but although he was devastated, he couldn't find it upon himself to feel any anger towards her. Instead, he dedicated his life to trying to find a way to cure Victoria. And the rest of his story is pretty much what he said the other times. And so we start the fight, and it ends. So with both of them out of the way, we can finally head towards the council room to meet with Juliana. Once there, the sage greets us and starts talking about our departure, and if we have the resolve to persevere through what lies ahead. Telling him we do, he then tells us to go to Edea's room, where there we'll find an alternate fate for Ringabel, as a man is there lamenting. Confused as to what he means, we head on over, and there we find Alternus in utter despair. Edea and Tez try to find out what happened by asking him, but he says that he made a promise and a vow to protect someone, but now that they're gone, all he wants to do is rot away. It's then revealed that the person he failed to protect was the Edea of this world. That's when Alternus then looks at Ringabel's face and notices that they look alike. Or at least, by what he says, he looks like him back when he had nothing, and thinking that his death is to come, and accepting it, we fight him. Though as it has been in the other worlds, his moveset doesn't change in the slightest, so we eventually defeat him. Though the party doesn't kill him, and due to that, Alternus begins talking about his past, about how he was abandoned by his mother at a young age, and because of the rough life he led, he hated everything, even himself. All of this awakened his ability to use the dark arts, but one day, he was saved by Brave, as he gave him not only a place to live, but also people he could call family. He would vow to serve under him and to protect his family. However, things didn't go well, as Edea would then die. Because of this, he decides to walk away from everything, as he could not bear this shame, and he tells Ringabel to take his place in this world, and then he leaves. Yuliana then proceeds to tell Ringabel that he has no home to return to as his original world is gone, but with the Alternus of this world deciding to leave, he can take his spot and actually have a family and a place to call home. He gives him the final say on this, but Ringabel is dumbfounded and is unsure how to answer him. Yuliana then tells him to take his time to think about it, and moves on to Edea's alternate fate as he tells her a man and his wife are at the central healing tower in mourning. Arriving there, they find Edea's father and mother crying over the death of their daughter. As Brave sees Edea, in a moment of weakness he believes it to be her, but then lashes out as he begins to think that it's someone trying to trick him, and he starts attacking us. Then once being defeated, he recognizes Edea's techniques as being the one that Kami Azumi uses, and then realizes that she's the real Edea. Out of combat, he and Mazur are overjoyed to see Edea alive, as they were given her sword as a meaning of her death. Edea and Brave seek forgiveness to one another, and in doing so, they thank Ringabel, who they mistake for Alternus for bringing her back. Brave shows his affection for Alternus, and Mazur decides to plan a dinner for them to enjoy together. The sage then shares that the Edea of this world died at Kaldisla, so if she's to remain in this world, her and Ringabel would not only be able to live comfortably as a family, but she'll also relieve her parents of their grief. Edea is unable to give an answer, so the sage moves on to Agnes and tells her to go to a village west of Florum, where a maiden that's afraid of their task is waiting. Arriving at this village, she finds Olivia alive and well, who is also surprised to see Agnes as she shares that she last saw her when Agnes took an attack from Victor and Victoria to protect her. Hearing what happened to this world's Agnes, she tries to tell Olivia something, but she gets interrupted by her, asking for her to promise to never leave her side again. Though she doesn't even get to answer that, as a familiar voice yells for Olivia. Edea is of course able to recognize that the voice belongs to Einherja, and she continues on to state that Olivia is the only remaining Vestal and that there's no hope for her. That's when Mephilia and Artemia show up as well, informing Einherja that every possible exit has been sealed off. Telling Olivia to give herself up, Edea shows herself, and knowing that she won't back down, Einherja and her sisters engage in combat. So for this fight, you're actually going to face all three of them at once. It could kind of get a bit challenging, but for this fight as well, they don't have any new moves that they'll use, so once defeating all three of them, both of Einherja's sisters express how they'll sacrifice themselves to save the others. However, Einherja makes the decision to fall back instead, so that none of them will die. Once they retreat, Agnes checks up on Olivia, who begins crying as she was worried that she would leave her again. She again asks Agnes to stay by her side and to never leave her again, that together they'll accomplish their task. All Agnes can do is stay silent, as this is what she wanted things to be in her original world. But knowing that she isn't her Olivia, she doesn't know what to think. Yuliana then shows up telling Agnes that her task is one that she doesn't truly understand like they do now. However, it is an option for her to choose if she wants to remain here with her if she wants. Like the others, she's unable to answer, So the sage then finally moves on to Tiz, telling him that someone young is waiting by the ruined village. Arriving at the chasm of Norende, Tiz is a bit disheartened to see that no progress whatsoever has been made at Norende's reconstruction. But that's when he suddenly hears a voice call out to him in the distance. Looking to see who it is, he finds his younger brother Till, waving to him. He runs to his side, and they're both overjoyed to see one another again, though it doesn't take long for Tiz to get interrupted by a needless fight. Though once that's been dealt with, Till goes over the death of this world's Tiz, with it being similar to what happened to Till in the original world, but with the roles reversed. Happy that his brother is back, he asks Tiz to stay with him, and together they be able to rebuild Norende with the help of the king. Although Tiz is happy to see his younger brother alive, he knows that it wouldn't be right for him to remain in this world. Though that's when the sage comes in to ask for Tiz's answer, as if he's to stay, then Till wouldn't be haunted by Tiz's death, but like the rest, he's unable to answer for now. Having shown everyone of the lives that they could have if they're to remain in this world, he lets them go to discuss their decision while he goes back to the woods to wait for their answer. The party discusses whose life would be improved by remaining in this world, as they each have that person they cared about back in their lives. They contemplate their decision at first, that is, until they start reminiscing of their entire journey in their original world, with all the struggles and joy they had. That's when they all finally come up with their answer, and start heading off to Yuliana to share their final decision. The sage sees the party, and he's able to make out that they've all come up with an answer, and so he reminds them once more of the lives they'd be able to live with the ones they care about. However, the party isn't swayed as they realize together that the people they care about now are each other. Content with their answer, Yuliana then brings up that he's going to see how much they've grown in the means of a fight. Man, it's been a minute since I talked about a boss fight. For this fight, Yuliana is pretty much similar to the Summoner job, as in he's also able to use summons, but unlike Summoner, where the summons do damage, he instead uses them for buffs. What that means is that when he uses them to buff himself, you can easily just get rid of them by using Dispel. Now where the challenge from this fight really comes from is when he uses Meteor, as that can do some decent damage. Well, that is if you have low magic defense. Other than that though, this fight shouldn't be that hard as he isn't that tough, so you just beat him in no time. Defeating him gives you the final job in the game, the Conjurer, which is pretty much what I've said, that it's basically the Summoner job, but as a support instead of an attacker. Though I guess what makes it decent is that the job has the same aptitude for every weapon, so you're just not limited to one or two. Other than that, the job also has two support abilities that are pretty good, with the second one allowing you to recover 30 MP every turn. That's pretty good. Then when you max out this job, you get an XP multiplier support ability, which is kinda worth it, I guess, to help you reach level 99. Though there's an item that works just as well to help you with that, and it doesn't take you nearly as much to grind for it, but I'll mention that later. So B tier for this job. After the fight, both sides are impressed at each other's strength, but not gonna lie, the sage is a fucking fraud. Just putting that out there. The next thing that the sage asks the party is what to do with the memories of the loved ones they met in this world. Although he suggests that he could wipe their memories, the party unanimously decides to do nothing to them, as they hope by their meeting, they be motivated to keep going. With that, the sage says his goodbyes as he needs to go to a meeting that he's held off for so long. He leaves everything in our hands and he leaves, ending the subquest. With that over with now, it's time to move on to the last subquest for this world, the one for DeRozo. With the subquest dealt with, it's finally time to move on to awakening the final crystal for this world. Yada yada yada, we get there, defeat the boss, and start the process, and this time Ringabell doesn't interrupt Anya's with a question. And well, that's mainly because we now know the secret to everything for the most part. So now is the part where I tell you that in the Rite of Awakening, you're given two options. Though it isn't really told to you, it has been hinted to you. The first option is you do the awakening the same as you've been doing it before, and ignore what's been told to you, which leads to you going to the Holy Pillar and everything repeats. The second option is, well, if you go back to this timestamp where I gave the cutoff point last chapter, then you'll see what happens in the means of a certain ending. However, if you're to proceed with the first option, then you'll acquire the true ending of the game, which is something that most people did not get when the game first came out, including myself. I didn't even know there was a different ending until years later, but even then, for those that did know about it, they didn't even want to attempt going for it for reasons you'll see why as we progress. So as we're doing the awakening, we do nothing different and we progress as usual. Even the party doesn't say anything about going with this decision, as you'd imagine they'd say something since we know Eri is lying to us. But it's best not to think much on it, and instead we head to the Holy Pillar once more and the guys that were believing in Eri. Arriving at the Holy Pillar, Tiz mentions it being their third time there, and the others mention how worse the feeling is this time around, compared to the other times. And all Ringabel does is remain silent. When Eri tells everyone that she's about to start her meditation, Edea asks everyone if they're sure about going through with this, which is kind of weird for her to say since she hasn't been told the truth yet. I guess it's meant to be applied that at some point between getting out of the cave and the last crystal being awakened, she was told, or I think there was a party chat where she was told. Then the ritual begins.
Oh, wondrous and beautiful first flight! My brooch awaits your divine radiance!
Ring a bell. Ring a bell! Why?
Let's keep watch.
What?
We should watch over Eri.
Right. Alternus Dim shouldn't appear in this world. But let's not let our guard down.
Forgive me, Tiz. It's my fault. Because of me and the Holy Pillar, your village, time and time again.
We do this to vanquish our foe. Our true enemy. The source of the great darkness.
How much longer must we suffer this sadness?
Just a little longer, until that pattern heralds the beginning.
For now, we'll grit our teeth and bear it. Together. Until it's done.
And beyond that, we'll make amends together still.
For now, we'll join Agnes on whatever path she believes in.
After the cutscene plays, the chapter starts with us waking up as Tiz, who we can imagine is in a state of shock for what happened to him. He's greeted by the Innkeep, but we've been through this 4 times now, so Tiz meets up with the others, and they go over the similar problems in this world. Although knowing that awakening the crystals is what Eri wants to start the harrowing, they still end up deciding to go awaken them anyways. Before I start moving on to the subquests in this world, yes, I promise they're actually different in this world. I wanted to finally get into the outfits, since in this upcoming fight you'll see me using them. The different outfits that your party can wear can only be obtained if you manage to max out all the shops in the Narende Town Builder. Everyone gets one different outfit that they can obtain, with Tess getting the Onion Shirt outfit, which is supposed to be a reference to the Onion job in Final Fantasy, Agnes gets the Knight's Tunic, Ringabel the Melodist outfit, and finally Edea getting the Edea's garb. Not really creative, but sure. Of course, Edea also has another outfit that she gets earlier, with that being the Bravo bikini, but she isn't the only one who gets another outfit, as Agnes too gets another one, with that being the Vestal garb. And the way you get it is by getting the true ending for the game, which is kinda weird that you don't just get it at some point in the story, but sure, we take those. I almost forgot to mention, but there's one final set of outfits? Kinda saying that loosely, with those being the freelancer outfits. Yes, if you want your party to wear their original clothing, then you can without having to switch to the freelancer job. But with a price, of course. Though I like their alternate outfits better, so I'll be sticking with those. Except for Tiz. I don't think I cared enough to get his onion outfit. Now these are all the outfits that are available to you in this game. At least the Western version, that is. If you remember a ways back, then I mentioned another outfit that Agnes gets in the Japanese release. The Bravo Bunny outfit. That's only attainable through a promotional code. The other characters too get another set of outfits by also the means of promotional codes by buying certain merchandise. Tez gets a dimensional garb that's included in the drama CD for the game, which if you don't know what a drama CD is, it's basically the voice actors getting together and acting out certain scenes as the characters. Would actually be interesting to listen to them, but of course having subtitles to go along with it since I can't understand Nihongo. I was able to find one on YouTube, however there's no translation for it, though I'll still link it in the description if you want to check it out. I couldn't believe that the voice actor for Dio also voices Dio's father. It shook me. The codes for the outfits can also be obtained from buying other merchandise, like the game's art book, an official guide for the game, the pocketbook of R for volume 1 or 2, I'll explain what that is at the end of the video, and lastly, D's journal. So luckily you were able to obtain all of them by simply getting one of these, and you didn't have to purchase multiple things to get all the outfits. You know they would have done that shit today, or I guess sell them as DLC most likely. But back to the costumes though, Edea gets the cadet uniform, and Ringabel gets the Eastern War garb, and holy shit, you know this outfit would not release in the West, or rather yet, it would be heavily censored. But yeah, these are all the costumes that are in the game for both regions, and honestly, we got shafted. I mean, who wouldn't want to rock War Garb Ringabel? Oh, and I'd also say that Tiz got shafted as well, because I mean, come on. He doesn't even have an interesting costume. Well, I guess the onion one is cool, but eh. But enough of that. It's time to get into the subquests, because I swear they're different in this world. Going to Central Keep, we find Ominous there as always, but instead of noticing Edea and being afraid of her or such, he doesn't recognize her at all, and calls for backup. Though no one shows up, which prompts him to then call for his servant, as he calls it, named Bahamut, and the battle begins. So yes, for this fight we have someone new joining the fray, and you'd think that you'll be wanting to watch out for Bahamut's attack, which you will, but it's actually Ominous's attack that you need to be careful of this time around. Sure, he'll have access to his normal attacks, but if your magic defense isn't that great, then you'll find yourself having some trouble like I did. Though it wasn't him alone that got the best of me, as when you defeat both Bahamut and Ominous himself, a cutscene will play where Heinkel and Lair both appear to give support to Ominous. So the fight continues with the addition of both of them now, and this is where the fight can get challenging. As now you have Lair, who will be doing strong physical attacks, Ominous, who will continue to throw strong magic, as well as status elements, then Heinkel, who will be taking the brute force of everything. Again, their attacks haven't changed in the slightest, but it's their combination that makes you actually have to think for this fight, which is actually kinda cool as much as I did struggle with it. Not only does it make you think about your team comp, but it's also sort of a way for the game to show you the different builds you can have with your party, since you've now unlocked every job in the game. For this fight though, what you'll kinda want to do is focus on Ominous first, as he's the most annoying one in this fight, and he'll just be a pain to have alive. After getting rid of him, you can progress with the fight with no worries, as he won't be afflicted with any ailments anymore. Once the fight is over, Heinkel applauds us for our strength, and he orders Lair to take Ominous back to fall back, as Holly isn't with them. They do, and the subquest ends. I should also mention that the subquests are going to be as hard as this from now on, which is actually a nice change of pace. We head off to Ansheim to awaken the Gwen Crystal, and I'm sure you're thinking that I'm going to cut it off here and talk about the subquest here. Well, this time you're wrong, as there isn't a subquest here in Ansheim, as later you'll see why. So for now, we can make our way to the Wind Temple, where we fight Arthurus again, start the awakening, and awaken the crystal. Nothing new this time around with the awakening, so let's move on to the subquest before going to the Water Temple. Between the Wastes of Florum, we can visit Yuliano, as there's a subquest at his place again. Visiting him, he does a speedrun of his introduction, and immediately moves on to asking if we want him to test our strength. Accepting the offer, he then calls for a timeout before starting, as he senses his disciple arriving. The mentioned disciple turns out to be Mephilia, which, thinking upon it, makes sense as they're both able to cast summons. They catch up with each other when Yuliana notices that she didn't come alone, and that's when Barbarossa himself shows up. Mephilia also reveals that she was able to acquire the summon Susanoo, thanks to the help of Barbarossa and his friend. Just some lore stuff that's pretty interesting and shows how connected each character is. They then get right back on track and start testing our strength by fighting the three of them. Again, their movesets are mostly the same, but they actually have an additional attack that they can do. For Mephilia, her normal earth attack is replaced with Susanoo, and the stage will only use Prometheus Fire. For this fight, I wouldn't go so far as to say that it was challenging. Nonetheless, you still want to put some thought into it, as if you let Juliana's buff stay active, then Mephilia and Barbarossa will hit you hard. After the fight, the sage commends us for our strength, then he turns to Mephilia and Barbarossa to ask them if they're planning to chase us, as we are of course wanted by all of Eternia. Dude really doesn't have our backs, that's why I call him a fraud. Be that as it may, they decide to not do so as they're taking a momentary leave from the Eternian forces in search of something. They say their farewells, and the subquest ends. The next one lies at the garden west of Florum, where Mephilia used to be. Instead, here we find Victoria, Kikyo, and Artemia together, in a bit of an awkward scene as Victoria is trying to talk to them about girly stuff. Hey, that's how the game phrases it, not me, as Victoria then starts talking about girl power and how if the other girls do have it. Artemia shows off her girl power in the form of a bracelet that she gives to both Victoria and Kikyo. She explains that she was raised by Frosty, which is a monster in the game, and because of that, that's how she sees herself having girl power. They start getting closer with each other until we suddenly show up, so because we're interrupting their bonding moment, they decide to fight us. Again, nothing much different with this fight, though you'll mainly want to worry about Victoria as she'll be the one who'll be a nuisance. As you might remember, she can inflict poison in your party, and she has Corpse, which is an insta-kill move when the timer reaches 0. So a bit more of a challenge than the last fight, but it should come as obvious as to who you should be focusing on first. Defeating them, they decide to flee as they don't want our barbaric ways to rub off onto their girl power, as Victoria puts it. With the subquest in Florum taken care of, it's time to go to the Water Temple. Funny how now these are the parts I'm skipping over. But yeah, nothing new this time around, so we continue to Eisenberg and do the subquest there. The only quest that's available in Eisenberg is located at Eisenbridge where Praline is, so that's where we're headed. We talk to Commander Goodman to start the fight with her, and getting down there, the cutscene plays the same, and the fight begins. At first you think that nothing has changed this time around, but attacking her for a few turns, or at least until her health is at a certain point, Jackal shows up out of nowhere assisting her. This is surprising to not only us, but to even Praline herself as she doesn't even know who he is. And even when he joins the fight, it still isn't really that challenging as they're not really the offensive attacking type, so really this fight shouldn't pose that much of a threat. It's so much of a cakewalk that all you really need to do to win the fight is only defeat Praline, as when she's defeated, Jackal will then retreat, ending the fight. Escaping the fight with her, she demands that he lets her go. Upon doing so, he then introduces himself to her. And now knowing that he's a part of the Eternian forces, she asks if he was ordered to rescue her by Kami Azumi, but he doesn't know who she's talking about. She gives him a description of him, only for him to confuse Kami Azumi for Kent, as he remembers Kent telling him about some business he had to deal with, while leaving a task from Kamer to him. So thinking that the matter is related to this, he takes Praline to Kamer. With that subquest kinda over with, as we didn't really defeat them, a new subquest is opened back at Ansheim, where Jackal and Praline are. Spoilers I guess? Inside the castle, Praline is further confused as she wonders who Kamer is, so Jackal sort of introduces him to her. Before they get into business, Jackal and Kamer have a bit of a fight as Jackal insults his looks. Though when they're through with that, Kamer explains why he wanted Praline to come, as he wanted her to raise the people's spirits. However, as we know, this is only a ploy for him to make Anya's look bad, as even Jackal points out the scheme they're pulling. Praline hesitates at first, but being told that Kami Azumi ordered her to do so, she obliges. That's when we step in to prevent him from further exploiting the people, which starts the fight. Now, although the fight still isn't all too tough, you should still be a bit careful as this time they actually have someone who can deal some damage. Other than that, the fight should still be easy enough for you to handle, and with the fight over with, the Prime Minister takes over for now since Kamer has been exposed for his greedy deeds. Though the cutscene doesn't end, as it then transitions over to Jackal and Kent, where Jackal asks them what digits mean, as it's a part of Praline's lyrics in her song. I gotta say, it's weird for that line to exist as phones don't exist in this world, so you really gotta question what the lyrics mean in the context of this world. Rather yet, do we have to question more so about Praline's existence? Like if she was isekai here or something? How does she know the use of digits in that matter? You know what? I would watch a game theory video on that. I know it'd be shitty, but I still watch it. So with the subquest here done, and the one in Ansheim, we head on over to the Fire Temple. Yup. And we do the ting. I don't know what else to say since it's a repeat. Anyways, with the Fire Crystal awakened, we move on to Eternia for the Earth Crystal. But there's even more subquests to do here, so let's get them over with. Going to the city, there's a spot in the top right corner where we can see Kent standing there. Going to his direction, a cutscene plays where he's watching a girl running around until he's noticed by Einherja, who calls him Commander, which if you remember from the previous world when we fought against the Profiteer, then it was mentioned that he once used to be the commander for the Eternian forces until he left in pursuit of money. Back to them, they start discussing about how much their looks have changed, as well as Kent sort of mentioning how things have been over the years. That is when suddenly the girl from earlier trips and hurts herself, which grabs Kent's full attention and goes to check up on her. She tells him that she's fine, but then asks where he's from, as judging from his outfit, he's from somewhere far away. This catches her eye because as she shares with him that someone from far away sends money for her treatments, and she's wondered who this man is. But of course, as we can guess, it's been Kent who's been sending money for her. They say their goodbyes to each other, and she runs off, which prompts Einherja to ask if he knows her, but he only responds that he doesn't. She then hints at wanting him to come back as she starts telling him about the new recruits, which then Holly walks in. Holly also recognizes who Kent is, but they don't discuss about him joining back as Einherja changes the subject, questioning why Holly isn't in Kaldisla as she heard. She mentions something about Victor, only for Einherja to suggest that they were apparently a thing. But she dismisses her ideas by telling her that it had something to do with an experiment. Holly then reflects the question back to her as to why she isn't with her sisters in Florum, to which she tells her that she had a message for the Marshal. But before she explains herself, Edea rushes in, interrupting them. Apparently, Edea is meeting up with her because Artemia shot a message to her, with it having to do with meeting with Einherja. However, we never saw this, so kinda up in the air about it. Though she doesn't immediately tell her what her message was, as instead, she turns this into a test to see how much Edea has grown. So she ropes both Kent and Holly into this, and the test begins. Now for this fight, yeah, nothing is completely different, so bada bing bada boom, we beat them. Seeing how tough we are, Einherja finally gives us a message she wanted to share. She explains to Edea that 3 men are planning to meet up and discuss their plan on overthrowing the duchy, with one of them being her superior. Because of this, she isn't in a position to do anything, so that's why she asks Edea to go stop them in her stead, since she isn't under the Eternian force's authority. Edea agrees to help, and they say their goodbyes as Einherja goes to deliver her message to Brave. The next place we go to is De Rosa's castle, where it's another instance where you'll think nothing is different as inspecting the paintings doesn't really show a different cutscene. Even when reaching the top to the angel painting, the cutscene doesn't change when given the option to face him, though when you do accept the challenge, instead of immediately charging headfirst into battle, Victor surprisingly shows up, though De Rosa did not plan for this. Intrigued for his reason for being here, Victor introduces himself and explains that with Victoria's life coming close to an end, he's been desperately trying to find a cure for her, which led him to De Rosa, who at first he didn't believe of his immortality, but seeing the paintings has changed his beliefs, and so he pleads for a sample of his skin. With it, he hopes to find a way for Victoria's life to be extended, or better yet, a cure. De Rosa amuses him with the outcomes that could come from it, but he allows for him to take a sample. However, in the terms that he shows his despair to him by joining him in battle against us. Victor obliges, as he'd do anything for Victoria, and so the battle begins. But yeah, this battle is still challenging, though it's not because Victor is now in this fight, but mainly due to De Rosa just being strong. Proving our strength to De Rosa, he gets ready to show the angel painting to us, but notices that Victor doesn't care in the slightest about it. So he gives him the sample that he came for in the first place, and he gives him some encouraging words that he's able to find a cure of sorts with De Rosa's cells. He also asks him one final favor, as if he does find a cure for Victoria, then to have her name changed to Lilia, the same name as his mother. Victor doesn't say anything, but I'm sure he too hopes that he's able to come out with something with the sample he was given. De Rosa then puts his focus back to us, and leads us to the final painting, though we already know about it, so I'll just move on to the next subquest. The next set of subquests are located inside the Central Command. As for the next one we'll be going to, it's going to be at the top where the council room is. There, we meet with Brave, who tells Edea that he sees her not as the young brash daughter he sent off to Caldisla, but rather a matured woman who is guided by her own beliefs and that he's proud of her. He then calls in Alternus as he questions him if he's to be a problem to him or his son. Hearing Brave call him his son, Alternus is left speechless, as he always wanted him to call him as such. Then, they prepare for battle, light and dark working together, which is kind of a nice nod to Edea's ideology from the beginning of the game, as Brave sort of mentions. Though the fight against them, as I've said many times with the other fights, isn't all too challenging. That is until Kami Izumi just shows up to this family ordeal and joins the fray. Though even then for me, the difficulty didn't really change, as you pretty much need to focus on Alternus first, as he'll be doing the most damage. Then you target Brave for his defenses, leaving Kami Izumi last since his counters would be quite a bit of a pain. With the fight over, Brave is more than happy to see how much her daughter has grown. Edea explains that through the contributions of everyone she's met, and the lessons she learned from them, because of them, she was able to become who she is now. As Edea is about to share what she plans to do, her father cuts her off, encouraging her that if she's to walk her own path, then she'll eventually find her way. Then he turns to the others and tells them that he places his trust in the safety of his daughter in their hands. They promise not to disappoint him, but after doing so, Edea wonders where Alternus and Kami Izumi have run off to. That's when we cut to outside the Central Command, where we see Kami Izumi walking away as Alternus is running after him, asking where he's going. He gives a vague answer that pretty much can be summed up to him going on a journey, but Alternus asks for a favor from him. Alternus wants him to stay, so that he can train him to become stronger. That way, he can be sure that there will be no threat to Brave if the worst were to happen. Though Kami Izumi declines the offer, as he tells Alternus that he's stronger than himself, and that he doesn't know it yet. He gives some words of wisdom, and says his farewell as he walks off, leaving Alternus, who thanks him. With that done, it's time for the final subquest, which lies at the dungeons of Central Command. There, we find the 3 despicable characters that we've met on our journey. Well, Kamer isn't there, but they're all here. Kata and the Profiteer complain about the location of their meeting, but DeRosa reasons it by saying that it's the place where they all started. He starts stroking their ego by listing off their rights to success within the Eternian forces, as they started as criminals. Then the Profiteer begins asking about their plan to take all the money from the duchy. Having said that though, DeRosa explains to him that they're unable to commit to it as the security of the Central Command is tightly guarded. However, he came up with another plan to get rid of the duchy, thanks to the help of Kata. Their plan is to release a deadly plague into Eternia, in hopes that it reaches the duchy, which will then kill them all. All so they could come out with a cure, and the people will think of them as heroes, which will then raise their status, putting them into a position of power. Though as they're getting excited about the plan, they then hear us approaching, and worrying that we've overheard them, they strike to get rid of any witnesses. So yeah, if you remember fighting each of these guys, then you'll remember that Kata was the most annoying one to deal with, at least for me. Because of that, you'll mainly want to focus on him first, that way the other 2 won't have regen casted on them anymore. Then after that, you probably want to get rid of the Profiteer, as he does some decent damage thanks to his crit rate increase due to his money. After getting rid of him though, the rest of the fight should be easy, as it'll just be DeRosa left. Defeating them, Tiz begins asking them why they attacked them out of nowhere, but before they can answer, Edea rightly assumes that they were up to no good, so as punishment, she locks them up and leaves them there. That's when Alternus shows up and DeRosa begins pleading to let them free. However, he refuses as he's been given a report of their evil deeds. One about DeRosa's secret lab, the scams that the Profiteer was pulling, and Kata for disobeying orders as well as his torturing of prisoners. The 3 of them try to weasel their way out, but Alternus doesn't buy it and tells them that he'll let the Marshal be the one to think of their punishment. And with that, ends the last subquest for this world. So with the subquest out of the way, it's now time to head to the Earth Temple to awaken the Earth Crystal. Again, I don't think I need to explain the process here as I've said it plenty of times, so let's just move on to when they get to the Holy Pillar. Going inside the Holy Pillar, Tiz begins to wonder just how many times they've been through this, which the answer to that is 4 now. Eri begins her meditation, and everyone looks to Anyas to see if now's the time to strike or do something.
Oh, wondrous and beautiful first flight! My approach awaits your divine radiance!
let's keep watch.
What?
We should watch over Eri.
Right.
After the cutscene plays, the chapter starts with us waking up as Tiz, who we can imagine is in a state of shock for what happened to him. He's greeted by the Innkeep, but after that, they go through the same routine and again decide to awaken the crystals once more. Though, I'll just spoil this now, and you might already be able to tell by simply looking at Eri's wings, that this will be the last time. Due to that, I'll just mention that this is the reason why nobody really got this ending. Having to go through these loops over and over again can get really tiring, and it'll be enough to make people simply not care about getting the true ending, even though there are slight differences in each world to experience. But judging how I'm talking about these differences, it really doesn't seem worth experiencing them, which they aren't, but it is nice to see some of these characters get some death added to them. And all of that is just to say, to get ready for the last set of subquests, baby! Going to Latana Villa, we get a cutscene where we see all of the Sky Knight commanders and leader, as well as alternates together, where Heinkel reads off a message that was given to him. The letter was an order from the Marshal, telling them that Agnes is on her way to attack them, and to defend themselves. However, they are to not kill her, but instead treat her with care. Heinkel double checks with alternates to see if what the Marshal says is true, and once reassuring that those are indeed his orders, Lur and the others kinda complain how boring not going all out against her will be. Though orders are orders, and Heinkel intends to follow them through. Although that being the case, he does make a note that he'll do it his own way, which worries Alternus. But being unable to do anything since he has other tasks on his plate, he leaves, hoping that they don't harm Agnes in any serious matter. Upon reaching the room they're in, Heinkel spends no time getting ready to attack. Edea tries to reason with him at first, but seeing their bloodthirsty eyes, they're left with no choice but to fight. While the previous world had 3 bosses that you had to fight in each subquest, now you have to fight 4 of them at once, which means you'll have to strategize a bit more for these fights. For this fight, I don't think there's a specific order in which you're to correctly follow as to who to get rid of first, as you can try targeting Ominous first to get rid of his status elements, or Holly to prevent her from healing. I, however, target Heinkel first, mainly because even if you try targeting the others, he'll just shield them from the damage. So because of that, I think it's best and clearly makes sense to get rid of him first, so that way you can just start picking off the magic users. Then once they're gone, it's just Lur that's left, and there shouldn't be much of an issue from here on, and the battle should be straightforward from here. Upon defeating them, the party is exhausted from the fight. Heinkel, on the other hand, seems to be amused as he had fun. Lur then reports to him that an airship is waiting for them to come on board, and Heinkel tells Edea that her father seems to have an idea on what they're doing, then he says his farewell. By now, it shouldn't be a surprise that after completing the subquest like Haldisla, that I go to Ansheim next. At least that's what you think, but I actually decide to change my course of direction, and I still go to Ansheim. Yep, nothing different. Entering Ansheim in the dead of night, we get a cutscene where Jackal and the Profiteer were called upon for a meeting of sorts. As Jackal is critiquing the design of the palace, Comer and Kent walk in as Kent is introducing Jackal to Comer. They catch up for a bit and then move to the main subject on hand, which was a message from Central Command that was relayed to Kent that they're prepping to have a final showdown against Agnes. The Profiteer begins to complain as he doesn't want to leave all his money he's built up behind. However, Comer is all for it as he himself is a devotee to anti-crystalism, and knowing that the duchy is too, he feels obligated to work with them. But the Profiteer isn't convinced in the slightest, instead thinking it to be foolish, and seeing if Jackal or even Kent have his back, he's only left alone on this sentiment. He gets ready to leave but stops when he hears that Comer is going to freeze his assets. Because of this and being told that if he joins them, he'll be paid double, he completely changes his mind. With them all coming into agreement, albeit one needing some persuasion, that's when we drop down, inviting ourselves into this get-together. Not knowing exactly what they're up to, but thinking that they're up to no good, both sides take the opportunity and begin the fight. How I start this fight is by instantly targeting the Profiteer, because I'm sure if you made it this far, then you should know that he just hits hard because of money. And I don't like that. For that reason, I just get rid of him first. Though after that, it's pretty much free game as to who to target next, as while each of them are able to deal some decent damage to you, it shouldn't be to a threatening degree. My order of how I picked them off is Calmer, Kent, and then Jackal. With the fight over, they all make their escape to fight another day, but Kent stays behind for a bit to leave some parting words to the party, and then he leaves with the others. With that subquest over with, it's time to head on over to the Temple of Wind to awaken the Wind Crystal. But yeah, everything is pretty much the same, so let's move over to the subquest over at Florum. Making it to the city, we get a cutscene of the Blood Rose Legion's commanders gathered at DeRosa's secret lab. Einherja is sharing the news to her sisters that Brave has ordered them to return to Eternia to face Agnes. She's more than happy to share this news, as she mentions her sisters can finally leave the hellhole that they've been forced to do in Florum. As they're prepping to do so, DeRosa walks in, thinking that they're planning to abandon their post and leave him. But Einherja informs them of the news. Not being too into the idea, but still obliged to follow through, he then tries flirting with the three of them before they're to set out. Then when we enter the secret lab, the cutscene continues with the three commanders pointing their weapons against DeRosa, with even Einherja threatening to cut off his hand if he so much as lays a finger on one of her sisters. He tries to worm his way out, but she only orders him to hand over the toxin that he uses to control women. As he's about to, he makes sure to point out our arrival, and knowing that it'd be smart for them to work together to fight us, they do so and the battle starts. For this fight, I find it wise to get rid of DeRosa first, as being a red mage, he's able to heal his teammates and he can deal some magic damage. But what's more troublesome is him being able to inflict fear on your party. So for that, I target him first. Then after him, I target Mephilia, as her magic can also hurt. After getting rid of her, it's then Artemia and then Einherja. Doesn't really matter which you get rid of first between them, as they shouldn't pose a problem without their support. With the fight over, the sisters check up on each other, insult DeRosa, and then take their leave as the airship has arrived to pick them up. Alright, subquest done, make way to Water Temple, awaken Crystal, we done with Florum. Now we go to Eisenberg to awaken the Fire Crystal, but first, subquest time. These are getting really repetitive and unoriginal, aren't they? Walking into Stark Fort, a cutscene plays where all the members of the Black Blades are gathered together, and Kamiazumi is informing them of the Marshal's orders. Everyone is surprised at the sudden order to leave Eisenberg, but they make their preparations to get ready to leave. When we enter the war room, Kata reports to Kamiazumi that close to 80 swordbearers and roughly 120 Black Blades are planning to join them back to Eternia, which upsets them due to the lack of numbers. As they're going over this though, Praline and Kikyo storm in, reporting that the shield bearers are attacking the fortress and their numbers are astronomical. Surprised at the sudden attack, Kamiazumi makes the decision to stay and attempt to hold them off while the others are able to retreat. So he goes off while leaving Barbarossa in charge of the retreat. Though it doesn't take long for things to get worse for them, as we show ourselves, and since they're in a hurry to leave, they attack us. It shouldn't come as a surprise that the first person you should be targeting is Kata, and I don't think I need to explain myself, as I'm sure you know why. Though once he's eliminated, or at least anyone else you decide to target first, Kamiazumi will then show up and take over their spot in the fight. So instead of having to fight 4 characters like the other subquest, you're actually fighting 5 bosses in this fight. Although not all at the same time, it's still a 5-person boss fight. Though after getting rid of Kata, you can either get rid of Barbarossa or Praline next, as they're gonna be more troublesome than Kamiazumi or Kikyo. Think of it like this. Would you rather get rid of a support first, or a heavy hitter? Well, I guess you want to get rid of the big hitter first, but I go after Praline, and then it's just a case of domino pieces falling over, as the fight is just then straightforward. With the fight over, Barbarossa reports to Kamiazumi that all the soldiers are safely on board the ship, and they immediately make their escape. Though Barbarossa does ask him if he isn't planning to say his farewell to Edea, but he only tells him that he'll see her again in Eternia. So there isn't much reason to, and they hurry to make their escape. After the fight at Stark Fort, it's time for the per usual, baby, and once that's over with, it's time for Eternia. And these last few subquests in Eternia are actually kinda interesting, so if you've just been skipping them, which, if you have been, then what's wrong with you? Or, well, actually, I can't really blame you for doing so, but what's wrong with you? But anyways, I'd say to check it out, as again, it is interesting, and it's also the most challenging fight in the game. Well, it's actually interswitchable with another fight that's actually pretty tough, but that one I'll talk about later. So let's just get into these subquests. In Eternia, there's only one subquest that's available, and that's located at DeRosa's castle. Inside, you still have the option to recount what the paintings represent. However, like last time, you don't need to, as again, the cutscenes are pretty much the same. even the one before the angel painting. So accept its challenge, and the fight begins, though when it does start, Yuliana just suddenly shows up out of nowhere, joining him in the fight. What a shocker. But even with him joining the fight, he isn't going to be the most threatening one. That is still going to be DeRosso. So you still want to get rid of him first, because just like the other times, when Yuliana is by himself, he's pretty much vulnerable. Defeating him, you don't really get a new cutscene with him and Yuliana, it pretty much plays like it normally does in the first 2 or 3 worlds. So that kinda sucks. Though his subquest isn't what's important, as when you exit the castle, you'll see that a new subquest has opened up within the Central Command. Entering the base, a cutscene plays where Brave is giving a speech to all of the Eternian commanders that we faced. To sum up the speech, he basically thanks them for swallowing their pride and abandoning their post to come back to Central Command to face us. After his heartwarming speech, everyone gets into position as it then transitions over to Einherja, Jackal, and the Profiteer. Profiteer comments first on being appointed as the leader of this group, and then he introduces himself to them. He also praises Einherja as he's heard good things about her, and then he gives an half-assed introduction to Jackal. They sort of get to know each other with a bit of squabbling between Einherja and Jackal, but running around the Central Command, it doesn't take long to encounter them. They immediately get ready for combat, and the fight begins. I will just say this now, but this subquest is really going to test your knowledge on the game, and how well you can strategize, because the combinations that they set up can be pretty tough to deal with. For this fight, Jackal and Einherja will use their best moves, which require a lot of BP to use. However, that's where the Profiteer comes in by supplying them with BP. So they both will just have no problem at all spamming their best moves, meaning you'll just have to be taking heavy damage from the both of them. How you're meant to get through this fight is to get rid of the supplier first. That way the other two can no longer spam their best moves. Then the fight from there on would be a lot easier, or at least manageable. Going up the elevator after the fight, another cutscene plays where Kamiya, Zumi, and Heinkel are reminiscing of the time they faced each other when they first met. Though they then move on to talking about their plan of attacking us, but as we get closer to them, Holly starts asking Kikyo if she had something on her mind. But she confesses that she doesn't, which just makes Holly wonder why she only speaks while transformed, and on top of that, really fast. We actually get a reason as to why, and we even get to listen to her speak in a normal interval, which is kinda cool. But let's not get too charmed by her, as we're sent straight into a fight where in this one, Heinkel and Holly would be a bit of a nuisance. That's because Heinkel will be taking most of the damage from everyone, meaning we can't target Holly first, which allows her to just heal her teammates, and not only that, but she'll also cast Reflect. She not only casts it on us, but also her party, which I guess works in our case, so I don't know why she does that. Anyways, you'll want to target Heinkel first. Not like you have any other options, but once you're through with him, you'll then want to immediately go after Holly for obvious reasons. Then, like the previous fight, it's straightforward with whoever you want to target next. Going up the stairs to the next floor, another cutscene plays where Alternus and Barbarossa are going back and forth as to who should be appointed as the leader of the group. With Alternus saying that Barbarossa should be the leader as he has more experience, while Barbarossa saying that Alternus should be the leader since he's part of the Council of Six. Eventually, the rest end up deciding that Alternus should be the leader, and they ask him what the Marshal's order was, which we pretty much know what it is. Appearing before them, they too immediately jump straight into battle, and I want to say that this is a battle that I struggled a lot on because of their team comp. For this fight, you're up against all of the heavy hitters, which one of them, Barbarossa, has an attack that lowers your defense, so that doesn't help. It also doesn't help that Praline will provide support to them by not only buffing their strength, but also providing them with BP. So you're really gonna want to play defensively if you want to get through this fight, while also getting rid of Praline first to get rid of their support. Once you do, the fight will get slightly easier. Not a whole lot because again, you're still facing some heavy hitters. So be sure to constantly heal and raise your defenses as much as you can to bear through it. But eventually, you will overcome this fight like I managed to do. The next fight, however, this fight broke me. Going up the next flight of stairs, the next cutscene plays where all the rest of the magic users are gathered together. Ominous is complaining about being the leader as he thinks Yuliana should be since he's more experienced and is also closer to Brave. However, he doesn't feel like being the leader, that way he could be close to Mephilia as he can tell with the creepy face he's making. Cutting to when we encounter them, we jump straight into combat, and I need to say this again, but this is the fight that broke me. I don't know why their combination just works really well, but it just does. Their combo is for the Sage to cast Reflect on themselves, kinda making an item to make your whole party weak to fire, Mephilia using Promethean Fire, and Omnus using Firaga. This combo will most likely kill you if you're not prepared, and I tried this fight over and over again with different strategies to no avail. I then resorted to looking up a build I can use to exploit them, but not even having the proper equipment for it, I still tried. But still, I got nowhere near beating them. That is, until I found the perfect build. The most broken build in the game. For this build, what you must do is first have someone have their Spirit Master job at level 9 at least. Then you want 3 of your party members, excluding the one who's going to be using Spirit Master, to have Freelancer to be max level. Then have 2 party members have Time Mage be at max level. Those 3 party members also have Ninja at level 11, and finally, those 3 again having Thief at least at level 9. This all results in the most broken build, as from Time Mage you get Hasten World, which gives everyone 1 BP per turn, which is bad for the enemy to get free BP, but it'll just work in your favor with Spirit Master, as you'll be using the ability Stillness, which prevents anyone from taking damage, meaning that you can safely build up your BP. Which you'll then use that BP to use Godspeed Strike, which is the best attack in the game, as the attack is based on the character's speed, and it also ignores the enemy's defenses, meaning that you can possibly just deal 9,999 damage per attack. But this ability uses BP, so surely you aren't able to just spam it, right? Oh, how wrong you are! No, that's where Freelancer comes in, as the last ability you learn is Mimic, which lets you repeat a move that you just used that turn, with no cost at all. Meaning that you're able to use Godspeed Strike 3 or 4 times in 1 turn. Now that's what you call broken. Because this knowledge was brought down upon me, as I'm not smart enough to come up with this, I was able to strike down these mages once and for all. I just want to put it out there that because of how broken this build is, I want to put Thief in A rank, Time Mage in B, and Freelancer in B. Oh, and as for Spirit Master, I want to apologize for putting it in C rank, because I would eventually learn that it's helpful for another fight, so I want to put it in A rank. Also for the build, I would leave a link from which I copied it from. However, when trying to look for it again, I can't seem to find the post that I learned this from. Closest is this GameFAQs post that does mention some of the abilities that I used, but I'm sure that this isn't the exact post. Back to the fight, however, when using this setup, you don't have to think about who to target first, as they'll have a hard time hitting you. Though with that being the case, I still say to target Kata first, as that guy is just an annoying bastard. After that, again, the fight would just be a breeze, as you won't have to think much with this setup. With the fight over and continuing on the same floor, a new cutscene plays with Victoria making sure with DeRosa if he's fine with her being the leader of this group. He reassures her that he's okay with it, but is soon upset with the fact that he was paired with the 3 most mentally warped people. At least that's how he puts it. Be that as it may, he goes along with it, thinking it to be a challenge and a slight bit of revenge from Brave. Running into them a bit later, we start the fight, and this is another one where normally it would be challenging, but thanks to the setup I have, this will be a piece of cake. However, if you're taking this fight normally, then you'll probably want to get rid of DeRosa first, as his constant inflicting of status elements whenever he has the opportunity to will be the start for the worst to come, as he'll throw everything at you, from poison, charm, and even sleep. It also doesn't help that Kent and Victoria will throw their status elements at you, with Kent using Silence on his sword and Victoria using Corpse. Overall, this fight will be a tough challenge to get through, as you're just facing an onslaught of elements, and then you're facing the 2 strongest magic users. Though, once you do manage to beat them, whether that be from using the broken build, or being skilled enough to do it without the build, you can progress forward to the council room. There, you will have the remaining commanders and the council of 6 members waiting for you. The 4 of them are preparing their strategy for the fight, and then Comer thanks Brave for picking them to be at his side for this fight. Though, he gets cut off by Victor, questioning if we'll manage to get by Victoria, and sure enough, we prove ourselves to him by appearing before them. Brave begins by congratulating us for making it this far. However, instead of explaining anything to us, he just jumps right into it, Philip DeFranco style. For this fight, I can't really judge how difficult it is without using the broken setup, but I feel like it'd be easily possible without it. You'd first want to defeat Victor, as that get their healer out of the way, and any other support that he would have used. Then Comer, that way you don't get inflicted with Stop or have him using Meteor against you. Basically, get the magic attacker out of the field. Then Brave to get the defense out, and all you're left with is Artemia, who shouldn't be difficult to take out. Then once defeating her, you'll finally be done with this gauntlet of boss fights. After the fight, Brave further congratulates us for overcoming his trial and sees that we're ready to take on the darkness that lies ahead of us to save the world. Promising him that we'll come back victorious, he proudly calls us the Warriors of Light and lets us off. So yes, all of this was pretty much to test your strength and your knowledge of the game, which I've mentioned earlier. But again, this is one of the best subquests in the game, as you really have to think about your build and see how suitable it is depending on the fight. Now, I may have had to look up this build to get past the last remaining trials, however, the person or even people who discovered this must have really thought it over and tested a lot to come up with this strategy. So I have to applaud not only the person who discovered this build, but to all that were able to take what the game gave them and build the most nastiest, the most disgusting build that just breaks the game. Now I say this as if you're done with everything the game has to offer you in terms of a challenge. Well, that's actually not the case at all. As Brave mentioned in the cutscene, we could talk to him whenever you want. In doing so, you have the option to face the gauntlet all over again, but not in the way you imagine it. Because this time, instead of facing each group one at a time in separate fights, you're actually facing all of them in groups of 4 in one continuous fight. No breaks where you're able to heal yourself or change your build, but again, one fight right after another. And I just want to preface that you get nothing out of completing this. It's more so just for bragging rights that you were able to do this. I personally gave it a shot and made a decent bit of progress in it with the build I have. However, I messed up once and lost. After that, I did not try again as I have nothing to prove. But if you do want to see me do this in a live stream, then leave a comment saying so. With all the subquests finally over with, and I do mean that, there's no other subquests available in the game after this. They're all over with, and we can finally finish the game. Although we're now near the Avengers Endgame, we still have to awaken the last crystal at the Earth Temple, the Earth Crystal. I would like to say there's a difference this time around because, again, we're near the end of the game. However, that isn't the case, and everything plays out the exact same. So I hope you don't mind me just skipping the entire fight and section of the Earth Temple. But, for good time's sake, I'll let the Rite of Awakening play one last time, as it'll be the last time we see it. With the crystal awakened, it's time to head on over to the Holy Pillar, where we'll enter it for the final time.
How many times now have we seen this light? Where are Dats and Zats?
I had them take refuge in the hold. Okay, everyone. Don't forget to watch over me. This is going to work this time. You'll see.
Yes, of course.
Oh, wondrous and beautiful first light! My brooch awaits your divine radiance!
Let's keep watch.
What?
We should watch over Aerie.
Right.
The chapter opens with Aerie having a maniacal smile and laughter, with her also loudly exclaiming that she's finally done it. The others wake up wondering what she means until suddenly thinking that they finally closed the chasm of Narende. Not being able to see their accomplishments, they rush on over to the deck. However, Aerie stays behind giggling. They run into Dats and Zats, informing them of the news, and they continue running towards the deck. Now after the cutscene plays, you're free to walk around the ship, but once you go over to the deck, something will happen. So before moving on, be sure to fully prepare yourself, as there will be a fight and it will be a challenging one at that. But once you're ready, move on to the deck. They joyfully make it there to witness the view, but as soon as they do, Eri begins talking to someone as she starts talking about receiving a reward. The party starts to strangely look at Eri, wondering who she's talking to which then she mentions a dark aurora above the chasm and that she'll take care of something before going. Again confused, they finally look over at the chasm and find that it isn't sealed as they have hoped. While in utter despair, Eri just laughs, which prompts Agnes and Tiz to ask Eri what's going on. She tells them that the chasm is too important to seal up, and finally reveals to them all that she was deceiving them the entire time. Then, she shows them her true form.
Eri, what are you saying?
I suppose you need some convincing, and I can't do that in this form.
You!
Eri, are you... No, it can't...
This feeling... It's pure evil. Who or what are you?
I am Eri, demolisher world bound. Faithful servant to his malevolence, Ouroboros, god of destruction. After 1100 million years, his will shall finally be done.
Demolisher?
Ouroboros?
God of destruction.
Will? What will?
She starts explaining to them the existence of the many parallel worlds of Luxendark, and that by awakening all the crystals, they've all been linked together. Thus is the plan of not only hers, but her lord Ouroboros. Which, hate to break the mood, but can I just quickly say, I don't know why they pronounce it that way. Maybe I'm used to the way they say it in Xenoblade Chronicles 3, but something isn't right with the way they say it in my opinion. Anyways, the reason why he wants to do this is to devour all of the worlds and then to invade the celestial realm. The party is just left confused as to what she's talking about, but before they can even process this, Eri speeds this up as she wants to be next to her lord when their plan is complete. So, the fight begins. Okay, I also want to take this opportunity while the fight is going on in the background to kind of share my thoughts on this reveal. It sort of just leaves me confused because the party just acts differently than what they should already know. They act surprised that Eri is evil, even though they've been told that she is, with Ringabel also remembering that she was the one who killed them all. It also just doesn't make sense to me why they believe that the chasm would be filled in, when they, again, know that Eri is evil, and I doubt that's something an evil person would do. Like, I'd understand if a part of them still didn't believe that Eri was evil, but when the reveal happens, to me, it doesn't come across that way. It just makes it seem like everything that was told to them was all for naught, but I guess that's meant to be the point, as by not destroying the crystals, you're essentially forgoing what's been told to you. So I guess in that aspect, it makes sort of sense for them to act this way, and I guess you can also explain it as the party going to these multiple worlds as a way to strengthen themselves, as that's essentially what you're doing. Anyways, to rope the subject back to the fight, this fight against Eri isn't all too challenging, but although I say that, you still want to be careful while proceeding, as she has a combo that she'll pull, which can do significant damage. That combo consists of her using an attack called Slaughter, which is an AoE attack that has the chance of inflicting poison to your party. Already, not good. It doesn't do much if you're defaulting, however, it's the next move she combos into that'll do a lot. The next move she uses is called Poison Punisher, which, from its name, you could probably guess what it does. But if not, then it deals a ton of damage to your party members if they're poisoned. Her last move is her being able to put up a barrier around herself, which will do a counterattack on you if you decide to hit it. So what you're meant to do to get around it is to simply wait for it to disappear, meaning that you could take this time to heal your team or just build up some BP. Though eventually, this will happen.
Pesky mortals. No other warriors impressed me so far. But how will you stand up to this? How many worlds has it been since last I took this form? Hundreds of thousands of years have passed without the need. It feels a bit foreign yet, but no matter. Now, you mightiest of all warriors of light, face the full extent of my power.
Remember when I said the first phase of this fight was not that challenging? Well, for this phase, it's the polar opposite, as she will wreck your shit if you're not playing carefully, which is why I gave you that warning before the fight. When you enter the second phase, you are not replenishing your health or SP, so you're gonna have to fix that immediately because not soon after, her bullshit combo will begin. On the second turn of this phase, she'll use a move called Acidia, which makes you weak to every element in the game. You could probably tell what's gonna happen next. Once she puts that in your party, she then immediately uses a move called Flare, which with the weaknesses added, it mostly depletes your entire HP. If you didn't heal beforehand, you'll most likely be dead. However, if you did, then you'll just barely have any HP left. How you're meant to get through this fight, or at least one way of getting around it, is by getting rid of this debuff with an ability from the Spirit Master job. One that I mentioned earlier that would prove to be helpful, that being Greater Spirit Ward. This move has all elemental damage, which, yes, it's still doing damage to you, but not nearly to the extent where it comes close to killing you. There is another ability that you can use to prevent elemental damage for 4 turns called Enigma, but it costs 3 BP, and while it is good, it just costs too much to use. But after all of that, you'll get through the fight. But before I transition over to the after battle cutscene, I'll just play here some special dialogue you get during the fight.
I ought to have seen through you sooner. I knew of your evils. I ought to have...
You styled yourself a hero. Arrogance. You did nothing but stand in all my might.
My father and Master Kami Izumi warned us of you. Now, too late. I see the fool I've been.
Those who act by emotion are the easiest to master. I pity your father. To know of me, only to be thwarted by his own daughter.
I'll never forgive you for violating Agnes' trust!
Always the same. Always about Agnes. I hate that about you most of all.
We first met on that precipice, overlooking the great chasm. You had come forth from the chasm's depths, but you had only just slain us. Our blood had yet to dry!
Indeed, you have served me well. Now, die a bitter death, knowing you served your enemy.
Unacceptable!
But again, learning of this strategy, or finding a better one, you'll eventually get through this fight.
Can't be happening. I must return to the Dark Aurora. Lord Ouroboros will grant me a new form. Grant me power. I must hurry to the chasm. Curse you!
After her betrayal, the party separates for a bit to reflect upon what just happened, as well as taking the time to repair the grand ship. Ringabel checks up on Tez, seeing if he's hurt, but after assuring each other that they're okay, Ringabel distracts himself with helping Dats and Zat repair the ship, but he also suggests to Tez to check up on the others. We find Adia hanging out at the deck, where everything just unfolded. Walking up to her, she's upset with herself for being blind and not listening to Kami Izumi or even her father. Tez intervenes and tries to comfort her by putting her mind at ease, as they couldn't have foreseen any of this coming. Which is a bunch of BS because it was told to them on multiple accounts, but whatever. She then promises that she'll do whatever it takes to stop Ouroboros and Eri, but even yet, she still cannot find it in her to forgive herself for not noticing. Seeing as he should give her some space, he goes off to look for Agnes. Finding her in a tavern, he informs her of the ship's repairs being nearly done, and that they're about to go over a plan on what to do next. But Agnes then begins blaming herself for everything, for trusting in Eri, as doing so has brought about ruin to other worlds, but most importantly, her friends. Tiz then lashes out, saying that none of them are to blame for what's happened, and that he'll let them be regretful. However, when the ship's fixed, then they should stop feeling this way, as sitting here only crying to themselves will change nothing, and what they must do now is stop Eri. He gives her some space for now, and once they're ready, they regroup to discuss what to do next. The only thing that Tiz is able to come up with is going to see the sage once more, as he had a vague idea of what was to happen. With Agnes agreeing to the idea, they set their course to Yoyana Woods once more. Okay, I know I said before that all the subquests are done with, but the blue marker there says otherwise, but just ignore that because it's just reminding you that you can do the rematch with all the bosses. So again, ignore that and let's move on. Arriving there, the sage is able to recognize what we're there for, and know that the time has finally come. Though asking him about the things that Eri mentioned, he isn't all too sure about it himself. As they're getting worried, thinking that there's nothing that they can do, the sage mentions about the arrival of someone, and as soon as he says that, they show up. That person being DeRosso, and he immediately gets things going as he asks Agnes to raise her pendant while the others get behind her and hold their hands. Doing so, DeRosso explains that everything will be explained by the angel that they once saw, and then they get sent someplace else. A bright light appears, who is meant to be the angel, and she begins relaying her message. She talks about the harbinger of doom that is Ouroboros, and how he plans to bring upon ruin to not only their world, but for every other world. She then asks our party, the Warriors of Light, to prevent him from doing so, and to slay him. She moves on to DeRosso and Yoyana, telling them that the time has finally come for one of them to fulfill that role. That role was selected to be done by DeRosso, as he was the only one who can do it. And as if parting a final message, he tells Yoyana to watch over the party.
Sage.
Warriors of Light, know that you do not walk alone. There are those who protect you, those who await your return, those who have entrusted you with the future, those who brave the same battle you do, and you walk with one another. Should despair take hold, and your spirits falter, raise me aloft once more. Now go, onward, warriors of light, my friends across the bounds of time and place.
Back at the woods, Edea questions who or what exactly that thing was, but of course, and as DeRosso informs her, it was the angel they met centuries ago. Though Ringabel speaks up and assumes the angel to be the Agnes from his original world, which surprises everyone. Agnes questioning how that's even possible, the sage can only imagine it being that her prayer was strong enough that it reached the celestial realm, or that she made it so that only the Agnes of other worlds can hear it. Tiz then moves on to asking what it is that DeRosso must fulfill. However, he keeps that info to himself and only tells them that they'll know when the time comes, and then he leaves. Yoyana then makes a note to share with the party that he'll be breaking the seals somewhere where he hid away some valuable items from the Orthodoxy, and if we so wish to, we can go there to grab them to help with the fight against Ouroboros. After that, we're able to head off to fight Ouroboros and Eri, and as much as I don't really need these strong equipment as I have my ace up my sleeve, I still go there anyway to show it off. Now looking at the overworld map, you might have noticed that there's been one place we haven't been to, and that's this little area on top of Florum. Of course, we've been there once to fight one of the dragons for DeRosso's quest. However, this is where the cave that the sage opened lies. This is a big area to explore, as there's 10 floors to go down. However, it's very worth it, as each floor contains a chest, and in those chests contain the best armor and weapons in the game. Okay, maybe not the best, as there's probably better weapons and armor that are rare to come by, but They are more than enough to help you with the final fight. Also, reaching upon the final floor, you may think that the final chest may be the end of it, but what if I were to tell you that a secret lies in here as well? If you've been curious enough, then throughout the game, you might have been hugging every wall you've come across. If not, then that's fine, but on this floor, you're gonna want to. That's because this floor contains a hidden passage, and when you do find the passage, there'll be the adventurer and the fox that have helped you along your journey, waiting for you there. Interacting with them doesn't open a secret shop or a save point. They simply ask you for a duel, and agreeing to one, a fight immediately begins. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the secret boss of the game, and dare I say, the hardest one in the game. This fight takes a lot of strategizing and prep work, as there's a gimmick that they use, and it's annoying as hell. So the fox will cast blindness onto your party, and not only that, but it's also able to heal the adventurer. Which, okay, that just means that I target the fox first, right? Well, you'd think that, however, when you do defeat it, on the next turn, the adventurer will summon another fox in its place. Okay, this may be annoying, but surely that just means I need to target the adventurer then, right? Again, you'd think that, however, when you do defeat them, on the next turn, the fox will just revive them, bringing them back into the fight. So how are you meant to beat this boss? Well, you're supposed to defeat the both of them at the same time, otherwise you'll just be in a long, endless fight between the both of them. I've tried to beat this boss multiple times, but I would always have a bad run, so I'm not afraid to admit that I did not beat this secret boss. I would have liked to, but I had to move on and work on the other videos I posted earlier this year, or I guess last year, I should say. So just like with the gauntlet, if you want to see me attempt this boss live, then leave a comment saying so because I will be more than willing to do so. But for now, I walk away from this fight in utter shame. So let's get back with the main story. Arriving at the chasm, they see the Dark Aurora firsthand, and wondering how to get down there, Ringabel and Tiz find a magic circle that they assume leads them down into the chasm. Being teleported to the Dark Aurora, the game cuts to Aerie desperately calling for Ouroboros, but she then hears the use of the magic circle, knowing that we're on our way. Due to this, she continues to plead for her lord's help to drive us away. After the cutscene plays, we're able to make our way down, though I will say that obviously, this area contains the strongest enemies in the game, so be sure to be careful. Teleporting to the 7th floor, we get another cutscene of Aerie who's continuing to plead for help when she is told by Ouroboros that she'll be given her ultimate form. As she's transforming, the cutscene ends, but going to the next floor, it continues from where it left off, and we witness upon her ultimate form. I actually want to mention this, but this form is actually censored compared to the Japanese version, and honestly, I don't know if it's because the image of the Japanese version is blurry, but I kind of prefer the censored one. Well, actually looking at them again, I think I prefer the Japanese one. I don't know. The Japanese one looks at least more natural compared to the Western one. We finally make it to the altar where Ouroboros and Aerie lie, and walking up to her, she begins gloating about her new attained power. Being ready to eliminate us once and for all, the fight begins and the second best song in the game plays before us. Yes, Wicked Flight is a good song, but there's an even better one and you'll see it soon, or hear it soon. Getting back to the fight though, this third form of Aerie will use 3 moves that she used in her previous 2 forms. One being the move Slaughter, and the other 2 that combo into each other, which are Acidia and Zeta Flare. So whatever job setup you use for those fights, you'll probably want to use them here. I, on the other hand, I go back to using the best build from earlier, because if it's not broken, don't fix it. If you're using this build as well, then you might have used Examine as a way to spend a turn when you're not able to attack, and you might have noticed that she doesn't have a lot of HP. Because of that, you'll probably conclude that this won't be a long fight. However, you'll immediately be wrong when you defeat her, as she'll recover all of her HP thanks to Ouroboros. She makes sure to thank him, and she even gets a bit arrogant, thinking that she's unstoppable, or even... Sorry not sorry, but I just needed to do that once. Though like Icarus, she got too arrogant, and she's clipped of her wings as Ouroboros stopped supporting her. And she kinda fell off.
Lord Ouroboros, I must call on you. What? You're tired of me? No, you're malevolent! Please, Lord Oroba!
After the fight, she gives a few words to her master, and she gets sucked into the void. A bright light blinds them, and the cutscene ends. You're then back in control, where if you're just sitting idly, then you'll see Tiz standing at the altar with his back to us. Here, you're able to go back and replenish your HP, SP, and items, or do whatever last minute change you want to do for your build. That's because, once you interact with the Tiz over there, then you'll engage with the final boss. So again, be sure you're prepared with this final fight. Though once you're ready, it's time to face the final boss, Ouroboros, and put an end to everything. The party walk up to the figure, who they're shocked to see that it's Tiz, or at least something that's mimicking his appearance. It begins to talk, though makes a judgmental comment on the form that it has to take to even speak to us. They figure out that the thing taking Tiz's appearance is actually Ouroboros themselves. He goes on about how he didn't think we'd overcome Eri, but because we were able to, he's now fascinated by us. Due to his fascination, he allows us to ask him some questions, which the first two that Dia and Anya's ask, he brushes aside because they've already been explained in his eyes. Tiz asks what the Celestial Realm is, and his answer to that is a place where the gods live, which prompts Ringabel to further ask his reason for evading it. His reason for doing so is because of how peaceful and prosperous the Celestial Realm is, and he finds it to be boring and dull. After he gives his answer, he sets his focus on Tiz and reveals that a celestial being lies inside of him, though he or nobody else makes a comment on that. He goes on about how he wants to bring chaos and despair to the realms, while also, in a way, thanking Eri for fulfilling her duty. Ringabel then berates him for having devoured Eri after what she did for him, but his only response is comparing her to cattle.
What further use has one for cattle, played by age or indigent, save to be eaten?
Cattle?
Yes. The suffering, such a beast bears no change upon its fruit, nor does its loyalty. No matter how great her reverence for me, she is but a morsel for my nourishment.
Monstrous!
It is the same for what we call your world. You who house a celestial within. You with the power to draw strength from the Precipice. You who saw the various machinations. You, driven by an inconsequential sense of righteousness. You are not but the me before my heavenly assault commences. Now, I grow old. Slay them, stars, mortal forms. It is time for you to become a part of my flesh.
This fight right here, although it is Ouroboros, it's nothing to take too seriously. Think of this fight as the entree before the main dish, as all that you need to do is damage him for a bit, and he'll grow bored of it.
Cumbersome indeed is the mortal form. What great sport you mortals make, such vitality! With such advanced demands as Britain's tales, come, join me in the infernal realm.
This is Ouroboros. And this is the final boss of the game. With this badass song playing in the background, it's time to demolish him. Like every classic JRPG staple, This fight is of course going to have multiple phases that you'll have to get through, and in each phase, he'll be introducing a new attack. For this phase, he only has 2 attacks in his arsenal. Well, 1 attack and 1 supporting ability. He has an attack called Zero Dimension, which is just an insta-kill move, and there's no way around it. Using stillness against it will do nothing. However, if you have an accessory called the Safety Ring, then you'd actually be nullified against this move, as the accessory nullifies death. Otherwise, be sure to have enough SP to use Arise on your party. The other move he has is called Total Regeneration, and this move lets him regain all of his health. Again, there's no way around it. You're just gonna have to keep hitting him until you do enough damage, which is half his health, to move on to the next phase.
Forgive my delay.
Lord DeRosso! What are...
You've opened the crack in the beast's core, the source of his immortality.
His core?
As long as it exists, he will regenerate without end. I've come now to stop it.
But how?
You will split it open, and I'll fuse together with it, containing it. I shall dedicate my own eternity to halting its regrowth forevermore. Strike with all your might the moment the beast ceases his regeneration.
But what'll happen to you?
This role demands an immortal. The Sage and I have argued the matter for 1,800 tedious years. Adia, you must defeat the beast. The Templar's blood is in your veins. You can do this.
Right.
Ring a bell. I ask your assistance. Contain the beast while I take possession of it.
Understood.
Tiz, you must protect Agnes. Agnes, these 1,800 years, No, pay me no mind. May fate smile upon you.
Thank you.
Ah, I nearly forgot. Accept me, and I shall grant life everlasting. Though it shall be filled with grief, thou shalt have all eternity to wreak vengeance upon thine enemies. Now then, let us begin! I'm getting sentimental in my old age. The rest is in your hands, Sage.
With DeRosso valiantly sacrificing himself, he gave us some hope by getting rid of his jewel, which means that he's no longer able to use Total Regeneration. Though that is the case, he now has a new attack up his sleeve called Demon Touch. While this move does damage, it also has an added effect where if you're attacked by this move, then that party member will lose 1 BP. So to avoid this, be sure to use or have a counter like Ususumi, or just use Stillness like I do. But just remember that he still has access to Zero Dimension, so look out for that. To move on to the next phase, you're gonna have to again get his HP down to half, which shouldn't take long as he doesn't have access to any healing abilities. At least, you think that until he moves on to his next phase.
darkness has two worlds now will never return. There is come together some 10,000 worlds. When will the world you call your own be destroyed? The longer you defy, the greater those odds become. Let us test your luck.
Just as he saw, he's now able to destroy the many worlds that he's linked and consume them to recover his HP. This move, Armageddon, is something he'll use just a handful of times, and is basically what determines you getting to the next phase. As once he does it for the nth time, you'll then move on to the next phase, but don't think it'll be easy surviving for that long. That's not the only new move he gets, as he has another. It's not so much a damage dealing move, rather it's an ability that's more so buffs his attacks called Celestial Touch. So if you don't have the Stillness ability and have just been tanking his hits so far, then you'll be wanting to be more careful now. I should have mentioned this while talking about him using Armageddon, but it should still be appropriate to add it here. But each time he does use that move, he'll spew out some dialogue toying with us at the fact that he's destroying many worlds, and there's nothing we can do about it.
And bow before me, offer yourselves willingly. Only then shall the remaining worlds be spared.
Stop this! Slay me if you will, but you must stop!
Agnes.
Agnes!
Giving up at last, eh? Very well. I command you insects to avoid!
Take up your weapons. Raise the pendant to the heavens and arise.
What?
No. It is over. The more we resist, the more worlds are destroyed. We can fight no longer. Know that you are not alone. Know that none of you are alone. Child of the celestial light, take the Vestal's hand and reach out together. Reach out to your counterparts who dwell beyond this realm. Convey your hopes unto them.
Our hopes?
Still not ready, ring a bell?
Patience, tis. Communication with other worlds or no, this takes time.
But we're being held hostage as leverage against ourselves in another world.
All the more reason we need to keep this world safe. Agnes is right. Are we ready, ring a bell?
Don't rush me, Adia. There, all done. Full speed ahead, straight at that huge whatever it is.
Ready, soldiers? Let no harm come to the Lady Vestal and her allies.
It's massive and hard. You all right, Adina?
Don't worry about me. Anya?
Its recovery is too swift! Are you ready yet, Tiz?
Almost. Just a little longer.
Seems you're having a rough time of it, eh, Ring-a-Bell?
Why are...
Agnes, we're here to help, my dear.
Sage!
All right, here goes! Blaze bright!
Yes! That was amazing, Tiz!
I couldn't have done it without you and Agnes.
And we wouldn't have lasted without Ring-a-Bell's aid.
The thanks shouldn't stop here. Don't forget them.
Alternate!
The Sky Knights will handle things from here. You four, do what you must. Quickly!
Understood! Agnes, that's our cue!
Let's go!
Ring-a-Bell, Idia, Agnes, everyone ready?
On your signal, Tiz.
All right, let's begin!
Listen, everyone! The us from another world are in terrible danger. They're sacrificing their lives to save our world and countless others.
But our world is safer now, thanks to your efforts.
It's time to raise a cry that will reach their world, where they've laid down their arms to spare us.
Tell them they are free to fight, that our world has been spared.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone!
It is time. Share this prayer with me, one and all.
Look! Agnes! Everyone!
It's them!
They've left this to us! Let's end this now! For everyone's sake!
Right! Oh!
That cutscene would have been much cooler if I wasn't playing on my weird 3DS, and also having a couple Street Passes for the game. But yeah, in that cutscene, every person you've gotten through Street Pass would have randomly been chosen to be in this cutscene, and you could have seen what job they had equipped. It's such a cool way to sort of break the fourth wall, and that's not even the only way the game does it. As if you've been paying attention to the background, then you would have noticed a rift there, and in the previous phase, normally you either see it closed or open with one of the worlds being shown. In this phase, that is not the case, and you can see that it's just an empty space just full of stars. At least, that's thanks to my weird 3DS, as if you play this on a normal 3DS, then the game will use your camera and display whatever it's capturing. I'm probably demonstrating it by showing my ugly mug here, but it's really hard to capture if you're using a capture card. But it's still really cool that they did this, and I'm sure they must have jump-scared some people, as you wouldn't expect to see yourself in the game. Would hate to be the guy who experienced this while taking a shit. Moving on to the fight for this final phase, while he now loses his ability Armageddon, he replaces it with two different moves. One called Disaster, which is just a basic attack that doesn't have any other effect. The other move is called Divergence, and what this move is meant to do is prevent you from using your abilities and basic attacks. The only way you're meant to hurt him when he does this is by using your summons, and those are pretty much the moves he has. And before I move on, I just want to take a second to talk about the music that plays during this boss fight. For this fight, you might have noticed that the song loops at a certain point. However, that isn't the case for this phase. Since it's the last one, we actually get to listen to the full version of Serpent Eating the Ground. And my god, is this the best song in the game. It just encapsulates everything from your entire journey to even just this fight with the ups and downs. With the beginning portion of it capturing the essence of being in this final battle and giving it your all. Then the part where it usually loops, as the music actually continues, it signifies the climax of the fight and the lows, as the party is struggling to keep themselves going, as they're only able to witness the destruction that's happening in front of them. Unable to stop Ouroboros from continuously devouring the other worlds. They fall to their knees, and just as they're about to give up, a voice calls to them. Then they get their spirits raised, seeing the otherworld versions of them, fending off Ouroboros' attack. The music then transforms into a more hopeful one, where the themes of each character starts playing until it all combines into one, signifying their teamwork and the hope that lies within reach. It's such a beautiful track that has so many layers of meaning in it, that again, just encapsulates the entire fight and journey. And the best part about this song is the ending, as it makes it feel like you're about to end this now. And well, that's indeed the case, because without him being able to replenish his health, you will now be able to deal the final blow that puts an end to Ouroboros, and thus saving the world.
And all therein shall know my power.
Warriors of light, physical manifestations of my being. I thank you for risking life and limb to defeat Ouroboros. The celestial realm, this world, and myriad others owe you a debt. They need never fear the beast's terror again. Now it is time to rest your weary souls. Rest until the day you return to those who await you.
The party gets teleported outside of the Dark Aurora and into the grand ship where the sage greets them. He applauds them for finally taking out the darkness that plagued Luxemdark, but instead of celebrating for now, Idea asks if Dorozo is actually dead. Sadly, he confirms to them that he is dead, but do not be sad, as he made the decision to sacrifice himself centuries ago. Even after all the possibilities they tried coming up with, this was the best course of action. But he then hurries them along and asks them about their decision on which world they want to make their home, as the link to the other worlds will soon close.
You've saved this world and those beyond. Return home with your heads held high.
Thank you for all you've done.
Planning on letting go anytime soon?
What harm in just a bit longer? This is my last chance.
What harm? Just ask on yes. And you should see the look on Tiz's face.
You people are no fun. Well, farewell. Farewell, one and all.
I will be forever grateful. Oh, the chasm is closing. Look, it stopped. They've secured us a road home. I can sense tremendous magic at work.
Well, ring a bell? Let's go. Dats, Zats, and the proprietress are waiting.
All right, everyone. Hold on tight.
They're gone. They didn't even look back. What fine children. Our greatest accomplishment and dearest treasures. 2,000 years. It felt endless, yet it's passed in the blink of an eye. Wouldn't you agree, Lester?
And that's been Bravely Default Where the Fairies Fly, or Bravely Default for the sequel. I cannot express how much I love this game, and how everything about it is just so damn good, which you can just see by the amount of effort the devs put into it. But there is a bit of dialogue in the credits, so I'll let that play. So long as I don't get copyright strike, that is.
3 to go. Next is the water crystal. We make for the north. I'll see your ideals given form, Father. I swear. Alternate! What are you?
I'm here to save you. I will not fail this time. I am Dark Knight, Alternus Dim. The Grand Marshal has placed the future in my hands!
It's been what? Half a year?
I can hardly wait! The innkeep says he's preparing us a feast to remember.
Can't wait.
Something wrong?
Eagle, go on ahead. I'll be right behind you.
All right.
Well, I suppose it's time to return what I borrowed.
That's right, the credits show a nice epilogue of where everyone's at, though Tiz doesn't meet a good fate by the end. We get a bit of a teaser where he's at after this when we get back to the main menu, as there's an extra AR movie that you can watch. This was added in this version of the game, but it's meant to be a teaser for the next game, Bravely Second. I won't show the cutscene here since it doesn't really work with my 3DS, but I'll definitely leave a link in the description for you to watch. But it's really cool that they added this as a bonus to T's fans. Another thing you get for getting the true ending is New Game Plus, where you get to keep everything, including your jobs and I think your levels as well. But you can experience the game all over again and try out different jobs, since again, you have them all unlocked in the beginning. Again, I cannot preface how much I love this game. It is such a delight to experience, which is why I recommend you to play it yourself. I know it might be hard to get a copy of the game since the eShop is down and buying a copy might be or become pricey, but there are other ways to experience it, by modding your 3DS or by playing it on an emulator. Actually, future me here, Citra is shut down or something, so it might not be possible to download Citra, so hopefully it gets brought back in some form or fashion, so better hope, I guess. But the point is, if you have a way to play this game, then I encourage you to do it. I would even go so far to say that this is one of the best JRPGs to play on the system. Well, okay, I would say that if I'm not counting ports and remakes because Xenoblade Chronicles and FE Shadows of Valentia, they do be litty. Otherwise though, it's a really good game. A gem even. Just like in the title. But if you crave for more Bravely Default stuff after beating the game, there's a whole other sequel to play that retains most of the cast while adding new ones. And no, it's not Bravely Default 2, that's the direct sequel to Bravely Default, it's Bravely Second. Square really put themselves in the corner with that naming convention, and kinda pulled the Kingdom Hearts with it. But if you want to experience the game but in a different format, there is of course the manga that you can read. Yes, they actually made a Bravely Default manga, though it is short so it rushes on a lot of things, so not really the best way to consume the game. Nor is there a proper translated physical copy of the manga, it's only available in Japanese. However, there have been some people that were kind enough to actually translate it, so you can read it online if you want to. Other than that though, this is more of a suggestion to those who watch the whole video, and not that one ending since it contains spoilers. Anyways, what I'm referring to is Ars the Notebook, which I mentioned a while back, that is a continuation after what happens in the true ending, but not for everyone, as it is a recounting of Ringabel's adventures after the main story of the first game. It's a light novel, so it's only text, and there's actually no translated version of this book, physical or digital. You can only get a Japanese version of it. Though that may be the case, there's actually a person on YouTube who was able to get it translated for them, and they have a video going over what happens in the books. But I find it to be interesting, as in Bravely Second, Ringabel isn't really mentioned, nor do we get to see what he's up to. Because of that and how much I and many others adore Ringabel, it's nice to see what sort of stuff he's getting into. Again, I highly recommend playing this game. It's just so fun, and I know I'm sounding like a broken record by saying this, but it's just worth playing. The characters are so lovable, from Anius to Edea, and even Ringabel. Tiz though, well, he's Tiz. But the voice cast does a wonderful job, making me care and love these characters, with Edea and Ringabel being my favorite characters in this game. The story, albeit kinda muddy at times, is still enjoyable to experience, and it really takes a spin of the classic Final Fantasy storytelling that the game was supposed to originally be. The level of intricacy they could pull off with the job and support abilities to just make yourself insanely broken, and how some of the game systems actually sort of relate to the game's story, is a nice added attention to detail. Not just that, but they also tried innovating and modernizing the turn-based combat by introducing the Brave and Default mechanics that no other JRPGs or RPGs had tried replicating. The only other game that I know of that really uses this mechanic is Octopath Traveler, and that's just because it's made by the same studio, and even in that game, it's still good. It's just another layer of strategizing that you need to consider on top of what sort of build you're trying to make. As we've seen with the build I had at the end of the game, it requires the use of saving BP. So having that load and saving system being the key to most fights and builds, it just makes this game really stand out. Aside from the combat, there's then the music, which, my god, Linked Horizon and Revo did such an amazing job with each song. Each boss fight song sounds so good. Ares' theme, Wicked Flight, sounds amazing, and even the last song, Serpent Eating the Ground, are just amazing to listen to. Even years after, I would still go back to listen to them just because they're that good. Then there's the added detail they went into making each of the party members their own special attack themes. Like, they didn't need to go that far. They could have just been lazy with it and made one special attack theme that they all shared, yet they cared enough to add that detail. And not just that, but having those themes capture their personalities, as if you listen to Anius' theme, then the violin just captures her elegance and her timidness until the music begins to get louder, showing her resolve. Then there's Ringabel, who through the accordion, you can just picture someone who's snazzy and flirtatious, which just perfectly describes him. Everything from this game, you can just tell the devs, director, and everyone who had a part in this game put their hearts and souls into this, as they wanted to make something distinct yet recognizable. Now, as much as I praise this game, there's of course some negatives that can be seen if you play this game, and one of them is the simplicity of the menu when you're in combat. Now, I'll give the team credit where it's due, as the menu and UI is definitely better than the original version. Everything is placed appropriately, and navigating through it is better. Though I will say that I haven't played much of the original version, but playing the demos, I can tell that it's definitely been enhanced. But even with that being the case, I do think they could have made a few more improvements, as it's really slow when you're trying to enter your attacks or do whatever, because sometimes you have to go back and forth if you're doing multiple moves in one turn. For example, if you brave 3 times and you're trying to just spam one move, then you have to select them individually by going through the process each time. Instead of being able to just select one move or hover over it and just spam brave however many times you want to use it, again, you have to go through the motions. Of course, they fixed this in the sequel, Bravely Second, however, I have to wonder if they didn't make a huge change to it because they didn't have time to do so, or if they just wanted to wait until the sequel. Could be the latter, but it could just be the second case. The next thing isn't much of a huge con for the game, but more so a nitpick, but I would have wished there were more outfits to unlock for the characters. I mean, there were the promotional costumes for the game, but as I've mentioned, those were only available in the Japanese version, which really sucks. It would have been nice to have unlockable outfits on top of the ones you were able to get in the game, or even if you couldn't have gotten other costumes, then it would have been nice if there was an item or something where you can equip any of the job's costumes. Sure, it probably would have caused some confusion with players, but at least having that option would be cool because there are some outfits from certain jobs that I liked. But then they would sometimes become jobs that I wouldn't use anymore, so I would have to abandon them for a better job that has an outfit that I'm not particularly a big fan of. Again, having an item or even just making it a reward if you max out the job's level would have been a cool idea to just have other options for outfits. Then aside from those, there's also the story, which I do like for the most part, but I have to acknowledge that there are some parts of it, particularly near the end, where I just find it to not make sense at all. This is going to be a spoiler for the true ending for those who skipped to the end, but when the truth is revealed about Aerie being the evil one, and the info about the crystals being able to recover themselves if they shatter, story-wise it makes sense what ending they would naturally go towards. However, as we know, that isn't the true ending. Like yes, as I've mentioned before when I talked about it, it can be assumed that they still have some faith in Aerie for them to decide to do nothing, but there's been so much evidence for them to conclude that Aerie is evil, one of them being Ringabel since he witnessed it firsthand in this original world, but I digress. I know that it all just ultimately depends on the player's actions because, as it vaguely implies, you, the player, are the one inside Tiz, which makes you the dweller of the Celestial Realm. And by that, you are the one leading them to that ending, which is the correct one as you fight Ouroboros. So from that logic, the story is well crafted, I guess. Bravo Vince, I guess. Aside from the ending, there are some parts in the story where you can argue are weaker than the other chapters, but I'm not going to go into detail about that, and instead, you can discuss that in the comments if you want. What I will say though is that going through the different worlds to reach the true ending is annoying. That I will agree with. I mean, I'm obviously not the only one who thought that, as I've seen people discuss how they stopped at the loop after everything was revealed because they just wanted to reach the end and got tired of having to do everything over and over again. I feel like they could have tried to shorten the amount of loops or done something to make it more enticing for players to continue on, which I guess they tried to, but for the final 2 loops with the subquest. I feel like what they could have done is have it where a few more story events happen through each loop, and have the bosses that guard the crystals become more and more challenging with different movesets, as when you reach the looping, you're pretty stacked when it comes to the builds you can make. So having these bosses throw different things at you could have you needing to switch up your builds that you most likely would have kept using up till that point, and were probably thinking of using till the rest of the game. Which I will mention again is what they had in mind for the final loop when there's a subquest for going through the gauntlet, but that happens so late that most players probably don't even get to it. Even if people knew about it, or if people tried to convince others to get that far to experience it, I don't think many would be convinced to go that far. Hell, it sure wouldn't have convinced me. But even though I bring up these negatives, it still doesn't change my mind about this game and how much I love it. From the way I'm gushing about this game, you could probably tell how much I, again, love this game, which I do, as the game has a soft spot in my heart. If my friend back in middle school did not introduce me to this game, and if I didn't play the demo that was released for it, I probably wouldn't have gotten into the JRPG genre. Or at least it would have taken me longer to get introduced to it, which would have meant missing out on other amazing JRPGs on the 3DS, like Xenoblade Chronicles. Because of all that, this game has a special meaning to me, so I have to thank this game and the people who worked on it for creating such an amazing experience as, again, I probably wouldn't have gone into the rabbit hole that are JRPGs. In working on this video, I'm not exactly sure if I gave this game the service that it deserves, which is something I thought about when I talked about these 3DS games that I personally enjoyed. But if I was able to at least convince one of you guys to give one of these games I talked about a shot, then I feel like I accomplished my goal. So, for one last time, I implore you to give this game a shot, and I promise you, you will not regret it in the slightest.
Please, you're a light, my ray of hope, and I want to help.
What other lies have I been told? The only thing for it? A new way of thinking, based upon the idea of a society no longer dependent upon the crystals.
All of this paints the Duchy in a suspicious light, don't you think? Perhaps they know more of the chasm's true cause than they let on.
A vast darkness split the earth in the kingdom of Kaldisla. An entire village was devoured.
Please, I leave my duties to you. Awaken the water crystal.
If you try to see the world as merely black or white, you'll lose sight of its true nature.
I told myself I was ready to fight him, even if it meant shortening his years.
Then surely you will not stray from your path, so long as you hold that feeling near and dear.
I am Altonus Dim, the Dark Knight. No, a memory from a parallel world, most likely. I don't want to believe it, but I think Eri really is. I could only watch it happen. I couldn't do a thing.
You and your world, and the whole of life on myriad other worlds now face extinction. Warriors of light, know that you do not walk alone. Now go. Onward, warriors of light. My friends across the bounds of time and place.
Let's end this now! For everyone's sake!
Right! Oh!
If you made it this far in the video, then thank you very much, as I know this was a very long one, especially if you watched the other 3DS videos I made for this little series, as this is the last one for this series. Well, until I cover Yokai Watch 2 and possibly other 3DS games in the near future. This system has a vast library of games to talk about. As for the future, I'm gonna try to release a few shorter videos after this to have some space between the long ones. I'm hoping at least. If you have any suggestions for games you want me to talk about, then feel free to leave them in the description. Or comments, I mean. Doesn't have to be a 3DS game, it could be whatever. I would love to experience any type of game. Also, I know it's kinda late in the video for these announcements, but whatever. I didn't mention this in the communities tab, but first one is that I decided to rebrand the VOD channel, since I don't stream as much, to an extras channel. I'll still be uploading some stream VODs there for whenever I do stream, but as well as other stuff that aren't worth making a full video on for the main channel, but stuff I want to talk about. Like when this is uploaded, I'll probably have the full footage of me playing through the Japanese demos for Bravely Default. Fingers crossed. The other thing is I decided to open up a Ko-Fi. This is just an optional thing to support the channel, and it's not like Patreon where it's a subscription thing. It's pay whenever you feel like it, so again, it's completely optional. Or I guess I should say donate, not pay. But yeah, if you do decide to donate, then I'll most likely put your name at the end of each video, just as a thank you. Also, the donations will help for whenever I get copyright claimed for using some arbitrary music in my videos, which is probably gonna happen with this video, but again, it's optional. But yeah, thanks to all of you for watching this video, and for all the support for last year, since this video is coming out way later than I anticipated. It really means a lot. Anyways, with all of that out of the way, thank you for watching, and see you till next time, where I'll probably talk about some degenerate stuff. So have yourselves a damn good one.
Thank you. I just knew that you would be the one who would stop my sister's plans. Farewell for now.